Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. We are in day 3 of the trial in which his on-again, off-again girlfriend, fiance, took a long sword, broadsword, to Grace Jennings and deleted her in her mom's garage. So we have a full day today. It is Friday. What is it today? July 10th, 2026. So let's get comfortable. Let's get settled in and let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are at day 3, Isaac Apodaca. He is on, this is his trial. However, it was actually his girlfriend slash fiance, on again, off again, romantic partner, Kiara, who actually did the deed of poor Grace Jennings there. Kiara took a sword to her, as we found out yesterday, and took her life, took Grace's life. So let's, while we're getting, everybody's coming into chat, let's see who is, let's welcome in everybody here. Hey, Camilla, thank goodness it is Friday. This was like a really weird week for me. It felt like, just doesn't feel like Friday. I don't know. It's just a really weird week. Anyway, Horse Welfare, great to see you. Fur Baby's mom, hello. Good vibes only, great to see you. Barry, good morning to you. Kimbers. Renee, good morning. Happy Friday to you. Little Lulu, good morning. Soggy, Kentucky. Just Girl Baking, how are you? Hey, Michael, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, who else do we have? We have Ruth Ann, great to see you. Golden Dog Lover. Looking at that sword just makes you sad. What an awful thing to do to someone. I agree. That is a terrible way to go. Terrible way to go. Although that's how people, until, firearms were invented, that was probably one of the main prime ways people were taken out. Honey Badger, how are you? What's going on behind me? Houdini's trying to break into the fireplace. Iowa Backyard, hello, how are you? Great to see you. You're going to a country fair. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let me see here. Let me get to where we started. All right. I know a bunch of you came in after we started, so let me get up there. Ladybug's mom, how are you? Cardlead Angel, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Joy, good morning to you. We're supposed to be 99. We're supposed to hit 99 here in Florida. Ugh. Baybars, how are you? So good to see you. Brenda, Dragonfly, Cindy Davidson. Lori, good morning to you all. Kathy, you have 2 hours before you leave. All right, sounds good. Hey, Franny, great to see you. Melissa, good morning to you. Our cases we follow, good morning. Audrey, Jane, welcome in. Have a seat, everybody. Molly, Bing and Billy, yes, you are not late. You are just on time. Breezy, you lived there when this happened. I wish I was still there to go to court. Yeah, that would have been cool to have you in court. Hey, Bama, great to see you. Vivith, good morning to you. Lisa, hello. Tammy, great to see you. Breezy, thank you for joining Rabbit Ears. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Hey, Jennifer King, how are you? Kelsides, good morning to you. Welcome in. Henrietta, good morning to you. Great to see you. Lazy Boys, hello, hello. Oh, Sugars, thank you for joining us. Shannon, so good to see you today. Trial Fan, hello. Live, Love, Laugh, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Houdini's trying to do a... Oh, she's already moved on. She's already moved on. All right. Oh, Peace, thank you. That's so nice. Let's see. How can I see that? No, I can't see it. Peace is needed. Thank you for the flow state. Appreciate that. Hey, Audrey, Anthony, good morning to you. Shelly Beans. Thank you guys for the flow state. Linda, good morning. You're at the farm, just checking in. Should be done soon. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let me. All right. So they do. Remember, Judge. Let's kind of go over what happened yesterday. Let me see here. Let me pull up my trial notes and get us over here.
Very briefly.
Trial has started already.
If the court and defense...
All right. So we have live trial already. So let me rewind a little bit and get us over here. When did they start? Oh, they started. All right. Here we go. Trial has started. So let's get into court. Here we go.
So, Judge, just very briefly, if the court and defense takes a look at the content of the conversations between the defendant and his mother, Linda Montoya, I think it's very obvious that they are relevant. Many of the conversations deal with either some of his initial conversations with Sergeant Behill when he was being questioned at Santa Fe Police Department. Others are clearly part of a defense scheme. Others just...
Part of a what?
A defense scheme. So maybe a tactic or something that he is, saying that he is actually saying. So he knows that the phone calls are recorded. I think there's a sign at the jail that says that there is the warning at the very beginning, and so one of those conversations or one of those things is him actually saying, for whoever's listening, this is what happened. There were some complaints about what could be heard in the background. Mr. Roybal from our office, he actually did his best to remove any of that background noise during the editing of those conversations down to the relevant seconds or minutes in some of those cases. And so really it sounds as if the fear is purely speculative at this point, Your Honor, that a lot of that fear from defense is that you can hear a jail cell close or anything like that. You can't. And honestly, Judge, there's a little bit of background noise. I feel that when listening to it, there's actually more background noise coming from Linda Montoya's side of the conversation than from the defendant. So, Judge, they are relevant. The foundation's been laid. Just a quick aside on some case law. I don't have the number. I can look that up very, very quickly, but it was actually State of New Mexico versus Andrew Romero, which is an extremely high profile case out of Sandoval County. Tried by now a district court judge in Albuquerque and one of the premier defense attorneys in the state, Mr. Clark. And in that case, on appeal, they talked quite a bit about some of those jail calls. The relevance was very clear, but the Supreme Court actually made a comment about some of the foundations when laying that, and it simply said, judges, that it was a particularly low bar because it is just voice recognition. That's what it comes down to. And the state has satisfied that foundation. I think looking at the edits that the state has provided, they are all relevant. There is nothing that is unfairly prejudicial in there. Of course, there is going to be prejudicial material in there, Judge. That's called evidence. And it is, I think, the court's duty to sort of balance that, looking at the probative value versus the unfair prejudice, Judge. And the state has actually done with the number of hours, and there are hundreds of hours of jail phone calls that the state has listened to and edited down to essentially a little over 11 minutes. The state has really taken upon itself to make sure that there is nothing unfairly prejudicial in there, that it is just relevant evidence that the state really does feel that we are entitled to introduce in trial. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca.
And Judge, I don't want to keep honing in on the probative and prejudicial and basic rules of evidence here, but I mean, jail calls, we worked very hard, first of all, to dress them up. It's a jail call between Mr. Apodaca and his mom. Okay, that right there is going to raise up a red flag. Why would Ms. Montoya be recording her own son? Then we're also dealing with, I mean, the recording itself, where you can hear background noise, you can hear just a bunch of people in the background talking. I mean, I understand we listen to a lot more jail calls than the average person, but it still sounds like a jail call and I think a common person would believe that these are in fact jail calls when they hear all the background noise and all that. As I have proposed to the court, I think the best resolution here, if we are going to introduce these, is to just simply get these in through the detective. Just say that the detective can testify to that these statements were made between Ms. Montoya and her son. We can leave it at that. But if we go into the calls, if they hear that, I think there's a strong likelihood that the jury will believe that these are jail calls, and it will negate everything that we've done.
Is there a law that prohibits them from knowing that? I understand your concern is that they might use that information to form some kind of opinion about your client, but this jury has already seen him taken into custody on the day of the incident. So they've already seen that video. They know he was in police custody. So following down that road, that thread,
well, he was in police custody, but to hold somebody if they believe that he's been then sent to the jail, and then they could assume that he's been in jail pending this trial, and they'll think that, there was I don't know if they know the terms of art, preventive detention and all that as far as New Mexico law is concerned, but they may then assume that he has been in custody pending trial since 2022 because somebody believed that he was a danger to the community. And that's my concern. I think that is going to, and then that goes into the rules of evidence regarding probative value being outweighed by prejudicial value, 402, 403, all of that. We're pulling up exact law right now in regards to knowing whether a defendant is in custody. But the whole purpose of this is to, I understand that the state wants to get in certain evidence, and I don't think that these messages are necessarily all that prejudicial to us. I mean, there could be some impeachment concerns here, but what we are really worried about is the jury understanding that he is in custody.
okay. I said yesterday that I wanted to listen to these in the form that they would be presented before I rule. While we're listening to these, I don't have a copy of the case that you cited in front of me, Mr. Long, so I need that. And then if there's a law that the defense wants to argue, I'll hear that as well. Go ahead, Mr. Long, if you want to play those.
Let me just make sure that I'm doing the... and I think maybe just for quickness, what I will do is there is all of these phone calls have been identified by a alphanumeric hash, and so there are numbers and letters, and the last four are always going to be unique, and so I'm just going to say what those are. There's going to be one where the call is actually edited into 3 chunks, and I'll let the court know on that. All right, so this first one is going to be, last 4 is going to be 3F as in Frank 17.
So here's 3 things. Here's 4 things, 5 things that you should know about that night. You texted me and I said I was sick, correct?
Right. You know what?
That I was sick?
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't have my phone because it was charging.
Yeah.
3, the text messages are not mine. 4, I was handed my phone that day after Kiara did whatever she did.
Uh-huh.
And then 5, I was at AP Wireless the whole time. So, the detective coercing me into saying something that I didn't even do.
And Judge, is there any way that I could get this monitor at the podium up, just because the audio, I'm having trouble figuring out when the audio is ending. I can't actually see it on this computer screen.
Okay.
Thank you. This next one is going to be 1C as in Charlie 92.
I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. The text messages aren't mine. Everything that I've been saying is the truth.
The next one is 9CCA, so 9 Charlie Charlie Adam.
That night, I woke up late, asked for a ride, because Kiara gave me a list, a grocery list, to go to Walmart to get some groceries because she wanted to make a stew or something.
Uh-huh.
So I did that, and came back, had the groceries put in and everything, but left my phone in the garage.
Okay.
And then I came back because I cooked some chicken strips. I think I remember telling you about the chicken strips that I like. You remember them?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember the name, but
then after that, Grace came over. Kiara went into the main house to get prepared for something, and she took her sword with her. You know what I mean?
no.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing you, but
Yeah. So, and then after she did that, she went to the park and walked. Well, what she told me was she went to the park and walked around with her sword unsheathed. There was going back and forth to that area, and they didn't even do anything. So how does that sound when you have somebody else there walking around with a sword and sheath?
I don't know.
At the park in the middle of the night.
We didn't hear nothing.
I know. But after that, I was trying to go to bed. As I'm trying to go to bed, Kiara was over there using like a blade and rubbing it against my back. My knife. I did eventually get sleep for an hour, and then I had my phone thrown at me, and my phone was at 14%. I thought it was charged when I gave her the phone after I texted I'm still sick to you. So I gave her the phone. Thank you.
No. Uh-huh. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
I know. Okay. Well, and then after I did that, I called y'all because I was told to leave. Then I I went back after the call. I went back inside the garage to start packing up my stuff. And then that's when she told me that she wanted me back in a few days. I already made my decision that I was going to leave the relationship.
All right, the next one is going to be 59D1, 59 David 1.
And I was through Isaac Apodaca.
Yeah.
And then the other one, like I told you, I don't remember if I told you, but he had another Facebook account called Null Void.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, who's Null Void? It's just a Marvel character.
He's a villain.
Yeah, but I just said he's a Marvel character. And then she's like, oh, okay. And said, I got text messages at night. So I sent them to her.
Yep.
I sent them to her. I also sent her the one from Facebook, Isaac Apodaca, because I blocked that account because it was being hacked.
Yeah,
so actually send it to me.
I'm still trying to figure out who hacked it because it didn't seem like it was her. It didn't seem like it was Mary Lou.
The next one is 5B6C, so 5 Beta 6 Charlie.
I texted Grace that morning telling her we're in danger, me and you. Let's get out of here as soon as possible.
The next one is 3EF8, 3 Edna Frank 8.
Here's something that I want everybody to know, whoever may be listening. I'm going to say this. Kiara McCulley is a manipulator, a narcissist, and a person who knows how to use words, the same type of words there's words that the Russian KGB agents use, sleeper agents. There's certain words that trigger me that she used to use, like prove your love to me. That is one word, that is a phrase to me that makes me say things on impulse without thinking of the consequences.
Okay.
That's why I say that confession is a bogus confession, because when the detective said that, I said something stupid thinking that I was going to go home on the promise that he said I was going to go home.
Oh, okay.
See, I had nothing to do with this whole situation. Nothing, except calling 911 after you called 911.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Next one is 1C97, 1 Charlie 97.
Yeah, this whole situation with what I'm facing is annoying because she went and did everything alone, on her own,
1 minute left,
willingly and out of her own free will.
Yeah.
And she's trying to play it out like I'm Charles Manson.
The next one is 72D9, 72 David 9.
The day which everything happened.
Oh.
And I told her I didn't know anything was going to happen.
The next one is going to be part 1 of 90E7, so 90 Edward 7.
She's trying to push up the story to say I'm trying to help. I helped her. I did not help her. I wish I could talk to my attorney today, but
No, so you'll see her on Monday.
I know it's just that whole story that the news is portraying. It made me feel horrible.
Because there was text messages.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, they said
It was on the newspaper.
They said there was text messages, but the text messages weren't even mine. And you can, if you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell, like, oh, this is so-and-so. This is Kiara talking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
It's
That's
just,
so much stuff. Hold on.
huh?
I'm trying to look for it. I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have hope. Pray to God. I have nightmares about what.
Hold on.
The next one is going to be part 2 of that same conversation.
I didn't plan it. I don't get how I am suddenly involved with this whole planning situation.
Next one is part 3 of that same conversation.
That morning, I just felt like something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all, and I called y'all to pick me up. I know you guys couldn't pick me up because you guys were out delivering, but I don't know what else would have been my other choice to do. I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded.
And the next one is going to be 055F, so 055 Frank.
I was going to the police station. She was smiling, singing, laughing, everything in the police station while I was just there. It's like, why am I here? Why am I involved? I was getting frustrated, and I don't know if the detective talked to you, but the detective told me that I had to back up, give him some space.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting upset. So I wasn't the one involved.
And the final one is going to be E1, E2, so Edward 1, Edward 2.
What I was going to say was, I'm going to go through the text messages, the thing, the verbiage and the wordage on how I used it.
Yeah.
I check everybody to see how I texted.
Yeah.
Those texts don't match the same way I text theirs. The case,
Yeah.
done. But they said that it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I was even a part of it.
And that's the totality of the calls, Your Honor. And I do have a cite for the Andrew Romero case. We actually do have a copy for the court. That is going to be 2019 NMSC 007. Ms. Murphy has also been kind enough to pull up another case, and that is going to be State v. Chavez. Let me just get the cite on that. That's actually going to be a very recent case. I have the Westlaw number, which is going to be 2024 WL 1509182. I also do have the Supreme Court docketing number. That is going to be S-1-SC-39509.
39509.
39509, correct, Judge. Okay. And I do want to just cite to one paragraph. I believe it's right at the very end, pretty close. Both parties cite to our decision in State v. Rodriguez. That's going to be S-1-SC-36459 at paragraph 20. non-presidential opinion, but in their briefs. In Rodriguez, this court concluded that the district court did not abuse its discretion when it admitted recordings of defendant's jail calls made while he was in pretrial custody for a first-degree murder charge. During the calls, the defendant in Rodriguez discussed the evidence the police had found, and he indicated that he remembered exactly what happened, even though the theory of his defense was that he had been too high to remember the murder. That's at paragraph 17. This court reasoned that alerting the jury of the defendant's incarceration was not, as the defendant argues, the same as a defendant appearing before the jury in prison clothing or shackles, because the calls were proffered as evidence of the defendant's mental state, not to imply that the defendant was guilty or a person of bad character. That is at paragraph 20. This court concluded that the district court properly weighed the jail call's prejudicial impact, alerting the jury that the defendant was in jail 3 days after the crime took place with its probative value, evidence of the defendant's mental state at the time of the killing, pursuant to 11-403 NMRA, before admitting the recordings.
Argument, Mr. Nye.
Yes, Judge. So first I'll rest on 5115, which basically talks about the appearance of defendant and witnesses before court. I mean, it clearly articulates that the defendant cannot be dressed in jail clothing, shackles, things like that. So I don't need to lecture the court on that. That's very straightforward as far as the work we have to do to ensure that the jury doesn't believe that the defendant is in custody and is dressed up. My members of my office have come round trip to Santa Fe from Albuquerque multiple times over the course of the last week to make sure that Mr. Apodaca has clothes and it does not look like he is in custody in the eyes of the jury. And that's done for a reason. Now, Your Honor, if we were to look at the case law here in regards to, I'm going to fall back on 11403 in regards to probative value and prejudicial value. But those jail calls, from the way I look at it, offer very little probative value for the state and actually adds basically just more cumulative evidence. It's basically Isaac providing his characterization of what was happening, which kind of falls in line with the defense's argument. There's also a statement about Charles Manson in there, which I think is highly prejudicial. The jury hears that, they're going to know who Charles Manson is, and they're going to believe that they may equate Mr. Apodaca to Charles Manson. So I believe that that is highly prejudicial, as well as the clothing or the clothing that he's wearing and what we're trying to argue that he is not in custody. Any indication that he is in custody would be highly prejudicial, and that outweighs any sort of probative value that the state's trying to bring in. I think the probative value here is very limited. I understand what the state is saying, that all evidence, all good evidence can be prejudicial. I don't think that this is good evidence here for the state. I think it's very limited in its probative value, and I think the state could be trying to introduce this because of the prejudicial effect on the jury hearing stuff like that the defendant could possibly be in custody. If you listen to those jail calls, you can hear a lot of noise in the background. I can't really differentiate if it's coming from Ms. Montoya's side or from Mr. Apodaca's side, but you can hear a lot of noise, almost like it's a gymnasium or a jail pod of some sort. Right, and certainly the court or the jury is going to infer, I believe, that is a jail holding cell, especially when he's having a conversation that's being recorded and his mother is on the line. The jury is not going to believe that. I don't think the jury is going to think that his own mom would just record him. The jury is going to believe that that's a jail call that was recorded through the jail. There's also State v. Jones, Your Honor, that addresses this. If I can have 1 second, Your Honor, I had this pulled up. So I have 11403, as I discussed, and then State v. Jones discusses the context of 403 in regards to confusing issues, misleading the jury, delay, wasting time, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Again, I believe this is cumulative evidence. I believe it's wasting time because we would then be playing these jail calls that I've already offered can be introduced through a detective. So I have a kind of a curative situation for that. There would be undue delay and it would mislead the jury. We're talking about Charles Manson. We're hearing noise in the background that would make the jury infer that this is a jail call, and that would clearly mislead the jury, maybe have them confuse the issues for the very reasons why we don't want 11404B evidence if it's for propensity or different things. It could confuse the issues, and it could create unfair prejudice, Your Honor. So, I mean, I think I understand that the case law is not very specific in New Mexico in regards to whether a jury knows somebody is in custody or not. But the problem here is, I mean, he was handcuffed. I mean, I had concerns about that, but I understood it was admissible. I mean, he was handcuffed. He was interrogated, but there's nothing showing that he was in fact sent to the county jail or any sort of jail or prison facility pending trial. And I think if they hear these calls, then they will be under the belief that his mom was calling him because he was in custody pending trial. And also, I mean, I explained this previously, I think in a sidebar conversation we had. I did not like the whole presentation with Ms. Montoya where Mr. Long was asking her to waive and Mr. Apodaca, it almost seems like, wave at your son before you sent back to jail. I think this is a whole presentation to make the jury understand that this person is in custody, and it's clearly prejudicial with, I believe, very limited probative value, if basically little to no probative value for the state, Your Honor. It's cumulative evidence, and it's really this Mr. Apodaca kind of agreeing with what the defense arguments are in this case. And just got this note from my co-counsel. One second, Judge. So there's also a statement where it says, to whoever who is listening to this. I mean, I think that also creates an inference that to the jury that Mr. Apodaca is in custody. I mean, by him just throwing that out there, it sounds like he's understanding that somebody is listening to this because he understands that the jail calls are being recorded. So I think that those are.
How does the jury know that Mr. Apodaca knows that the jail calls are recorded, as opposed to his phone having been tapped under a warrant or some other way?
But Judge, when you're having a normal phone.
Answer my question.
I'm sorry.
How would the jury know that? You've asked me to assume that that's what they're going to conclude, but he's making a statement to anyone that's out there listening. I don't know if he's speaking to the heavens. I don't know if he's speaking believing that his phone is tapped. I don't know, sitting in the seat of the jury, that's kind of an innocuous statement as to what that might mean, and they won't get an answer to that. We won't tell them that these calls are recorded while he's in custody. So I understand that he's making that statement in the recording, if they are allowed to hear that, but that doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that you're arguing that the jury would know that he's in custody. There's other ways somebody's phone or somebody's conversations could be recorded.
I understand that. I mean, we've seen in a lot of in federal cases, wiretaps and different things. But in a normal conversation, so the answer to your question is yes. I mean, we don't know. But at the same time, I think when somebody's having a normal conversation with their mom, they're not thinking that their phone is being tapped or people are listening to them. So I think there's a stronger likelihood. I'm not saying there's a definitive likelihood that the jury is going to believe that, but I'm saying that that creates more prejudice. it's more prejudice under 11403, and I think a jury could be more inclined to believe that he was in custody, because a normal person isn't thinking that the feds or the New Mexico State DA's office is tapping them on a phone call. But when somebody says that, they probably have a understanding that they are being tapped. That they're being recorded in this particular case. It wouldn't be called a wiretap, but it would be that they would be tapped. So I totally understand what Your Honor is saying. I thought about that as well. There are different situations where we've seen people phones being tapped on regular conversations, but in this particular situation, in a state court case where somebody's talking to their mom on the phone, and he's saying whoever is listening to this, I think the reasonable expectation is that a jury could assume that this is the defendant understanding that he's being recorded in a jail call, Your Honor. So that's my concern. And again, I'll fall back on 403 and State v. Jones, Your Honor. The factors there: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time. They'll be playing these phone calls, and needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Again, I don't believe that. And I'm not trying to hone in on probative, prejudicial all the time, but I understand that there is evidence that is prejudicial that has an evidentiary value, and the probative value would outweigh that. But in this particular situation, Your Honor, I don't see any little to no probative value for this evidence that I believe is cumulative. The only effect here, I believe, would be prejudicial in regards to the Charles Manson stuff and the jury assuming that these are jail calls, Your Honor. So based on that, I would, based on 403 as well as, my understanding of 515, and I understand, state and really even federal law hasn't really clarified or specified whether there should be whether a jury should know somebody is in custody. There's not specific case laws to that. I think it should be interpreted or implied from 5115 and other mechanisms that are used to make sure that a jury doesn't know that somebody is in custody, including him being dressed up and various other things. We wait for the jury to leave before we take him, deputies take him out, do different things, and that's specifically to ensure a safeguard that the jury doesn't know that he's in custody. And it's done for a reason, because the jury could then make all kinds of assumptions as to why somebody is being held pending trial, including that they could think that a judge or somebody else determined that that person is a risk, or that they didn't have money to post bail, or different things, Your Honor. So based on that, I think that those two issues, I believe, should preclude these calls from being introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel, for your arguments. Do you have a copy of S1 SC 39509? You have a hard copy?
We can get one very, very quickly, Judge. We'll just need to print it out. If the court can maybe just entertain the state for about a 2-minute reply to defense's response.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I think essentially what the defense is doing is they're asking the court to speculate what the jury is going to do. The jury is going to get an instruction on that, Judge. Also, in that Chavez case, there was one of the, looks like actually one of the paragraphs right towards the end, Judge. It basically says the prejudicial impact of alerting the jury that the defendant was in jail before trial was minimal, as it is commonly understood that a person suspected of committing murder may be held in pretrial custody, and that's from the Rodriguez opinion. Judge, we've actually taken steps to remove any references about being in custody, and so I think that any concerns on that are really just not valid at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to recess, and I need a copy of, and I'll go try and pull it up in the back as well. I need a copy of 39509.
And we are printing that right now.
Okay, we're in recess and off the record. Everyone just stay here. This shouldn't take too long, then I'll come back and give you a ruling and place on the record the court's rationale. We're in recess.
All right, we are a little bit behind, so I'm going to Yeah. We're just a few seconds behind there. So that's a lot to do about nothing, I think. The Charles Manson reference, what was the other thing? Background noise. The people in the background, I didn't even hear the Charles Manson reference. I totally missed that. And then to whoever is listening to this, could you, so apparently his mom recorded this, but all jail calls are recorded. So, but his mom took the time to record this, I guess. That's what I heard over and over and over again, that his mom recorded this. So the main hang up was the noise in the background, to whoever's listening to this, and he said that. And then I totally missed the Charles Manson reference. I didn't even hear that. So defense is just fighting the good fight, as they say. They're just trying to make sure that the jury isn't prejudiced. They're saying, the defense is saying the state is deliberately, it's not probative, it's more prejudicial. And he even literally said, I think they're introducing this just to be prejudicial. Now, the defense on their, I think, maybe the only thing that they might have a leg to stand on is he says he believes it's cumulative, it's wasting time. It can be introduced via the detective. So I don't know, I'm not sure who's going to bring this in. If the detective's not going to bring this in, I'm not sure exactly who is going to bring this in. So that might be the only thing he has a leg to stand on, is that it could be brought in by somebody else. Again, I'm not sure who the state's going to plan on bringing this in through. He was actually going to, I think the defense said he was going to bring it in through the detective. So that's kind of the upshot of all that. So jury was not there. This was arguments outside of the jury's presence. Jury was not there. The judge did ask the jury to show up for a 9 o'clock start local, which would have been 11 o'clock Eastern. Here it is 11:30, 11:32. So it's 9:30. So they're already a half hour. The jury's already a half hour late. I don't know if they're going to go a half hour later to make up for this time. I don't think so. I don't think this judge really does that. Looks like they might be coming back. Terry, the state removed the jail recording. Yeah. Hey, Amy, how are you? Welcome in. Defense wants detective to tell what the calls say. Northwest. Yeah, that's what I got as well. That it's going to come in via the detective. So, who's the state going to bring it into? Did you guys pick that up? I didn't catch who the state was going to bring it in. The state was going to bring it in through, I guess, the detective as well. So, I mean, who was going to bring it in on the state side? If you guys caught that, I did not catch that. Sherry, yeah, that's all I heard. I heard that mom recorded this. Yeah, I mean, defense said we worked hard to dress them up. The calls, red flag will be raised due to the mom recording this. I mean, that's all I heard was mom recorded this. I heard that multiple times. Like what mom records their son's call in jail? State wants detective to play the tape, not just talk about the calls. Okay. Thanks, Northwest and Kelsides. I think the main detective, yeah, that's what I thought too. So why is the defense saying, hey, we're going to bring it in? I mean, how can the defense say, no, don't bring this in, we're going to bring this in, right? How can the state how can the defense tell the state how to bring in their evidence, right? That doesn't make sense. I kind of missed that part. He did say, the defense definitely said, it's going to be cumulative, it's wasting the time of the jury, it can be introduced via the detective. And I'm pretty sure he said I was going to do that. Auntie Ree, do you watch a lot of other potential trials? How do you go about choosing them? It's sometimes chat suggests some, sometimes Mod suggests some. A lot of times Aaron finds them. I'll find them. It's kind of a hodgepodge of how we determine what trials we're going to watch. They interest us. That's the main crux, is that they interest us. Let's see. Amy, glad your brother is doing better. That's good. Dr. Barry says she may have recorded it to hear his voice, or if she thought it might help him. Maybe. Oh, guys, hey, Dr. Barry and I are going to be doing a co-stream together on tomorrow, Saturday. So Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern. So if you guys are not doing anything tomorrow, Dr. Berry and I will be talking. Well, I'll be mostly asking questions, and hopefully Dr. Berry will be answering questions as best as she can about this trial, DID, Carlos Dominguez, schizophrenia. So hopefully you guys will join us. That's tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. Yes, I am too, Dr. Berry. So yes, please join us tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll be doing a dual stream. You can find us here. You can find us at Dr. Berry's channel. So if you guys are free, definitely check out that stream. It'll be fun. Bring your questions. Bring your questions. Yes, cannot wait. I can't wait either. Hey, Stacy, how are you? Just to go baking. I believe that as well. This case is anything but boring. I agree. Anna, welcome in. Welcome in. Northwest, Dr. B's thumbnail already up. Notification on. Awesome. Sherry, you have a birthday celebration for your daughter tomorrow, so you'll watch it on rewatch. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Jenny G, yes, looking forward to it as well. CJ, cool, you'll watch. Awesome. Good, good, good. Hey, Jennifer, happy Friday to you. Welcome in, welcome in. Let's see. Let me get this. Kelside, that is going to be a great conversation. Yeah, and bring your questions. Bring your questions. Crazy Mary Fitz, dynamic duo. Awesome. Ruth Ann, I have my notifications on for tomorrow's show. I love Dr. Berry. Yes. I was watching one of your streams the other day, Dr. Berry, and I was looking at chat, and Ruth, I think I saw you there. I'm pretty sure I saw you there. I was like, oh, we know Ruth. Mossy Mills, I love when my favorite YouTubers do collab streams and visit each other's chats and shout each other out. Yeah, that's the great thing about our community. It's a great thing about our community. Trial fan, yay, looking forward to it. Awesome, awesome, guys. Yeah, I know, I believe Dr. Berry said 20 subscribers yesterday from our community here went over and gave her some love. So appreciate that, you guys. And more hopefully will be coming tomorrow. So yeah, I'm looking forward to just the conversation. I really want to dive deep into what makes people do this, impulse control. Is it something, firing with the chemical reactions, the synapsize in the brain, environment versus nature versus nurture, all that good stuff. Dr. Berry, collabs are my favorite. Trial TV has all the details. I know the psych stuff. Awesome. Good, good, good. Yeah. So bring your questions, guys. Definitely bring your questions tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. We will be spending some time just kind of drilling down on all of this stuff, especially Carlos and his schizophrenia, and then Kiara and her self-diagnosis of DID, I believe, and Isaac, I believe, he said, well, his mom said that he was diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. So we know there's a forensic psychiatrist, I believe. I think it's like, I always get that mixed up. Hold on, let me see. Who's testifying? A psychiatrist. Yeah, so I was right. So Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist will testify on Monday. So Dr. Berry, we'll have to do another stream when, down the road, maybe after Carlos's verdict, we can kind of tie both of these trials together and talk about this forensic psychiatrist that's going to be testifying on Monday. And then Carlos, I want to get back into him. Hopefully we can get back into him like maybe Thursday or Friday and listen to some of their experts. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. Camilla, Dr. Berry is super captivating. Once I started watching her at night and lost track of time. That's awesome. Kelsides, the lack of sleep in the days before is something I definitely want Dr. Berry to talk about. Yeah, bring your questions. Bring your questions. Bring your questions. Hey, Marianne, hello from Mexico. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Barry, I enjoy seeing Trial TV Live friends and fam on group field trips to visit. Cat's Gallery, let me get that first. Let's see. let's see. Here is the link. I'll drop our link first of all. Here's the link for our stream, and then I'll drop. Okay, here's the link for our stream, and then I'll drop for Dr. Berry's link for. All right, so that's the link. Oh, I hate when that happens. I get this error. It's so annoying. All right. Sometimes I can't post. YouTube is so annoying. Hopefully that'll go through. Doggone it. Error, try again. Come on, YouTube. Come on, maybe third time's a charm. There we go. All right. So here's the link for us. That's the link for us, if you want to watch it with us. And then Dr. Berry, let me just copy that and put it here so I can drop that easily enough. All right. Okay, Aaron's working on a link as well. Thank you, Aaron. But in the meantime, Aaron's working on a command for us. All right, here's the link for Dr. Berry. Let me put this up real quick.
I guarantee Sienna writing with her non-dominant.
Let's go back on the record. We reconvene. Counsel, could you have a seat for a moment, please? We're back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. The court had recessed and took some time to review 4 different cases as well as the rules cited by counsel in their arguments. The issue before the court is the state's request to be able to introduce certain conversations between the defendant and his mother. The objection comes as the concern by the defense that the jury, knowing that these might have been jail calls, would unduly prejudice the defendant, that the probative value of the information and the statements made is outweighed by the prejudicial knowledge that the defendant was in custody at the time that the conversations occurred. The state offers these, as the court's understanding, for really 3, I wrote down 3 reasons. One is that the statements are contradictions to statements made at the time of his interview with law enforcement. The second is that this is statements that are different than those made at the time of his interview. And third, that this is some type of an evolving narrative by the defendant over time of his involvement in and participation or non-participation in the death of Grace Jones. The court, having reviewed the Jones case as cited by the defense, as well as the Romero case, the Rodriguez case, and the Chavez case in Rule 5403, makes the following findings and conclusions. First of all, with respect to the quality of the recordings themselves, the quality is, some of them are better than the others. The way the audio has been redacted, it is difficult at some points in times to hear the voices, particularly that of Mr. Apodaca in responding to or initiating statements to his mother. With respect to the background noise, there is background noise in the statements, but it is not clearly, it appears to be static or other chatter, but the court was unable to hear anything that identified that the background noise was coming from a detention facility. Defense counsel has argued that that would be the natural assumption. The court disagrees. There's many reasons why there may be poor quality, and even for the sake of argument, if a juror or jurors came to the conclusion that the calls were coming from a detention facility. Having reviewed the relevant case law, the court finds that that fact in and of itself is not debilitating or unduly prejudicial to the extent that would bar presentation of the information. The court finds that the information is relevant under one or all of the three avenues presented by the state. The court finds in weighing the potential prejudicial nature of the location of the defendant during the time of the calls, it does not outweigh the probative value in the state's argument that Mr. Apodaca is as an accessory also has been charged with the first-degree murder of Grace Jones. In reviewing the case law, particularly the Romero case, most recently, there is no prohibition in our case law in New Mexico that would prevent the jury from having that knowledge, even if they came to that conclusion from the limited background noise in the calls. The defense argues that the natural assumption that the jury would make is that he's in custody. The court disagrees. There are many reasons why phone conversations are recorded or could have been recorded. That will be basically an unknown to the jury as this is presented as to how the recordings came into the possession of the state. Give me just a second. The defense has argued that the jail calls, the knowledge that the conversations occurred while the defendant was in custody is tantamount to our law in New Mexico that prohibits the defendant being brought before a jury in shackles or in a prison or jail clothing. Those are different. The prohibition is to prevent something that is occurring during the course of the trial that would prejudice the defendant. He would be the only one sitting potentially in the room in that state with being held in shackles or in jail or prison clothing in the open forum of the trial. That is different than discovery that has been developed and shared between the parties relevant to the issues that the jury ultimately has to decide as to whether or not there is any culpability on the part of the defendant with respect to the charges he is facing. Accordingly, the court finds that the 11 snippets or portions of much longer recordings do not unduly prejudice the defendant, that their probative value outweighs any prejudice that may occur, may inure if the defendant, if the jury or a juror concludes or assumes that the defendant was in custody during the recording of the conversations. The court will allow the 11 sound bites to be played before the jury as part of the state's case in chief. Is there a need for clarification of the court's findings or rulings, Mr. Long?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Neer.
Your Honor, respect the court's opinion. If I could briefly just kind of differentiate the case cited by the state as well as the case.
You had your opportunity to argue, counsel.
Okay.
I'm asking if you have any question as to the court's findings or rulings.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Housekeeping-wise, let's change gears. Who's up first this morning?
First is OMI, Your Honor, Dr. Emily Helmrich. Then we'll go into DNA and latents. That, at this point, actually may take us past the lunch hour. Then Jared Alire and Ryan Romero, who did the cell phone extractions. And then we'll likely start with Detective Vigil, although at this point I'm not sure that we'll get through him. The defendant's interview itself is a couple hours.
Okay.
And then the Facebook records are 200 pages, and we'll be reviewing most of them.
Okay.
So we're a little bit behind schedule at this point.
We are. Any other issues for the state before we can continue with the jury?
No, just that moving into Monday we have two witnesses, Kiara McCulley and Dr. Wellner. And I believe the state or defense may be putting on a case. So I know the court has a docket on Wednesday, but at some point we may need to talk about that.
Well, if we conclude with the proofs and the instructions on Tuesday, what I advise the jury is that they may have to come back to deliberate on Wednesday. So do you think it's still reasonable that we'll conclude with the proofs by the end of the day on Tuesday?
In terms of the state's case, I think we will likely have that by the end of the day on Monday. But if the defense puts on a case, it may be quite lengthy.
Okay. Any other issues with respect to scheduling today or overall, counsel?
Yeah, and Judge, we have not decided the extent of our case that we're going to be putting on at this time. I just want to let the court know.
Okay, well, a response, you don't have to make any decisions until the state rests in its case in chief and we do our directed verdict motions. But would like a heads up if you've made a decision, if you think we'll go past presentations on Tuesday, because I would alert the jury to that so that they could make arrangements to potentially have to be here past Wednesday.
I'm seriously considering calling Mr. Apodaca to the stand.
You don't have to make any of those decisions at this point in time. Just say more for the record than anything else is, as everyone in the room knows, the burden is on the state to prove the case, and he has no affirmative obligation to do anything or to put on any kind of response, and that's your strategic and tactical decision after consultation and approval by your client. Okay, any other issues for the defense before we continue this morning?
Not from defense, Judge, thank you.
We'll have our jury then. All the way up, I'll just have you wait for the witness box up here, available for analysis.
All right, camera operator, easy there. Take it easy there. Down, boy. Take it easy. All right, jury is taking well over a minute. And yes, we heard that they have yet to decide if they're going to put Isaac on the stand. We knew it took oh, here they come. All right. Almost 2 minutes. Almost 2 minutes. Minute 44. All right. I'll do another one a little bit later.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. We reconvene in the state of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. This is criminal cause D101 CR 2023-25 with counsel, jury, and Mr. Apodaca all present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting a little bit of a late start this morning, but the attorneys and I have been meeting to try and organize the day. We're going to try and get through a lot today. As we did at the end of the day yesterday, you'll see a lot of this come kind of very methodical and very quickly. If you recall the last about an hour and 20 minutes that we had at the end of the day yesterday. We appear to be a little bit behind where we thought we would be at this stage, so we're going to push real hard today to get as much in front of you as possible so that when we return next week, hopefully we get caught up and continue on the same schedule. Again, if there's anything that you need during the course of the trial, please catch my attention or the bailiff's attention. So we'll get started immediately. We continue in the state's case in chief. Who is your next witness?
Dr. Emily Helmrich.
Ma'am, if you would please rise and face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. And if you'd begin, please, by stating your name for our record and spelling your name, please.
Yes, my name is Emily Helmrich, EMILYHELMRICH.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist. What that means is I perform autopsies on individuals who die outside of the care of a doctor or on individuals who die an unnatural death.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk a little bit about your educational background and training that led to you being a forensic pathologist. I assume you graduated high school?
Yes.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
After high school, I obtained degrees in anthropology and biomedical science. I then got a master's degree in aging and neuroscience. I attended medical school. I came here to Albuquerque at the University of New Mexico for my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did another year of subspecialty training in forensic pathology.
I'm going to have you define a couple of those things. What is anatomical pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a type of doctor who has graduated from medical school and can do a variety of things. Mostly they look at tumors under the microscope and make diagnoses, but they also perform autopsies to see how disease affects the body.
Okay. And what's clinical pathology?
Clinical pathology is another type of pathology. These pathologists will run the blood bank at the hospital, making sure that patients get safe blood products. They will also do other various things in patient care, specifically for diagnosing diseases.
Okay. And I guess maybe just define pathology as a general area of medicine.
Pathology is just the specialty of medicine on how disease and trauma affects the body.
Okay. And what's forensic pathology?
A forensic pathologist receives an extra year of training specifically on how to perform autopsies to determine a cause and a manner of death for unnatural deaths.
Can you share with the jury where you hold medical licenses?
Currently, I'm licensed here in New Mexico, Washington, Texas, and Iowa.
Okay. Are you board certified in any subspecialties or specialties?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
What does it mean to be board certified?
It means I sat for a national examination and I passed the test, and then I maintain the requirements to keep that certification.
Great. Have you taught or trained others in your field?
Yes.
Can you, I'm not going to ask for every training or lecture you've offered, but can you just maybe hit a few highlights for the jury of some of the trainings you've conducted?
I train medical students at the University of New Mexico, residents at UNM, as well as our fellows in their forensic pathology training. I also train paramedic and EMT students throughout the state, and then I have taught nationally as well on certain topics.
Great, thank you. Are you a member of any professional organizations or national associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Have you ever taught or received training taught others or received training yourself in sharp wound injuries, such as stabbings or knife injuries?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury, just what trainings you've had or performed yourself for others?
Yeah, so when I was in training, I had dedicated lectures from other forensic pathologists on how to interpret those wounds, and now I give those lectures to our fellows as part of their curriculum.
Have you ever testified before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
A little over 40.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness?
Yes.
In what fields or designations?
In forensic pathology.
Thank you. Have you published in your field?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you ever have nightmares of a lawyer asking you to name all your publications on the stand?
Yes, I do.
I won't do that to you then. Just make sure. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Emily Helmrich as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection. No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Is so received and allowed to express her opinion in that limited area. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, now let's talk about where you work. You said you work for the Office of the Medical Investigator?
I'm technically employed by the University of New Mexico, but in that capacity, I work at the Office of the Medical Investigator, which is the medical examiner's office for the state of New Mexico.
Okay. What is the purpose of OMI or your job through UNMH with OMI?
To investigate deaths that occur outside the care of a doctor or that are unnatural.
Okay. After you've performed an autopsy, do you draw conclusions sometimes as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Can you explain cause and manner of death to the jury?
The cause of death is exactly what it sounds like. It's what caused a person to die. Some options are pneumonia, heart attack, stab wound, gunshot wound, trauma. A manner of death is an opinion rendered by the pathologist based on the circumstances surrounding the death, and there's only 5 options for the manner. Those are natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
Okay. Let's talk about the process of an autopsy. Where do you perform autopsies?
At the OMI in Albuquerque.
Okay. When a case or a person is assigned to you, how do they arrive at the Office of the Medical Investigator?
One of our investigators is deployed to the scene of the death and will place a identification band around the wrist of the person who has died, place them in a body bag, and seal that bag. When we receive a person at our office for exam, they're received in that sealed body bag.
And then once the case is assigned to you, what do you do?
The first thing that I do is review any photographs that were taken by our investigator at the scene of the death. I'll hear a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding the death, if we have those. And then I'll also review CT scan images of the person. We perform a full body CT scan on every individual who comes to us for an exam. I will do those 3 things before my autopsy.
Okay. As part of your job and the training you've received, are you qualified to review CT scans and imaging?
Yes, that's part of our daily process. Yeah.
Thank you. Once you've done that initial review of the scene photos, any background information, and any imaging that's been conducted, what do you do?
Then that body bag will be opened. The individual will be looked at as received, meaning with clothing and medical intervention still in place if those things were there. There will be evidence collected on that individual as part of a routine process, and then photographs are taken. After that, anything is removed from the body is not washed, and we repeat the photographs and then wash the body and do that again a 3rd time.
Okay. After you've kind of done this progressed examination, external examination, with the different photographic stages, what do you do next?
After looking at the outside of a person's body for identifying features or injuries, then we will perform an internal examination of the body, looking at the head and the chest and the abdomen for injuries and disease.
Okay.
Hold on, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I'd ask you to turn off your phones and laptops. The only individuals the court is allowed to be using those is the media. So unless you're assisting either party as part of this case, I would ask you to turn off your electronic devices. I'm sorry for the interruption. Continue, counsel.
It's okay. Let me actually take just this pause to step back and talk about evidence collection from the body. Can you describe for the jury what sort of evidence you might collect from a person's body?
So we will take clippings of the tips of a person's fingernails for evidence. We clip those with clean clippers, and then those clippers and the clippings are packaged, sealed, and secured to be released to law enforcement. We will also take a blood spot card, just a drop of blood on a piece of paper for law enforcement to have, as well as collecting some hairs from the person's head as well.
Is that blood spot card also sometimes called an FTA blood card?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. All right, so again, you said you moved from an external examination, and as you're doing the external examination, you take photos of any injuries you observe, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you do with photos that you collect as part of your autopsies?
The photos are taken with an OMI designator label, so I know that they belong to that particular person, and then they're uploaded to our case file and reviewed by me before I finalize the autopsy report.
Are you involved in every single stage of the autopsy?
It depends.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
There is an autopsy technician that's assisting the doctor, and then I may also have a trainee performing the examination that I'm supervising. So whether it's me and the technician or me and the trainee and a technician, we're working together. At least one pathologist is present for every step.
And do you review all information from every step of the case in addition to everything that you're present for?
Yes, but I don't have anything that I review for the evidence that's collected. We simply collect that and release that to law enforcement.
Okay. So you don't examine the fingernail clippings necessarily?
Correct.
Or you perform testing on them, I guess would be better.
Yes, we just collect them and release them.
Okay. But in terms of the autopsy itself, are you present or a pathologist is present for every stage of the autopsy?
Yes, and if I'm supervising, then I am present to see every injury, every significant finding for that case.
Okay. When you upload photos from a case to your system, are those photos altered or edited in any way?
No.
Okay. Can you explain the process of an internal examination a little bit more to the jury?
Yeah, an internal examination is what I'm sure we've all seen on TV, right? With the Y incision that's made on the front of a person's body. Then we access the organs of the chest and the abdomen. Those organs are removed and examined individually by the doctor, as well as examining the cavities where those organs were for injuries. That's for the chest and abdomen. We will also open the head, remove the brain, and examine the skull and the brain for any injuries or disease.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add about either the external examination or the internal examination before we move on?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about additional testing that you may perform or are asked to be performed after the external and internal examinations. What sort of testing or follow-up analysis might you order in a case?
We often will order toxicology testing from either blood or another specimen from the individual who died. That will get sent to another laboratory and the results will be reported back to me. Sometimes we also look at little pieces of tissue under the microscope to find things that I wouldn't see with my eyes at the exam, and I would have to only see that way.
Okay. What does toxicology mean?
Toxicology is testing of a specimen for the presence of drugs or alcohol.
And what specimens do you routinely test from a person's body for drugs or alcohol?
Most commonly the blood and the urine.
Okay. And when you send those specimens off for testing and receive those reports back, do you rely on those reports in formulating your opinion in cases?
Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. If there was not a readily apparent cause of death at the time of the autopsy, then I will depend on those toxicology results.
Okay. Can they still inform your opinion, even if there is a readily apparent cause of death?
Sometimes.
Okay, thank you. And are those toxicology results performed by another state agency or state accredited lab?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to talk a little bit about bodies in general. Can you explain a couple concepts to the jury? One would be the concept of blood pressure. What does it mean to have a blood pressure?
So we have blood vessels in our body. We can think of them as pipes. In order to move water through a pipe, there has to be some type of pressure. You have to turn on the faucet. Our bodies operate the same way. In order for blood to flow through blood vessels, there has to be some type of pressure that pumps that blood through the vessels, and that pressure is generated by the heart.
Okay. So what happens if the heart is not beating?
Then you would not have a blood pressure.
Okay. And what does that mean in terms of how someone bleeds or doesn't bleed, in terms of if the heart is beating and you have a blood pressure versus if the heart is not bleeding and you are deceased and do not have a blood pressure?
If you sustain an injury while your heart is not beating, then that injury will not bleed. If you sustain an injury while your heart is beating, then you will bleed.
If there is an open injury on an individual who's deceased, can blood still exit the body?
Sometimes.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
If there's blood in a cavity of the body, like our chest cavity where our lungs sit, and there's a hole connecting that cavity to the outside, sometimes blood can seep through that hole from where it was existing in the cavity to outside the body.
Okay. So can gravity and access to, through a hole help blood exit the body even after someone's dead?
It makes it a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the concept of scabbing. What is a scab?
A scab is a crust that our body forms on an injury to help it heal and to help it stop bleeding.
Okay. Do dead people form scabs?
Scabs are not formed after death, no.
Generally speaking, how long, are you able to say how long it takes for scabs to form?
Generally speaking, I think of scabs as forming after one sleep, so about a day. That being said, there can be variability in how big the injury is and then how noticeable the scab is.
Sure. Do you have training in tool mark identification? You said that you teach a little bit on you teach on sharp force injuries?
I do teach on how to assess and measure and interpret sharp force injuries on the body. I do not have training in analyzing a tool for marks on a tool.
Okay. So if something had like a serrated versus a smooth edge, that would not be something you would offer an opinion on?
I'm trained to identify features of wounds on the body caused by serrated knives versus not, but just strictly assessing injuries on a body, not assessing a knife itself.
I see. So if I brought you two separate knives and said which one was used in this case, that would be not something you would render an opinion on?
Correct.
Okay. But you could talk about the injuries as they appear on the body and the measurements and associated conclusions from those measurements and observations?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Before we turn to this case that you're here to testify on, is there anything else about the autopsy process or the process of death and dying that you feel the jury should understand?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Turn to this case. Are you familiar with a case involving an individual named Grace Jennings?
Yes, I am.
how are you familiar with that case?
This, Ms. Jennings had an autopsy performed in 2022, specifically October 31st, 2022, by one of my forensic pathology fellows, Dr. D. Pasquale. I supervised that examination, and then I finalized the autopsy report determining a cause and manner of death.
Okay. So in terms of supervising, you were present for every important stage of the autopsy?
I viewed Ms. Jennings as she was received with her clothing still on her body. I reviewed her body after that clothing was removed, and then I reviewed her body after her body was washed. I saw every injury that was on her body, and I also reviewed her internal injuries as well.
Thank you. In this case, were you able to observe enough injuries and enough data points to draw a conclusion as to cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your ultimate opinion as to cause and manner of death?
Ms. Jennings' cause of death is sharp force injuries, and her manner of death is homicide.
What's a stab wound versus an incised wound?
Stab wounds and incised wounds are both sharp force injuries. A stab wound is deeper than it is long, and an incised wound is longer than it is deep. A stab wound is exactly what we all can probably visualize, a deep wound caused by a sharp object, and an incised wound is a cut or a slice of the skin.
Thank you. Can you, let's now turn to Grace's autopsy and discuss that. What were your overall findings about Grace in terms of her stages of development, nutrition, or nourishment, the overall initial observations?
Ms. Jennings was a healthy appearing 21-year-old woman. She was thin, but she otherwise looked like a normal 21-year-old woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when she arrived, was there any evidence of attempts at medical intervention or medical assessment prior to arrival at OMI?
Not significantly. I believe she may have had an EKG pad or a sticky sticker that EMS places on her leg, but otherwise she did not have any significant medical intervention, no.
Okay. Any evidence of any sort of underlying natural diseases that would have been involved in your opinion?
She was a healthy young woman on my exam.
Okay. Can you very generally describe the overall injuries to Ms. Jennings, and then we'll review them in more detail?
Ms. Jennings had multiple sharp force injuries on her body. She had 12 stab wounds and at least 8 incised wounds, so 12 stabs and 8 slices. She also had additional incised wounds on both of her hands, so greater than 20 sharp force injuries.
Okay. And I see in your report you have the evidence of injuries broken down in categories from A to U, as in umbrella. Is that an appropriate methodology to take in terms of talking about her injuries?
Yes.
Okay. So injury category A, what was that?
If it's okay, I'd like to refresh my memory with my report so I can track along with you.
Sure. Your Honor, given that Dr. Helmrich is an expert witness, we'd ask that she be able to utilize her report from the counsel table. Both parties have that report.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the wound on Ms. Jennings' body that was designated A is an incised wound or a cut that was on the right side of her neck.
Okay. And I guess I should back up. Are you able to make determinations if injuries are rendered before, during, or after someone dies?
Sometimes we can say that and sometimes we can't.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
Just like we talked about earlier with having a blood pressure, if a person sustains an injury while they have a blood pressure, that injury will be bloody in the tissues. If they sustain that injury after their heart has stopped beating, then that injury will not be bloody in the tissues.
Okay. What can make something indeterminate? Why would you sometimes not be able to render an opinion on if it was before or after death?
It can sometimes be hard to put an injury definitively in one of those categories if a person sustains an injury while they have a very low blood pressure, so when they are dying actively, or if the injury is very small and doesn't involve much tissue, then it can also be hard to say.
Okay, thank you. As to the category A, the wound on the right upper side of the neck, are you able to offer an opinion as to whether that was before or after death?
The wound on the right upper side of her neck, designated A, is most likely post-mortem, meaning it occurred while Ms. Jennings did not have a blood pressure.
Okay. And why do you draw that conclusion?
The tissues in that area were not as bloody as I would expect for injuries sustained in a living person.
Thank you. As to category B, what injury did you classify under category B?
Category B is a stab wound of the right side of the neck that was underneath wound A.
Would you mind gesturing on your own neck and body where A is and where B would be?
Sure. So wound A was an incised cut.
And for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to kind of point under your ear along your right jawline, sort of. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And category B?
Stab wound B was located underneath that, somewhere in this general area.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to point kind of on the right side of your neck, about midway between your neck and collarbone, or jaw and collarbone?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Okay. What information can you give to the jury about that penetrating stab wound to the neck?
The stab wound B on the right side of Ms. Jennings' neck also I favor to be post-mortem, meaning it occurred after she died. The tissues were not as bloody as I would expect for a living person.
Okay. Are you able to make a determination as to the direction of that injury?
Yes, referring to my report, wound B, stab wound B, was right to left and downwards.
Thank you. Going to category C, what was that injury?
Wound C was another stab wound of Ms. Jennings' neck. This time, this stab wound was located on the left upper part of her neck in this general area.
And again, for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to point on your left jawline, or just below your jawline.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Were you able to, what information about the path of that injury can you provide to the jury?
Referring to my report, that direction that the knife took once it entered her body was left to right and slightly downwards.
Okay. And you just used the word knife. Is that a conclusory statement about the type of implement that was used?
No, that's me just using a broad term for a sharp object.
Right. Okay. Were there any internal injuries associated with category C, this penetrating stab wound of the left neck?
Nothing significant. This wound did injure her airway, but I do favor that that's a after-death injury.
Okay. Moving to category D, this is in Delta. What was that?
Wound D was another stab wound of Ms. Jennings' neck that was located on the bottom part of her neck, somewhere in this area.
And you're gesturing right between your collarbones at the very base of your neck, top of your chest. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And what can you tell the jury about any associated injuries and direction of the injury?
For the direction for this wound was front to back and downwards. This wound cut Ms. Jennings' right carotid artery. That's a large artery that is comes from our chest and then extends up through our neck to our head. This wound occurred after she had died.
And why do you form the opinion that that carotid injury would have happened after she died?
This is one of the wounds that I can be definitive about. The carotid artery is a large artery, and if you have a blood pressure, it will bleed a lot. So the absence of bleeding in that area means her heart was not beating when she sustained that wound.
Okay. Have you reviewed photographs from the scene of death?
Yes.
Okay. And in those photographs, there's blood in a spot on an area on the floor, and there's blood on bed and bedding. Did you review those photographs?
I did.
Okay. To a layperson, that may appear like a very bloody scene. To a medical investigator, how bloody does that scene appear to you?
It's kind of hard to say. There's such a spectrum, and it depends on how many wounds a person has, but the amount of blood at the scene was within what I would expect for a person who died from sharp force injuries.
Would you have expected more blood on the scene if the carotid injury had been while Grace was alive?
I hesitate to answer that without having seen the scene myself, but it's possible that that was not enough blood. I've definitely seen more blood at a scene with a person who is has a wound of the neck with a carotid injury. Yeah.
Thank you. But it is your opinion that that carotid injury was postmortem?
Yes.
Moving to a category of wounds that are defined as a wound track. What's a wound track?
A wound track is a path through the tissues and organs of the body that connects to things. So for a sharp force injury, that would be the path that a sharp object takes once it enters the body. What did it pass through inside of the body?
Okay, so if I stabbed through my hand with my pen, would one side be, say, A, and the other side could be B to form that wound path?
Exactly.
Okay. For the first wound path broken down into category E and L, where were those entry and exit wounds located on Grace's body?
Yes, Ms. Jennings had 2 holes on her body on her left upper shoulder area. One of those was on the front upper shoulder. The other was on the back upper shoulder. And those 2 holes on her skin connected through a path inside of her body.
Okay. Did that wound path, E as in echo, L to Lima, involve any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
No, although the designation E also includes a separate stab wound, that did.
Okay. And where did that separate stab wound under category E fall?
That separate stab wound was on the front of her left shoulder, beneath the other hole, also designated E. That stab wound entered her left chest cavity.
For purposes of the record, you've taken your right arm and crossed over your chest and designated to your left upper shoulder and then below, or where your shoulder and your chest kind of connect, and below that point for the second stab wound. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I misuse the term for a body part, please correct.
I will, yes.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to inform the jury about regarding either category E or the wound track from E to L?
No, just that it may be confusing, but what we just discussed was 2 separate stab wounds.
But because of their general area, you broke E, you categorized 2 wounds under E because they were in the same area?
Exactly.
All right. So now going to category F, as in Frank, and its wound track into N, through N as in Nancy. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, this also represents 2 separate stab wounds. So Ms. Jennings had 2 stab wounds on the front of her chest. That's designated with the letter F. One of those wounds traveled through and was associated with a hole on her right upper back. Another stab wound, the second stab wound of F, just entered into her chest and did not come out her back.
Did those wounds involve any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
Yes, the wound F that also was associated with a wound on her right upper back injured her right lung, and she had a little bit of blood in her chest cavity and air in her chest cavity from that.
Okay. Why is it bad to have blood and air in your chest cavity?
Our lungs need certain pressures to be able to stay open. That's how we breathe. So when something enters the chest cavity like a wound, our lung can collapse, and that would make it very difficult for a person to breathe if an entire lung collapses.
Would this wound F and the F to N, would these be fatal injuries?
They could be, yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether these injuries were inflicted while she was alive or deceased?
I do favor that these two separate wounds, F, could certainly have occurred while she was alive. It's my opinion that it's most likely that that's what happened.
Okay. Is there anything else about these categories of injuries before we move on to G and associated wound tract M?
No.
Okay, then let's talk about category G as in golf and M as in Mike.
G and M is one stab wound that is also associated with two holes on Miss Jennings' body. So there was a sharp force hole on the skin of her upper back, and that connected to a small hole on the front of her right shoulder. And that wound was a sharp force injury. Yeah.
Are you able to say the entry and exit point for the wound tracks? For example, are you able to say that the whether it's a knife or sword, that the sharp instrument used entered through the back and exited the front, or vice versa?
For Miss Jennings, perforating wounds, meaning the wounds that both entered and exited her body, this is the only wound that I can say the direction. The direction for this wound was back to front.
Thank you. Did this category, or did this stab wound, G to M, impact any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
It also injured her lungs.
And do you have an opinion on whether this was inflicted prior or after death?
This is one that is possible that it happened while she was alive.
Okay. Anything else about the G to M wound track that you would like the jury to know?
No.
Okay. Let's move on to category H. What was category H?
Category H was a very small cut on Miss Jennings' body that was located on her right arm, almost the front part of her right shoulder near the armpit.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on, you said it was a very small wound, but are you able to form an opinion on whether it was pre or post-mortem?
I can't be definitive about if this one occurred while she was alive or not, no.
Okay. Let's move on to category I, as in India. What is category I?
Category I represents multiple cuts on Miss Jennings' hand, on her right hand specifically. She had cuts on the front of her index and middle fingers. She had a cut on her palm near the base of her thumb, and she had a cut at the base of where her pinky is on her palm. She also had a cut on the side of her pinky. And so group I represents all of these hand cuts.
And for purposes of the record, you just held up your right hand and used your left index finger to demonstrate where those injuries were on your own hand.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether these were pre or post-mortem?
These injuries occurred while Miss Jennings was alive.
And why do you say that?
The tissues were bloody and bruised in these areas, and that would only happen if her heart was pumping.
Let's move to group J, as in Juliet. What injury cluster or group is that?
Group J represents multiple cuts on Miss Jennings' left hand. Those were located on the front of her index, middle, and ring fingers. They were also located on her palm, and then she had a small cut on the back of her middle finger.
Do you have an opinion on whether those wounds were sustained while she was alive or deceased?
These cuts on her left hand were also while she was alive.
Why do you draw that conclusion?
The tissues were bloody, and so she had to have had a blood pressure.
Category K is in kilo. What injury or group of injuries fell into category K?
K is just a single cut or incised wound on the front of Miss Jennings' right knee.
Okay. Would that be a fatal injury?
No.
Okay. And do you have an opinion on whether that was sustained while alive or deceased?
This one was not extremely bloody, but it was very fatty, and so I think it's possible that this could have happened while she was alive or after she died.
Okay. We've talked about L, M, and N as it corresponds to the wound tracks, so let's go to group O as in Oscar. What is group O?
Group O is a cluster of 3 stab wounds on Miss Jennings' lower back. They were very close together, and these just entered her body and did not exit her body.
Okay. Did these injuries involve any important organs or structures within Grace's body?
They injured her spleen, which is one of the organs that lives in our abdomen, and then it also caused bleeding in the tissues around the spleen.
Okay. Did it injure any of her ribs?
Yes.
Can you please just explain that to the jury?
Yes, so just referring back to my report, some of the stab wounds of her chest as well as these 3 stab wounds would injure her ribs as a sharp object travels through the area. And so for this cluster group O, she had some injury to her left lower ribs of her left lower back.
Okay. Can you describe the wound tracks?
Yes, so for this cluster of 3 stab wounds on her lower back, the wounds entered through the tissues of her back, entered her abdominal cavity from behind, and then went between some of her ribs and cut her spleen and her diaphragm. That's the muscle that we use to breathe.
All right. Would these injuries have been fatal?
They could have been.
And do you have an opinion as to whether these were sustained while alive or deceased? I may have asked you that already for this category. I apologize.
That's okay. You didn't, but I do favor that these occurred while she was alive, given the presence of bleeding in the tissues. And she also had some blood in her abdominal cavity.
Okay. Let's move to category P as in Papa. What was that category?
Category P is a cut or a slice of the left lower part of Miss Jennings' neck.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on whether that would have been pre or post-mortem?
This wound occurred after she had died.
And why do you say that?
Because this area would have been very bloody if it was injured while she was alive, and it wasn't.
Okay. Going to category Q. What did you observe that you classified as category Q?
Wound Q is just a single cut or incised wound on the back of her left shoulder that just injured the skin and the underlying fat.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on whether this was pre or post-mortem?
I favor that this occurred after she died, but I can't be definitive.
Going to category R as in Romeo. What injury was this?
R is a stab wound of Miss Jennings' right side of her belly, and that wound traveled into her abdominal cavity, injured her diaphragm, that breathing muscle, and also damaged her liver.
Could these injuries have been fatal?
Yes.
And were these injuries sustained pre or post-mortem?
I cannot say for sure one way or another for this wound. It's possible that she had been alive, but it's also possible that she hadn't.
Let's move to category S as in Sierra. What injury or category formed S?
S is a single slice wound or a cut of the back left portion of Miss Jennings' scalp on the back of her head.
Can you please gesture on your own body where that would be?
In the general area.
Okay. And you've just used your left hand to demonstrate kind of just above your ear line, further back on your head. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what can you tell the jury about this injury?
This injury just injured the skin and the underlying tissues, and there was not a significant amount of associated bleeding. I do favor this occurred after she had died.
Okay. What was the state of her hair around that injury? Do you recall?
I don't recall off my recollection. I don't. Yeah.
We're going to look at the photos in a little bit. Will that help you remember?
It could, but we also shaved the hair to see the wound, so it may not, but I'll try.
Thank you. I guess I should have asked that question, whether you altered the hair as part of your autopsy.
We did.
Going to category T as in tango, what injury or injuries fell into category T?
Category T was another slice or a cut on the back of Miss Jennings' neck, kind of where our scalp will meet our neck.
Can you gesture on your body where that is? And you've just lifted up your hair and used your right hand to point almost directly in the back at the base of your skull. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a verbal answer.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have an opinion, or did this damage any structures or organs?
Just the tissues and skin.
And do you have an opinion as to whether category T is an injury that would have been inflicted pre or post mortem?
This injury also occurred after she had died.
Let's go to category U. What is category U, the final category of injury?
U is a single slice or cut wound of Miss Jennings' back of her head. This was located on the right part of her scalp above her right ear.
All right. And does this injury appear similar, kind of mirroring injury S?
Yes.
Okay. So there's kind of two slice wounds, one on each side of her head above her ears?
Yes.
Right. Would this injury have been inflicted pre or post mortem?
This injury also occurred after she had died.
And that's because of the lack of bleeding in the tissues?
Yes.
So we've talked about a number of injuries and a number of ones that could or could not be fatal. Can you just explain to the jury how did Grace die? What was injured that led to her death?
So Miss Jennings had wounds on her hands, cuts on her hands that occurred while she was still alive. So she was in contact with a sharp object while her heart was beating. She had wounds of her head and neck that largely occurred after she had died, and she had wounds of her chest and back and abdomen that at least one of these had occurred while she was alive. She had blood in her abdominal cavity and some blood in her chest cavity, and that would really kind of only happen if she had been alive while she sustained these. So at least one of the wounds of her chest and abdomen caused her death.
And how specifically? Did she bleed out? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so Ms. Jennings, first and foremost, had air in both of her chest cavities, so both of her lungs were collapsed. If that had occurred on either side of her chest, that could have caused her death, but it occurred on both sides of her chest, and so that certainly could have been fatal. Her lungs would not have been able to expand to allow her to breathe, especially in combination with injury to her diaphragm, that muscle that helps us breathe. She also had injury to her spleen, which was associated with some bleeding in the tissues nearby. So she did have some blood loss in the tissues at that area. And then she had a little bit of blood loss in her belly and her chest cavities.
Are you able to form an opinion on how long it would have taken Grace to die from the time that the fatal injuries were inflicted? How long from when the fatal injuries were inflicted until she would be dead?
Miss Jennings did not have any immediately fatal wounds, so it would have taken her at least a couple of minutes to die.
Thank you. Is there anything else you would like the jury to understand about the injuries before we view the injuries?
No.
I guess quickly, in terms of after your autopsy, did your office collect specimens that were sent for toxicology testing?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you receive the results of that toxicology testing from the state certified laboratory?
Yes,
Okay. And did you review those as part of your case?
I did.
Okay. And what specimen was analyzed and what, if anything, resulted in the toxicology testing?
And just to clarify, it was not the state laboratory that performed this testing. It was another laboratory that we send all of our toxicology to, an accredited lab called NMS Laboratories.
Thank you. So, but it is an accredited lab that the Office of the Medical Investigator uses?
Yes.
Okay. And you rely on their test results as part of your expertise, right? Forming expert opinions?
Yes, us and other medical examiners across the country.
Okay. Yeah. So what specimens were analyzed and what, if any, positive results came through?
Ms. Jennings, we sent her blood and urine to this laboratory for testing. They did not detect any common drugs or alcohol in her blood at the time of death. They did detect cannabinoids, which is similar to marijuana in a lay term, in her urine only. So that was not present in her blood, but it was present in her urine.
What does the fact that it was present in her urine but not her blood tell you?
It means that that substance would have had no effect on her at the time of her death because it was not circulating in her body. She had used cannabinoids at some point, and it was now just sitting in her urine as it had passed through her body, her kidneys.
So in other words, Grace would have been sober at the time of death. Is that fair?
Yes, there was nothing detected in her blood.
Thank you. Dr. Helmrich, we've talked about photos taken in the course of this case. Have you had the opportunity to review some of the photos from your case today?
Yes.
Okay. And again, once those photos are taken during time of the autopsy, contemporaneously with the autopsy, are they edited or altered in any way prior to being uploaded to your system?
No.
Okay. And then shared with the state or the parties?
Correct.
Just refresh myself for a moment on which exhibit number I'm on. 82?
82.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I just showed it to defense.
Yes.
Dr. Helmrich, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. Do you recognize what I'm holding in my hand?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 82?
This is a disc that I had reviewed the photos of yesterday and signed my name and dated the disc myself. Yeah.
And do you recall approximately how many photographs are on this disc, State's 82?
I don't recall. It was less than 100.
Okay.
Yes, more than 10, less than 100.
Does 24 sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what are the photographs that are on this disc?
These are photographs taken at the time of Miss Jennings' autopsy.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict Grace's body as it appeared during the time of autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's 82.
Any objection to 82?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
82 is admitted. Counsel, approach before
Yes,
you
please.
publish, if that's what you're going to do next.
So obviously they're not going to they're not going to show these photos. I don't know if they're going to just let the media know again. Not sure. But I know they've already told the media, don't show certain photos. When crime scene photos were shown, the media didn't show Grace, but my goodness, she was just hacked. Even dead, even after death, she was hacked up. So Kiara's going to testify on Monday along with a forensic
I'd like to talk a little bit about time of death. Are you able to form an opinion, first, what does it mean for someone to be pronounced dead and the pronounced time of death as it relates to your office?
The official pronounced time of death is very rarely ever the actual time that a person dies in the context of cases that we investigate at my office. It is simply the time that our investigator pronounced the person deceased at the scene. So they may have died sometime before, but then our investigator takes time to get there and pronounce. So it is usually delayed after the actual time of death.
So what is the date and time of her pronounced time of death, understanding that that's not when Grace actually died?
Yes, so referring to my report, Ms. Jennings was pronounced on October 29th, 2022 at 10:15 p.m.
Okay. And that would reflect when the Office of the Medical Investigator arrived at the scene and pronounced her himself.
Exactly.
Are you able to offer an opinion as to the actual time of her death, when that would have occurred when that would have occurred?
Unfortunately, there's not a scientific way that I can do that accurately. Ms. Jennings did not have any changes of decomposition of her body, so she had not died days before, but I can't scientifically say an exact time that she had died.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to publish States 82.
Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, the photographs that are about to be published are graphic in nature. So if you believe you'll have any difficulty viewing these, now is the appropriate time to leave. And then you can come back into the courtroom once we go through this part of the hearing. Okay, Ms. Murphy.
Your Honor. If I may just get a little bit of tech support to play them off the drive so they're not slow to load. Is it here? Yeah, I'll let you do it. Oh. So, Your Honor, the same images that are contained on 82 are contained and numbered the exact same way on states or on the state's drive. I'm looking at them now and have verified that they're the same. I'm just going to place 82 over here. And I should have asked before I admitted, you stated that these are a fair and accurate depiction of the way she looked after death. Have Grace's genitals and nipples been blurred in these photos?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's start with image 1 of 24. All right. Can we see in image 1?
Here we're looking at Ms. Jennings' body after her clothing has been removed and her body has been washed. We have our OMI designator label beneath her belly button, and we can see that she has multiple sharp force injuries on her neck, her shoulders, and her chest.
Right. Are these injuries later designated using like evidence markers that corresponded to your category of injury that you broke them down?
Yes, they're designated by the alphabetical letters.
Okay. Let's go to image 2. What can we see in image 2?
This is Ms. Jennings after we have washed her body, and we can see, again, multiple sharp force injuries on the back of her head, the back of her neck, and her back.
Those will be designated with evidence markers as well?
Yes.
And image 3?
We're looking at Miss Jennings, the front of the lower part of her legs and her feet, and we can see one incised wound on the front of her right knee.
All right. Image 4, what can we see and what has been added to this image by you or your office?
Now we are viewing her neck, some of her neck injuries closer up. We have added the letter designators to each injury that we had discussed earlier.
Okay. And I see injury A, that designation, and you've determined that that is a postmortem injury?
Yes.
Okay. Injury B, down below that, and that one you designated as postmortem?
Yes.
Okay. And please correct me if I get that wrong on my notes.
Sure.
We can see below that D, and you designated that as postmortem?
Yes.
Okay. And E is visible as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that E, or at least part of E, has a wound track that corresponds to the back, which would be L. Is that correct?
Yes, the part of E that is designated to the wound on the back is the wound we're seeing just above the letter E label.
And then the subsequent one below, is that visible in a different photo?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to image 5. What can we see in image 5?
Here we're looking at the left side of Miss Jennings' neck and her upper chest. We can still see wound D that we just looked at, but now we can also see wound C on the left upper part of her neck at the jawline. That's a stab wound.
Okay. And that stab wound, is it your opinion that that was either postmortem or close in time to death? Or
Yes, exactly. This wound did not occur while her heart was fully pumping.
There are some other injuries that are visible in this. I think we can see G and I. Are there other images that depict those better, or would you like to speak to those now?
I believe there may be other images that show those better.
All right, let's go to image 6. What can you see in image 6?
Here we can again see stab wounds C and D on Ms. Jennings' neck that we just discussed. We can also see wound G. That is a very small wound that is connected to a larger wound on the right upper part of her back. We can also see 2 wounds designated by the letter F on the front of her chest. The upper wound of F connected to a wound on her upper back. The lower wound of F ended in her tissues. It did not exit her body.
Okay, and her nipples have been blurred out in this photo, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about G having a coordinating wound track. That would be M that enters on the back?
Exactly. G is where a sharp object came out of her body from another location on her back where it entered.
Going to image 7, what is depicted in image 7?
Here we're looking at the front part of Ms. Jennings' left shoulder where it meets our left upper chest. These are the 2 stab wounds designated E. The upper wound above the label is associated with a wound on her left upper back. The wound to the right of both labels, just above her armpit, that entered into her left chest cavity and caused an injury to her left lung.
And I believe you stated that E had that coordinating track to wound L. Is there a close-up of L on her back that you're aware of?
Yes.
Go to image 8. Is that L?
Yes, L connects inside of her body to E on the front of her left shoulder.
Thank you. All right, going to image 9. What can we see in image 9?
Here we can again see stab wound D on the bottom of her neck. We can see that exit sharp force injury G on the front of her right armpit. And then we can also again see the 2 wounds F. And again, that upper one is associated with a defect on her back, and the lower one just goes into her tissues.
And the coordinating defect on the back that corresponded would be N as in November.
Yes.
Going to image 10, what can you see in this photo?
Here we're looking at Miss Jennings' back, specifically the right side of her back, and we can see multiple stab wounds. On the upper middle part of her back, to the left of the letter M, we can see that wound that is associated with the small wound G on the front of her right shoulder. That sharp object entered as M and exited as G. We can also see N on the right upper back, the wound to the left of that label N, that is associated, connects inside the body to one of those stab wounds on the front of her chest, designated F. And then we can also see O, that's located on her lower back. O is 3 stab wounds very close together that entered her abdomen.
Okay, going to image 11, what can we see here?
What we're looking at in this photograph is the front of the chest. So after we make a Y incision, we have a rib cage that encases our lungs and protects our lungs. We have to take that rib cage off to see the lungs, and so that is the front of the rib cage after we have removed that from Miss Jennings' body. On this rib cage, which is the front of her chest, we can see multiple injuries caused by her stab wounds.
Can you please just identify the general location for those stab wounds?
Correct. So the left portion of this tissue is actually the front right portion of Miss Jennings' chest. The left side of this photo, the right side of this photo would be her left side of her chest. And so we can see a large hole on the front that is associated with that upper stab wound F that then connected to that injury on her right upper back N. We can also see bleeding on the surface. That would be the right lower surface of her chest cavity, her chest wall, and that has bleeding there. So that suggests to me that she likely had some blood pressure while she sustained that wound. That's that second stab wound, F, in the group of 2. We also have a third injury here. This is on the right side of the image. There is a hole in her chest wall, and that is associated with that second stab wound, E, that was on the front of her left shoulder.
Thank you. Let's go to image 12, excuse me.
Here we're looking at the front right shoulder of Miss Jennings' body, and we can again see that wound G that is associated with that defect on her upper back. This is where a sharp injury came out of her body. And then we also have a small wound H that's on her right arm. It's possible that those two are connected. If something came out of G and then continued onward to poke her skin H, that's a possibility.
Okay, so like if her right arm was kind of across her chest or something?
That could be one possibility, yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to image 13.
Here we're looking at just a close-up photograph of stab wound D before her body has been cleaned, and this is that stab wound of her lower neck that occurred after she had died.
Image 14.
Here we're looking at the front, the palm of Ms. Jennings' left hand. In this photo, we can see multiple cuts spanning across her index, middle, and ring fingers on the front of her left hand. These happened while she was alive. She also has a cut at the base of her thumb that we can see.
I can see that her hand appears bloody. Is this before the cleanup process of the autopsy?
Correct.
Image 15.
Here we're looking at a cut on the front of Ms. Jennings' right knee.
And you stated that this one would not have been fatal, and you're not able to definitively say if this was pre or post-mortem?
Correct to both of those things, yes.
16.
Here we're now looking at Ms. Jennings' back. Again, we're focusing on the left side of her back, and we can see, again, that wound M on her upper back that had entered here as M and exited as G on the front of her right shoulder. We also have another wound we have not seen yet. That is wound P. So just to the right of that label with the letter P is a very small, almost a puncture wound of her skin that did not damage anything other than her skin. And then we can also see a little bit of L on her left back. The label's cut off by this photo, but on the back of her left shoulder is L that is associated with that front E wound on the front of her shoulder.
Okay. Above P, we can see a partial injury. Is that injury depicted better in subsequent photos?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see in image 17?
In 17, we can see another injury now. This is wound Q. We're looking at the top of Ms. Jennings' left shoulder. And this was just a very small cut that only injured her skin.
Okay. Image 18, can you orient the jury to where we are on Grace's body and then what you can see in image 18?
We're looking at the lower right side of Ms. Jennings' body. So her head and shoulders would be above this photo. Her legs and feet would be below this photo. Her back is on the left side of the photo, and then her belly is on the right side of the photo. So she's on a table face down, and we're looking at the right side of her body, specifically her hip and her belly.
And what evidence label do we see?
Here we have wound R. To the right of that label is a stab wound. This is the wound that injured her diaphragm and her liver.
This looks like a relatively small wound. Is it a significant wound?
Yes, this damaged her liver. And so, right, this may have been one of the wounds she sustained while she was still alive because she had blood in her abdominal cavity.
And I just clicked to image 19. Is this a close-up of R?
Yes.
Now let's go to image 20. What can we see here?
Here we're looking at Ms. Jennings' liver after it has been removed from her body, and we can see a large cut on her liver that is associated with that stab wound R we just saw on the right side of her belly.
Okay. How deep into Grace's body would this have had to, did the wound go, or the implement that created the wound go in order to make this injury?
It would have to have traveled at least through the fat that we have on our bellies, as well as through the tissues of that breathing muscle and the liver tissue itself. So it was pretty deep, yeah.
Going to image 21 of 24, what can we see here?
Here we're looking at the back of Ms. Jennings' head. We're looking at the left back of her head, and we can see multiple injuries on her head and neck.
Okay, can you please speak with the jury about injury S, as in Sierra?
So S is on Ms. Jennings' scalp behind her left ear. That's a slice or a cut that favors most likely postmortem. There was not as much bleeding into this tissue as I would expect for a person if they were alive when they sustained that.
And we can see that Ms. Jennings' hair has been shaved. You stated that the Office of the Medical Investigator did that?
Yes, the pathologist, Dr. DePasquale, under my supervision, did that. We have to shave the hair of individuals to see injuries and classify injuries, so that's part of our autopsy.
This injury almost looks like it has a hook shape. Can you explain why it's not a hook shape?
So there's a very small piece of skin that's attaching together, almost like a bridge of skin between two pieces of skin. And this it can be seen if skin is sliced, but not sliced all the way through. So there's still a small attachment at the bottom.
So the blade would have gone kind of along the side of her scalp and underneath that flap we kind of see.
That could certainly explain that, yeah.
Going to image 22.
Here we're looking at another slice or cut that occurred after Ms. Jennings had died. This is on the back of her neck, mostly involving the right back of her neck.
23.
We can again see wound S, that right behind her right ear. And I believe I misspoke, I apologize. S is on the left side of her head, T is on the right. So S on the left, T on the right, and then we have P, that very small wound that's on her upper back that just injured her skin.
And T would have been inflicted after she was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to say whether the injury to T would be inflicted with one swing or more than one swing or slice or stabs of an object? Are you able to multiple attempts in that area or offer any opinion on the number of stabs or slashes or swings?
It's possible it was just one, and it's possible it was more.
Going to image 24, our final image.
Here we can see, again, that wound T we just discussed on the back of her neck, mostly on the right back of her neck. We can see a new wound U. That's another slice on her right scalp above her right ear. And then we can also see a stab wound under her right jawline. All of these wounds happened after she had died.
Thank you. We can turn off those photos. Given the depth of the and the penetrating nature of the injuries that Grace sustained, are you able to offer an opinion as to whether these injuries are consistent with the use of a long blade, such as a sword?
Specifically, the wounds that both entered and exited her body, that would have had to have been a long blade to sustain those. The other stab wounds that only entered her body, it can be difficult to say. Wound R that was on her right body into her liver, that would have been a longer blade. I can say that for that one.
Thank you. Are you able to offer an opinion on the amount of time that it would take an individual to inflict, or individuals, a person or persons, to inflict this number of injuries given the distribution and multitude of directions?
It would not be immediate. That's what I can say.
And you said it would have taken minutes from the onset of the fatal injuries for her to have been deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Would the injuries to her lungs have made it difficult or impossible to talk or yell?
Not necessarily. It would have made it difficult for her to breathe.
And you stated that your opinion as to cause and manner of death is what?
Cause of death is sharp force injuries, and manner of death is homicide.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Helmrich. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness. As I gather my things. May I return the questions?
Yes. How is everyone in the jury box doing? Do we need a break or are you ready to continue? We'll continue then. We'll have cross-examination. Counsel, please come up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Hi.
I just wanted do you guys mind if I close this?
No.
You had said you testified about 40 times?
Yes.
Are those all here in New Mexico?
One time was in Arizona, but the rest have been in New Mexico. Yeah.
And going back to what year, if you remember?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh, since I've been tracking?
Yes.
I would say probably around 2020 would have been the first time I had a jury trial.
Okay.
Or hearing, yeah.
Gotcha. So this won't take me long. Again, Ms. Murphy has to do the hard part, and so I'll get you through this pretty quickly. There's a couple areas I want to cover. First, it sounds like there was 7 wounds total on the head and neck. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And 10 on the torso?
I would have to refresh my
Please do.
recollection.
And
Thank
please
you.
do.
There were 9 wounds on the torso.
And then it sounds like 1 on the right arm?
Yes, if we're not counting the right shoulder, 1 on the right arm. Yes.
Okay, when you say not counting the 1 on the shoulder, is that part of the torso? Are you counting, is it part of the 9 on the torso?
I do, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and then 2 on the hands, 1 on each hand?
There's multiple ways we can count those, right? So we can count the multiple slices across the fingers as 1 wound, or we could count them as 3. But if we're counting the slice across multiple fingers, she had, as 1 wound, she had 7 total incised wounds on her hands. Both hands.
Both hands?
Yeah.
And then the 1 on her knee?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so 14, 23, 7, 8. So 31 total. That's my math.
Let me do my math. I'm getting 27.
27 to 31, okay. We'll go with your math, 27.
Sounds good.
And together, all of these wounds are lethal. So if they were all inflicted at the same time, that entire infliction would probably cause her death in and of itself.
Well, certainly some of the wounds on their own could have caused her death by themselves, but yes, generally speaking, when things are occurring at, may be occurring at the same time, we lump them together as a cause of death.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll go through the ones that could, in and of themselves, cause death. You kind of did, but we'll just recover those. So let's just do that now. How about wound C? Could wound C have been lethal in and of itself?
That's one of the wounds that occurred after she had died, so no.
But if that wound would have occurred to her before a pre-mortem, could that have killed her?
So hypothetically, if that wound happened while she was alive, which it did not, that one could have caused death on its own.
And wound D, could that have been lethal in and of itself as well?
Yes, but again, that happened after she died, but that one certainly would have caused her death.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that one went into the neck about 2.5 inches, right?
Yes. Let me double check that.
I think you used centimeters. I had to do a conversion.
Yes, I am not familiar with the conversion without a calculator, but 6.1 centimeters was how deep that was.
And the unlabeled wound that's on the left shoulder, that to me, after your direct testimony, sounds like it's actually one of the 2 E's. Is that right?
Exactly. E is a group of 2 stab wounds. So when I testified, I said both of those were E. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And the one that's on lower, could that one have been fatal in and of itself?
If it happened while she was alive, yes.
And you had testified that wounds F and N are connected in the body.
Yes.
Kind of like a blade may have gone through to connect them.
Yes.
But in this instance, am I understanding that you can't tell the entrance and the exit part?
Exactly. For that wound, I cannot say where a sharp object entered or exited. It's not like a gunshot wound where I can determine entrance and exit. Sharp force injuries are not that way. Yeah.
So with gunshot wounds, the bullet travels through the body and it brings tissue with it, right?
No.
Well, okay, so it makes the tissue point in a certain direction as it's traveling through the body?
No.
So how can you tell with a bullet?
The features on the skin surrounding the wound, a bullet will scrape the skin as it goes in. So if there's a scrape on the skin, I can say that's an entrance usually. And if it comes out, it will not scrape the skin. So that's how I know it's an exit for a bullet.
So you have kind of an indention and then an explosion on the other side, is that what you're saying? More or less?
Sure.
Okay, and you can't tell just with this one?
Correct. There's a blade entering a body can be bigger where it enters, or it can be bigger where it exits. There's no way to say.
So let me ask your opinion. Did a blade go through her body at that point? Whether it was back to front or front to back, it doesn't matter.
Yes, talking about wound F to N, that's the wound on her front chest and then her right upper back. A sharp object traveled through her body.
And do you know, she looks a little thin in the pictures. And in fact, I think in your report, she was 56 kilograms.
She was about 111 pounds.
111 pounds,
Yes.
okay. And how tall is she?
Around 5 feet 9 inches.
Okay, so I think you indicated, or was it Dr. Pasquale who did the original report?
Dr. Di Pasquale performed the examination.
Di Pasquale.
Wrote the report. I reviewed and certainly edited the report, and I signed the report.
Okay.
Yes.
In the report, it indicates, there's an indication that Ms. Jennings is underweight.
She was underweight, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was there a measurement taken of how thick her abdomen actually is?
No, that's not a measurement that we routinely take from the exam.
Okay, so, but it had to be a long blade to get through that entire body.
Yes.
Now, wounds G&M, it sounds like you could determine the entrance and exit on that.
I could only because one of those wounds was so small, almost like a puncture wound. It would be impossible for there to be a puncture and then a large wound if it enters through a puncture. That'd be highly unlikely. So
I gotcha, okay. And, but that is a through and through.
yes, it is.
So that, it's hard for me to tell, well, what direction? Did it go up or down or left or right or both?
So the wound that we're referring to is wound M on the upper back that exited out the front right shoulder as G. That was back to front and left to right. I don't believe there was significant upwards or downwards. Yeah.
Well, okay, that's pretty long travel area, left to right,
Yes.
all the way from the left side of her body to the right side of her body is where it kind of came out?
Well, the entry point was on the middle of her back,
Okay.
but the exit point was on her right shoulder. So that's still left to right.
And it's still quite a long wound track.
Yes, it traveled through her body.
Yeah, okay. And then the wounds that are labeled, oh, well, let me go back to G&M. Was that one of the ones that in and of itself could be fatal?
Yes.
And then with regard to the wounds that are labeled O, am I to understand that there's 3 stab wounds there?
Yes.
And could any of those been fatal in and of themselves, or would it require all 3?
So it could have been all 3, but wound O may have caused death in and of itself. It would not have been a quick death. That would have taken some time.
Okay, and what part of the body was that?
Those stab wounds were on her lower back, and they traveled through her left lower ribs and made a small cut on her spleen, and then there was associated bleeding in the tissues near her spleen.
And then wound R, sounds like it was on the hip, kind of, the entrance.
Above her hip on the right side of her belly.
And that one could have been fatal in and of itself?
That's possible, yes.
Okay, so to me, it seems like there's about 7 that could have been fatal in and of themselves if they were done before she died.
The ones we discussed, yes.
Yes, okay. And you had talked about in categories I and J that those are possible defensive wounds.
I don't believe I said that, but they are cuts on her hands.
Okay.
Yes, they
could
are.
they be defensive wounds?
They could.
And could you describe to the jury what a defensive wound is?
A defensive wound is a wound that's sustained while a person is trying to defend themselves against an attacker.
And so how do they get the wound when they're trying to defend themselves?
So hypothetically, in a scenario where a person is being attacked by a sharp object, the person may put their hands up to try to block that sharp object from touching other parts of their body. They may try to grab that sharp object to stop it from entering their body. Those are a couple possibilities.
Okay, thank you. And the wounds that traveled across her fingers, which hand was that?
Both hands.
Both hands, so you think that could be from grabbing a blade?
I cannot make any determination about her behaviors because I only examined her after death, but that's possible that a person trying to grab a blade could get that. That's one of many possibilities.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm not going to ask you to act on her or to give me an opinion on her behavior or anybody else's behavior.
Perfect.
I'll just stay away from that.
Thank you.
So given the amount of what these these wounds that you are classifying as possibly defensive, given the amount of them that there are, could that indicate a pretty serious struggle?
That's asking me to make an inference on behavior.
Is it? Okay. I apologize for that. Let me try to think of a way to put it so it doesn't involve behavior. Could that indicate a rapidly escalating chaotic scene?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, she's an expert. I think she can speculate.
Is the question within your expertise?
It's still asking me to comment on behavior. Chaos is a behavior, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about an escalating situation?
I cannot make any comment about the circumstances leading up to her death in terms of behaviors.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You had talked about shooting a few minutes ago, and I'm guessing you've done quite a few shooting cases, right?
Yes.
And in those types of cases, you're able to give different distances, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. What types of distances can you give in shooting cases?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, it's relevant because I want to compare it to what's going on here.
Approach the bench.
Yeah, I'm usually not too critical on cross and defense. I mean, these guys and women, when I say guys, I mean attorneys. Obviously, they've passed the bar, they've gone to school, they've done what they do. But I am both attorneys for Isaac, in comparison, we'll just say that, in comparison to other lawyers that we've watched, I'll just leave it at that. So she's an expert. I think she can speculate. Do experts speculate? Is that even a thing? Are experts allowed to speculate? I mean, they use their knowledge and they base it off of facts, but do they actually speculate? I love the fact she's like, chaos is a behavior. I can't make any comment leading up to her death in regards to a behavior. He's asking her to, I guess, speculate, make an assumption. Were those defensive wounds? Was it a chaotic situation? Was there struggle? I mean, we can determine that, or we can speculate because we're allowed to speculate. But Miss Helmrich, I think we'll just call her Dr. Emily. We'll go with Dr. Emily. She is not going to be, well, even if she said, yes, I think it was a chaotic situation. How does that help Isaac? Yeah, it was a chaotic situation. I mean, again, nothing is focused really on Isaac right now. Everything is focused on Grace and her proving that she was unalived. They have to for the charges. That's part of the charge. Grace Jennings was a human being, and her life was taken on October 28th, 2022. Check. You have to establish that. So they're just laying all this foundation as to the charges. And then eventually we will then start to get into Isaac and how he, allegedly manipulated, coerced, talked into Kiara. So the state said earlier that they were a little bit behind schedule today. They wanted the Emmy to be on yesterday. So we see how far behind they really are. And Kiara and a forensic psychiatrist are due on Monday. We did hear that the defense may call Isaac to the stand. They still have to determine that. They still have to determine the scope of their case in chief. I'm not quite sure who all they're going to call. Who all could they call? We still have to hear cell phone. There's going to be 2 cell phone experts. So that's where his text messages, I think, are going to come in.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, let's just talk about incise wounds. In order for a person to inflict an incise wound on another person, they got to be close to them.
Not necessarily.
It depends on how long the blade is.
That's one of the variables.
What other variables are there?
If I throw a knife at another person from a distance, I could inflict an incised wound.
With this many wounds, do you think a person would have to be close?
It certainly could be consistent with close contact, this many wounds, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to, when you were talking about blood pressure earlier, that was a nice analogy, by the way, with the faucet and being the heart.
Thank you.
I never thought of it that way, and that works good. But with regard to Miss Jennings, when she came into y'all's custody, when she got into the lab, there was still blood on her body, right?
Yes.
And there was still blood in her cavity?
A little bit, yes.
So it would be fair to say that she was probably bleeding at some point in time during this attack?
Yes.
Okay. And since she's bleeding at some point in time during that attack, then that faucet's on, right?
Correct.
So
to bleed, you have to have a pressure.
Okay,
Yes.
so there is pressure. And that pressure can cause blood to come out of the body at a rate that's higher than just gravity.
It depends on what's injured.
Okay, but blood can come out?
Yes, if a large blood vessel is injured, it can. It doesn't always, but it's possible.
And you saw the pictures, the blood came out, right?
I saw that there's blood at the scene.
Okay. And so you saw that there's blood at the scene, so you don't talk to anybody else about whose blood it was or where the blood was found. You just know there was a lot of blood there.
I didn't say a lot of blood, but yes, there is blood at the scene, and I saw that from the photos, and I did not speak with anybody about the amount in terms of law enforcement or anything like that. No.
Thank you for correcting me. Yeah. You're catching me. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Okay. I don't think you are either. I just want to be accurate.
All right. And I appreciate the accuracy. It shows you're a scientist. Okay, so she could be bleeding. That blood could have got on somebody's clothing, right?
Possible, yes, sure.
Okay. Okay, we talked a few minutes ago about her height and her weight, and that she might have been a little bit underweight. So, just let me ask you this straightforward. Is it hard for you to tell how much force it would take to cause these types of injuries?
It's impossible for me to do that, yes.
Okay. And what are some of the factors that makes it impossible? Or all of them?
Because I'm examining a person after they have died, I'm viewing everything stationary with no movement. So I don't know how strong anybody is. I don't know the position that the decedent is in when they sustain the injuries. I don't know how long it took them to sustain the injuries. All of these are variables in determining that.
Okay, but based on just size alone of a person that you're looking at, if you have a bodybuilder, would it be harder to inflict these types of wounds on a bodybuilder than it would on Ms. Jennings?
Not necessarily. For example, if the bodybuilder's intoxicated, or I can think of other variables that would make that not necessarily true.
Okay, Ms. Jennings wasn't intoxicated in this case.
She wasn't.
Now, with regard to the wound that was on the back of her neck, you had stated that it was possible that it was more than one, I guess, incise wound? Was that the word you used? I don't want to use the wrong word. I was going to say.
It is an incised wound, yes.
Okay, so it's possible that it was more than one incise wound on that?
Correct. It's impossible for me to say if two cuts or two slices are made in the same area. It would look the same to me on my exam, so that's why I said that.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, okay. I just want to, I'm going to ask you a couple of these questions that you get all the time. So with regard to the 5 types of manners of death in New Mexico, what are they again?
Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined.
Okay. And homicide is not a legal conclusion, right?
Correct.
It's just the manner of death.
It's a medical opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to clear that up, and I'm sure you get that all the time.
I do.
Okay. And then you get these questions about force and direction all the time, right?
Yes.
And that's because it's not your job to work with the investigators to find this stuff out, right?
Correct. My job is to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yeah, you're the boss as far as the cause and manner of death goes.
Legally, yes.
So you don't get these questions until you get into court like this, and you have attorneys like me asking you these crazy questions, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So I apologize if I'm going all over the place, but that's just kind of the nature of the job.
I understand.
And with regard to the fingernail clippings, it sounds like Miss Jennings came in with some bags on her hands.
She did.
Can you explain to the jury why?
When our investigator goes to a scene of a death, brown paper bags, like a sandwich bag that we put a sandwich in for lunch, those bags are placed over a person's hands and then taped at the wrists. That is to preserve any possible evidence that may be on the hands so that doesn't get lost during transport.
And do you know who trains the people to bag the hands?
I do.
You do? How often do you do it?
No, I do know who does it.
Oh. Who does it?
We have a supervisor of investigations, and we also have a field supervisor of investigations. That would have been that person.
Okay. And when you received Miss Jennings over at OMI, did those bags seem to be applied properly?
I don't recall that they weren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would have noted it on your report if they weren't?
I would have, yes.
Okay. And then, so why do you take fingernail clippings?
It's part of our routine evidence collection that we do on any possible homicide, and it's just what law enforcement, what we have historically done to send to law enforcement.
Okay, and do you know what law enforcement does with it?
They look for DNA of another person on the fingernails of the deceased individual.
And do you know how that DNA might get there?
Contact.
Okay. What do you mean by contact of the fingernail on the other person?
Or contact of the other person on the fingernail. Yeah,
Either
those
way.
two things touched. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I just need a second if I may. Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. There you go. I don't know if you can tell. Okay, I got to back this out a little bit. I don't want to mess this up on him.
There's a scroll wheel on top of the camera.
Oh, right there where it says Zoom. Okay, cool. All right. Ah, okay. Okay. Again, this is State's Exhibit 26, and as you can see, this is backwards, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for me. Right here, does this look like a scratch to you?
I won't comment on injuries on individuals I did not examine myself.
Okay. If it was a scratch, we'll just speak hypothetically. If this was a scratch and you were looking for, or you clipped fingernails from a person in order to find DNA from this person, is that why you would do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
She is an expert. She can answer a hypothetical.
Relevant to her admission as an expert.
Okay. The fingerprint, as a forensic, okay. The fingernails are used to determine if there's DNA underneath them, correct?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
but I'm not involved in the testing of them.
Okay. And
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
And it could come from scratches, skin to skin, or fingernail to skin contact.
That's a reason. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And just real quick, I was curious about the liver wound. That was a pretty big incise wound that went there.
I would say so.
Did it hit the hepatic nerve? Is that why it's
The
possibly fatal?
So we have nerves all along the
I'm sorry, the hepatic artery.
It did not hit the hepatic artery.
Okay.
Yes.
But it was deep enough to cause a fatality?
Right. Our liver can bleed, and it also, that same wound also injured her diaphragm.
Okay. And how many post-mortem wounds were there total?
I will have to refer to my report to
Please.
count that correctly for you.
Thank you.
So all of the wounds on her head and neck were post-mortem. So that included the 4 slices, one on the right side of her head, one on the left side of her head, one on her back, the back of her neck, and then she had another slice on her right upper neck. Those 4 slices were after she died. She also had 3 stab wounds on her neck, one on her left jawline, one on her bottom, and then one on her right at the mid-neck. Those 3 stab wounds were post-mortem. So that's 7 total injuries post-mortem on her head and neck. Any of the wounds on her torso could have happened while she was alive.
Okay. And you had testified during your direct testimony that it might take a couple of minutes for her to die?
It would have taken at least a couple minutes to die, yes.
Okay. Sometimes a couple of minutes means 4, sometimes it means 2. Can you give us your definition of a couple?
I can't, because I don't know, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. We can't take 100 people and give them these stab wounds and start a timer and see how long it takes to die. We make our best guesses off of what's injured, and a couple minutes is the best I can give you.
But it's plural minutes?
Yes, I do believe it would have taken more than 1 minute for her to die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, do you mind if we run 30 seconds off the clock?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want to approach on this, sir?
Yes.
Wow, he wants to run 30 seconds off of the clock. Interesting. He wants to run 30 seconds off of the clock. Can I quickly get 30 seconds off of the clock? Let's see how long this takes. Let's see how long this sidebar takes. Will the sidebar take 30 seconds? Sidebar is going to take 30 seconds. Yep. Sidebar is going to take 30 seconds. 40 seconds now.
Objection sustained. Counsel, move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so let me narrow it down then. A couple minutes to die, and then 7 wounds after that couple minutes.
After her heart stopped beating, yes. Yeah.
I have a couple of, and I apologize, I have a couple of random questions here that I wrote down. Which one of the wounds was back to front? That was G and...
M on the back,
Okay.
G on the right front shoulder.
All right. And was there any that you could determine that were front to back?
All of the other perforating wounds, I could not give a direction. That one was an exception, again, because of how very small that one wound was.
Okay. May I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Based on your training and knowledge, are you able to quantify the amount of blood Grace may have lost? Or is that possible?
No, I was not at the scene.
Okay. And like you would have to be at the scene, period. You can't guess how much blood a body of that size may be holding and how much is missing, and you don't weigh it.
There's no way for me to do that, no, even if I had gone to the scene, to be honest. Yeah, I can't quantitate based off a puddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Judge. Just picking up where defense just left off. In the scene photos, you see blood up on the kind of top back part of the bed. Do you recall seeing that?
I saw spots of fluid there. Yeah, without being there, I can't confirm that's blood, but yes, I did see that.
A red brown substance that could be consistent with blood.
Yes.
And then did you see pictures of where Grace's body was discovered and then what was underneath Grace's body after her body was removed?
I did.
Okay. And was there a kind of a puddle of a red brown substance that could be consistent with blood there?
There was a puddle of blood under her, yes.
Are you able to say whether that blood that was underneath Grace's body could be consistent with seepage after she had died, as opposed to active bleeding while alive or dying?
I can't. I don't have that training to interpret blood patterns. There wasn't anything that looked like spray from like a large artery open wound, but again, I did not go to the scene. I'm not trained to determine anything other than that. Yeah.
And then we saw in the beginning of Grace's autopsy photos that her body is somewhat contorted. Do you know what I mean by that? There's some limbs that are kind of bent.
Yes.
Are you able to draw any conclusions on the positioning in which she would have died?
No.
Okay. Could those body contortions just be related to how her body was positioned after she was deceased and then remained until OMI removed her?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you explain how long, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Can you explain why Grace's body could appear contorted in those beginning autopsy photos?
Just to be clear, are you referring to photos taken at the time of autopsy?
I am.
That could be due to a process called rigor mortis, or stiffening of the muscles after death. That can keep some things bent or flexed after death.
Okay. So based on that, are you able to opine or offer an opinion as to her body positioning at time of death at all?
Objection, Your Honor. She's not qualified for this.
I'm asking if she can offer that opinion.
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained.
And your opinion was that it would take a couple of minutes to die and the postmortem injuries would not have been immediate. Is that correct?
Are you asking if the postmortem injuries would have been immediate to inflict?
Yes.
That would have taken, right, that would not have been instant to do that, no.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Don't seek out any other information about the case. The attorneys will stay in touch with you to let you know if you need to come back to testify.
I understand. Thank you.
You may step down.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon break. I have a hearing at 1:15, so I'm going to ask you to come back at 1:30. Where do you want to meet them? Okay, same place as this morning, on the second floor, on the northeast corner by the big windows. And Angel will meet you there. Again, leave your notes with the bailiff. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't seek out any information about the case during our lunch recess. We're in recess.
All rise.
Oh, it's 2 hours. We started at 10. Oh, they're down.
All right, counsel, if you'd be back at a quarter after, we'll open up the doors and let you in. Anything you leave in here is going to be locked in during the lunch hours. So if you need your laptops or anything else, take them with you now.
Did you see?
Yeah. Pammy, that's what I'm thinking too. I mean, what a time to go to lunch after seeing. I was thinking that the same thing as they're going through poor Grace. I'm like, oh, they gotta go eat now. Ugh. But that happens often. All right, so we have an hour and a half. I'm going to play Isaac's testimony. I'm sorry, his interview with the law enforcement. It's long, so I'm not sure. I think I heard the state say they're going to play it, and she said it's long. She said it was long too, but I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it now. But before we get to that, Dr. Emily, she's an ME forensic pathologist. She's testified 40 times. She goes over all the injuries, 12 stab wounds and at least 8 slice wounds. She also had wounds on her hands. So in total, she had between 27 and 31 wounds. 27 and 31 wounds. 7 were on her head and neck, 9 on her torso, 1 on her right arm, 7 on both hands, 1 on her knee. And it depends on how you identify the injuries on her fingers. 7 were post-mortem wounds on her head and neck. So that's after she's no longer here. They're just, hacking her up. So she goes through the right side of the neck, cut from the ear to the jawline. B was the right side of the neck. C was the left upper neck by the ear. D was right here by the collarbone, right at the base, right here, base of your neck, if you will. E and L was like front to back, so she got stabbed, pinholed, or not pinholed, pinioned, I think is the word I'm looking for, where literally the sword went through Grace's shoulder. Ugh, just terrible. Let's see, wound F. Then there's wound F and N. It was the front of her chest, went through to her upper back. Oh, man. That went through her lung. And then G and M, right shoulder, injured her lung again. Then she had one by her armpit, her right armpit. And then her hand, she had multiple cuts on her hand. She was clearly fighting. I mean, she was clearly fighting, and, whoever did this, well, we know it was Kiara, but she was fighting all defensive wounds. She had a single cut on the right of her knee, front of her knee, which is interesting. That's an odd place to have another cut. There were 3 stab wounds on her lower back. So maybe those were the first ones. I think maybe, because remember, Isaac said all night he kind of kept feeling these pokey. He kept feeling like his back getting jabbed. So maybe that's how Kiara first stabbed Grace, was in the back. Maybe she got her in the back first, and then Grace wakes up. She's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then Kiara just like ninjas out on her. She had a stab in her belly, into the diaphragm and the liver. Oof. She had, then her left scalp above her ear, her back. So she had her left and her right. She had cuts there. These are all after death. Just terrible. So the cause of her death was her lungs collapsed. She couldn't breathe. Her spleen, belly, and chest cavity had blood loss. So it was a painful death, and it was at least, she said 2 minutes, I think. She said multiple minutes, 2, 3, 4 minutes even. I mean, yeah, she just suffocated. I mean, Grace couldn't breathe. If your lungs collapse, you can't breathe, and then you've got blood, spilling out internally. Just terrible. She could not determine the time of death because, but it wasn't multiple days because she had not decomposed yet. Yeah, just absolutely terrible. Janet, Grace suffered greatly. There is no question about that. So Well done, Ben. That's what Blaze called his dad. We saw that in the last trial. Blaze Taylor called his dad first, and then he called 911. So here we are, back-to-back trials where they call their parent first, and then the parent's like, call 911, or they call 911. So it's funny, back-to-back trials, right? Back-to-back trials. Bama, you're welcome. Update on Alicia Andrews. Yep, no problem. Yep, Aaron put that together. So. Yes, Joy, actually, I have calzone. I have leftover calzone from last week, and I still have pizza. I'm going to save my pizza for tomorrow breakfast. But yeah, I'm going to go have some calzone. All right, I'm going to play Isaac's testimony for you guys. Let's see. Let's get Isaac's testimony up there so you guys can check out Isaac's testimony. And I'm going to grab some food.
I'm trying to leave.
And they are going to play this. They will play this in court. They said they were going to play this in court. But I'll let you guys check it out beforehand. And then when we see it played in court, who knows what they're going to play and if they're going to redact anything and all that stuff. So this is Isaac's interview right after he was arrested. So he's interviewed before Kiara. Kiara was like 6 o'clock, I think. Yeah, she was around 6 o'clock, 6, 7 o'clock, something like that. He's, 3, 4 o'clock. All right. Here we go.
Take these off?
No.
Yeah.
Can you just take the cuffs off?
I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now or anything like that. We're going to take the handcuffs off. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for that. We don't know what's going on early on in these situations, so we just have a little bit more caution. I hope you understand, okay?
I understand.
Cool. Well, just because everything is kind of newer and developing, and like I said, we don't really know fully what's going on, I do want to advise you of your constitutional rights before we talk at all. Again, as far as I can tell right now, you're not a suspect. You didn't do anything wrong, from my understanding of everyone I've talked to. But it doesn't hurt to get a refresher on your rights. So we're just going to read through these, and then we'll talk more afterwards after we get through them. Sound good to you?
Sound.
Alrighty, man. I'm going to read this verbatim, okay? This is the Santa Fe Police Department advisor/waiver of constitutional rights. Before answering any questions asked by Detective Javier Vigil, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, initial right there for me, please. I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Initial there, please. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning, and at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, initial there. I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand that? Initial there.
Yes.
Pretty easy stuff. I have been advised of the above mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them read, explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answering questions pertaining to, and I'm going to put the case number here, okay?
All right.
The case number for this incident that we're investigating is 2022-011401, which occurred on today's date, which is October 29th, 10/29 of 2022. And I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions at any time I wish to do so. If you understand all that, sign, date, and put the time there, please. And again, the date is 10/29 of 2022. Almost Halloween.
I'm all excited for Halloween.
Yeah.
This kind of threw it off because
The time right now, sir, is 3:46 p.m. be one of your witnesses.
Yeah, do you know what she's driving?
And Detective Gonzalez here will be right over this, okay? You can just hold on to that for us, all right? Okay. Excited for Halloween? Did you have any costumes set aside you're gonna dress up as or anything?
I was intending to dress up as a spooky character to pass out candy with my mom and dad, but
Yeah.
the mask was deemed, from what I found out, was that there's like masks that are deemed a little too scary for children, so I was like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was going to paint my face like the Crow.
That's cool. Oh, okay. That's a cool movie. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more information about you, okay? Have you ever, before we start off, have you ever had an interview like this before with
No,
law enforcement or anything like that? Well, don't be nervous. It's not like the movies. We're not here to, we're not going to yell at you or anything like that. It's more information gathering. We're just trying to have a conversation with you, and we're just trying to get down to the facts of what happened today and why we're here. Do you have any questions about that?
no.
Okay. So the only thing I ask is for truthfulness. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to be truthful with you. I just ask that you do the same to me in return, okay? Just tell me the truth and tell me everything that happened, all right? Okay. Let's start with your name. What's your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Can you spell your first name?
ISAAC.
AC. Spell your last name?
APODDACA.
AC. Your date of birth, Isaac.
I'm old.
How old are you?
I live at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Whose house is that? Is that your house?
That is Lanny McCulley's house.
Lanny McCulley's house. And who's Lanny McCulley to you?
She is mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yes.
So mother-in-law, I presume you're married?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
We've pushed off the wedding far down the line, so
Engaged then.
yes.
Okay. So who's your fiance?
Kiara McCulley.
Okay. Because it's Lonnie McCulley's house, does she live there or does she live somewhere else?
She lives there.
Okay.
In the main house.
In the main house at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Correct.
And when you say the main house, what do you mean by that?
The main house, there's a garage in the backyard that's separated from the main house. It would be,
If I gave you a paper and a pen, to draw it out for me, kind of show me where Jaguar Drive is, show me where the house is. Here, let me start it off for you. How about this?
I was going to do it that way.
Let's do it. Let's do it like that. So we'll call this Jaguar Drive. Okay. And let's say the house and everything is right there. So kind of like if you're looking at it, as it runs this way. Okay.
Correct. So the house would be, here's the sidewalk, then the house goes like this.
Mhm.
Just a little bit like that. And then the garage would be, this is the back door.
Okay.
So, right here would be the garage. I'm horrible at drawing. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm not so good myself. If you could tell from my road, my lines aren't straight at all.
That's a part driving.
So what's all this in between? Is this all part of the property?
This would be yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And then is it cut off here on this side too?
Yes. I have to go.
Okay. Can you put the numbers of the address here? I think you said 5941. Okay, gotcha. Cool. I'm a visual person, so things like this help me a lot. Okay, so let's put this to the side for a minute, and we'll kind of reference this as we kind of describe what's going on here. So again, you said you live here. So do you live in the main house, or do you live in the garage?
In the garage.
You live in the garage. How long have you been living in the garage?
A year and a half. No, a year. Yeah, a year and a month actually. I don't know why I said a year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Kiara?
3 years. And 3 years, 10 months.
3 years and 10 months. Almost 4 years. And you've been staying here for about a year and a month, you said, right? Okay. Now, going back to talking about Lonnie McCulley, you said she lives here in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does Kiara live?
In the garage.
Okay, so you and Kiara live in the garage. Okay, cool. That gives me some good background. Okay, let's bring ourselves to today, and kind of why we're here. So this is what I want you to try and do, okay? I want you to kind of think back to where kind of all this began before there was ever anything regarding the incident. And I want you to kind of tell me in your own memory what happened from that time all the way to getting here to this interview. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, okay? I just want you to give me your own account of what happened, okay?
So from the time it began would be yesterday. We were all hanging out. Everybody was talking, happy, normal kind of thing, nonchalant. Nighttime came around and we started falling asleep. Kiara McCulley did not fall asleep. I did not get good rest because she had been placing something sharp in my back throughout the morning hours. She had been placing something sharp in my back, and I was talking to Grace, who was in the garage as well. I said, we have to go. She's telling us we need to leave. And I said that, and then I proceeded to start packing my stuff. And I left to the main house to go use the restroom for the last time. And then I walked in back into the garage. She walks up to me and goes, "I did it." With a smile on her face, and I looked at the ground and I was like, what do I do now? So I called my mom immediately to let her know that something happened. My mom proceeded to call 911 to let the dispatcher know exactly what happened. And the dispatcher called me to make sure everything was okay. I got greeted by the cops because they detained me, which was normal, but they noticed that I was freaking out. Everybody that was around me was noticing I was freaking out. I was really scared because I've witnessed, sorry,
It's okay.
I've witnessed my friend getting shot. So,
Separately from this?
Yes, it was a while back. I was asked to be his best man at his wedding, and I was sitting in the back seat. Guy walked up, blew his brains out. They landed on me. I had to testify in court, and I'm super. Anything like this gets me super traumatized, and it's a traumatic event.
I can imagine.
And I saw my friend laying on the ground. This is going back to when I went back in the garage. When I saw her in the ground, on the ground, I was like, I couldn't say anything because I was like, this is another one of my friends gone. I keep losing friends left and right. So I'm going to go back here, go back to the cops. When they detained me, they had me in the car. They did a search. First time, I had my phone, my wallet with me. And then the second search, before we came here, they took my phone and wallet. And then we were here. We're here I'm here getting interviewed by you nice police officers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
I'm scared right now.
What are you scared of?
Of what just happened.
It's a lot to take in, I can imagine. Can I re-clarify some of this that you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of summarize what you told me first, okay? So, going back to yesterday, you were all hanging out, everyone was happy, everyone was having a good time. Nighttime happened, which was yesterday, the 28th. You all fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you said you didn't get good sleep because you felt something poking you throughout the night.
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day comes, and you told Grace that you two have to leave, because Kiara is telling you guys you had to leave. And then you were packing up your things. You went back to the main house to use the restroom for the last time. When you returned back to the garage, Kiara was standing there, and she had a smile on her face, and she said, "I did it."
Yes.
And then at this point, you called your mom to let her know what happened. Your mom called 911. Dispatch ended up calling you. Then a little bit later, law enforcement ended up finding you. And then you started talking about how you saw your friend on the ground, and this has been difficult for you because this is another one of your friend's gone. Police searched you. You had a phone and a wallet on you. And then they brought you over here. Is this a good summary of what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just clarify some of these things, okay? Just kind of fill in some of these gaps so that I have a better understanding of what happened. So you're saying yesterday you're all hanging out and you're all happy. So who is all of you? Who all is hanging out?
Kiara, Grace.
Okay. Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. Okay. Where were you hanging out at?
In the garage.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about Grace.
Grace, I met her through Snapchat, and it was one of the weirdest circumstances. I was 20 at the time, and she was 16, and I know I'm admitting something that I did wrong there.
Mm-hmm.
But we started hanging out as friends, and she became like one of my best friends. I have a long list of best friends that are really nice to me, and they treat me with a lot of respect. And after a while, I lost contact with Grace, but then Grace contacted me saying, "Hey, I don't feel safe in Albuquerque," and that was last night. And she wanted to come hang out. And I was like, "Okay, cool. Just let me know when you're here and I'll let you in." And she got there and I let her in. She and Kiara started talking. Everything looked like it was going good. Well, from what I perceived, it looked like it was going good. And then she fell asleep last night. She fell asleep. I tried falling asleep, and I kept getting prodded with something in my back. I don't know what it was, but it was hurting my back, lower back. I have a limber spine, and part of my lower back is thinner than normal, so anything go wrong there, I'm
sure
done.
Yeah. So you met Grace through Snapchat. How long ago did you meet Grace?
That was 2018.
You guys were hanging out as friends. You guys ever date?
We did date.
Did date?
It was when she was 16, I was 20.
Okay.
I committed a crime there, but...
Well, I appreciate your honesty. Understand that's not what we're here for. Okay? Okay, you guys dated for a while, and then you lost contact. So this period of losing contact, would it be safe to call that a breakup, or what was that?
It was a breakup.
Okay. So, could I describe Grace as an ex-girlfriend? Would that be a fair way to describe her? Okay. So Grace contacts you yesterday. How did she contact you?
Through Instagram.
Okay. You both have Instagram profiles, I imagine, you and Grace?
Yes.
Okay. She was asking for a place to stay?
A place to hang out for the night.
Place to hang out for the night? For the night?
Yeah.
Okay. So you told her this was fine?
Yes.
Okay. What time did she get to your place, the garage, we'll call it? What time did she get there last night?
11:32 p.m.
That's very specific. How do you remember that exact time?
I kept seeing I kept looking at my phone, and when she said she's here, that's the time that it showed up on there.
You have a good memory. I've noticed so far you're like really good with like your dates, how long things have been, your months, very precise. So Grace arrives. How does Kiara feel about this? Because Kiara is your fiance of almost 4 years.
Kiara was, last night I had to tell her to stop being violent. She was being violent towards me prior to Grace contacting me.
How so?
She kept threatening me with a sword, threatening me with a knife. There was a butterfly knife that's in the room. I had to grab out of her hand and I threw it across the garage because she had it like right here. And I told her, don't be waving stuff around me like that. Please stop.
When was this?
Last night, before Grace.
Okay. Tell me about that incident a little bit more.
She had been swinging the knife around like this, and then she pointed at me like as if she was going to kill me, and she was getting very violent. She grabbed her sword, started swinging it around. There was a dagger she was dragging across my face, and I was telling her to please stop. I'm trying to concentrate and be calm, and this is actually something that has happened in the past where she has actually lashed out towards me, and I got in trouble because of a domestic violence case.
Why was Kiara being violent last night?
She was bringing up old memories. Well, not old memories, more like old past problems, and then telling me, oh, you're just this and that, and you're gonna do the same thing over and over with these people. And I was like, I'm getting tired of this. Then she pulled out the butterfly knife right at me and swinging it around.
Can you be more specific? What was she talking about? Old memories, past problems, what's that?
I once dated a girl named Janae, and she was thinking that it was going to be like Janae coming back over, except that wasn't even the case, and I told her, please stop bringing up my past and throwing it in my face. So she went and brought up another instance, which was 2021. Her name is Mary Lou, and she started throwing that in my face, and I started getting tired of it. I was like, please stop bringing up my past. This is the present.
Are you describing like kind of jealousy type things?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point where you guys are arguing and she's bringing up the past, does she know that Grace is coming over?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this interaction?
I think so. Kiara also has a past with Grace.
No, they know each other?
Yes.
What's their past?
They are exes to each other.
Oh, they used to date each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017. I roughly, from what I was told, lasted 11 months.
Okay. And what happened there? Do you know the background there of why it ended?
Kiara and her started a fight one night. It was in front of their friend Brady. Grace brought a knife up to Kiara's throat, and it took the act of Brady to punch Grace to get that.
Grace, at that time, put a knife to Kiara's throat?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace, you and Kiara had kind of had this argument before Grace arrived over the past, over old things. During this argument, Kiara had kind of swung around a sword and pulled out a butterfly knife. You said something about the butterfly knife, that you had to take it away and throw it away?
Yes.
Where did you throw it to?
I threw it to the back of the garage, which is by the garage door. It should be like right there by the insulation still. There's some insulation to the back of the garage door.
Inside the garage still though?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that knife to me?
It's black, but with red tiger's eye stone on it. And can I draw it? Or
yeah, sure. We can get another piece of paper.
Okay.
Let's just do the door. Keep things clean. There you go. Draw the butterfly knife.
Let's see. Put that. Knife looks like this with and there's the tiger's eye stone right here, all the way down. But this is all this would be the tiger's eye stone, and it's not that big, but it's a bit bigger.
Can we title this butterfly knife up on top? Can you list me out the description for the butterfly knife? Mostly colors for blade material or blade color, handle color, things like that. Yeah, they'll probably suffice. Can you just initial down here at the bottom?
And today's date again.
Yeah, sure. The 10/29 of 2022. Let's do the same thing for this one. Just initial and put the date right there. Just so I remember who drew these. Okay. We talked about a samurai sword being kind of swung around too. To explain to me more about that.
It's more like a old English kind of sword. I don't know if you're like a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Aragon sword.
Okay.
So
It looks like that, or is it like a replica?
it looks like that.
It looks like that.
Why am I doing this? Just gonna go like this.
So who does this knife belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. Who does the sword belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. What about the dagger? Who does that belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara.
Let's see if I can do it right. Then the place. Well,
Let's title this one Sword. And let's describe it over here. Just colors here. Blade color, handle color. You could just initial and date at the bottom. Okay, sword, stainless steel blade. That's the blade here, right?
yes.
Black hilt. That would be this whole part, right?
Yes.
Okay, with black sheath.
I also put in parentheses. Battle ready. It is sharp.
Battle ready, it is sharp. Gotcha, okay. So let's talk more about the sword in regards to last night's incident with Kiara. What was she doing with the sword?
Going like this, and then pointing it right here. She nicked me right there in the arm, and nicked me right across.
Why was she doing that?
To see if I was scared of her.
To see if you were scared of her? Is that what she said, or is that what you think?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Are you scared of me? Just like that, and I was like, a bit, yes, I'm very scared right now.
You also mentioned a dagger.
Yes.
What happened with the dagger last night?
The dagger, shape was, I think for a fact that was the thing that was getting stabbed in my back. And it was just going that, but that last night she was also scratching it across my face. Like, does this scare you?
And where was this all happening at?
in the garage.
In the garage. Can we draw the dagger as well, please? Same thing with these other two.
This one a little more tricky because there's a hilt with it. That's the guard, and then and same thing, just like this.
Yes, please. Okay, let's keep these held for reference if they come up again. I know we talked about the location of what happened with the butterfly knife. You got thrown in the garage. After last night, what happened with the sword?
The sword was just placed on the ground.
Okay, in the garage?
Yes,
Okay. In the sheath or not in the sheath?
in the sheath.
In the sheath. What about the dagger? What happened to the dagger last night?
I do not know where the dagger is.
Okay, going back into your original account of what happened. Nighttime came, everyone fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you were kind of talking about it earlier that you were feeling something poking you and that you're pretty sure it was a dagger.
Yes.
Did you get any injuries from that last night? Have you checked?
I have not checked.
What do you feel? Whereabouts were you getting poked? Like in your back?
Like,
Can you pick up your shirt and stand up if you feel comfortable? Can we look?
like right here, and I don't know if there's anything, but
Yeah.
it's really sore back here. Like it's hurting.
Okay. About how many times would you say you were poked last night?
15.
15 times. Around what time was this happening at?
This would have been 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m. Were the pokings as you described them, were they spread out or were they all
They
at
were
the same
spread
time?
out.
Over what duration of time?
From 3 a.m. all the way to 6 a.m.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. spread out. Okay. About 15 times. And did you guys talk at all? Did you say anything when this was happening or what?
I told her to stop it. Please stop, and she didn't want to.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She just and then turned over, and then it started all over again. And I was like, please stop. It's hurting me. Like, it's really hurting my back.
So in your in your original statement, you say that Kiara was poking you in the back, and then we kind of jumped to you telling Grace that you guys had to go because Kiara didn't want you there anymore. How did you know that Kiara didn't want you guys there anymore?
She woke up. Well, she woke up from what she says she slept, but she was awake the whole time. And she turned over, told me, "You guys need to get out. I don't want you guys here." And then proceeded to start playing with something. I don't know what she was playing with. It was really freaking me out, so I was trying to get out. I was in and out of the room, trying to contact my mom to pick me up to get me out of there.
What time was that at?
I contacted my mom around, I would say, 12.
What time did you guys wake up at? What time did you wake up at?
I woke up at about 7:50.
7:50 a.m.?
Yes.
So at what time did Kiara tell you guys had to leave?
She told us we had to leave at about 8:30.
Okay.
And I'm being honest.
And between 8:30 and to the time your mom called 911, kind of what happened in there?
I was packing my stuff, getting ready to I was just gonna walk it all the way over there. But when I packed my stuff, I went inside the house, which was a stupid mistake for me to go in the house, use the bathroom, and then come back and see what I saw.
So what time did you go to use the restroom?
That would have been 11:40.
11:40?
Yes.
How long did you use the restroom for?
About 30 seconds. It was quick. Number one.
Okay. What do you mean by number one?
Pee.
Pee. Okay. And then after you peed, you went immediately back to the garage?
Yes.
So around what time would you say that was at?
11:47.
How certain are you about the time?
I'm really certain.
Really certain about the time? Okay. So you go back to the garage and tell me in detail what you see.
I walk in, she yells, she tells me, I didn't mean to say she yelled, she goes, "I did it." I look at the ground and I see someone dead. I see an ear hanging. And I'm like,
You see someone dead. Who is that someone?
Grace.
How do you know she's dead?
Because Kiara goes, "I got her across the throat," and she did the gurgle. And I'm like, what do I do now? I need to get out of here.
Do you know why Kiara did this?
No.
What were Kiara and Grace doing before you went to the restroom?
They were just sitting there. They were sitting on the bed, and when I went back, that's what happened. I was like, what? This is, this is way too quick. What just happened? I'm really freaking out on it because that's my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kiara is now my ex. She's involved, and I'm freaking out because I just wanted to leave.
Yes. Describe to me more what you see when you go into the garage. So, I'm not familiar with this garage. Let's go back to our pictures. Did you enter through like a door? Do you have to open up a large door in the garage? Where did you enter through? So
The door would be right here.
you could draw that if you want. So that's the door into the garage?
Yeah.
Is that the one you enter?
Yes.
And where is Grace laying when you see her?
I put it outside the box. Here's the door. She is within right here. Right. she's off the bed on the ground.
And where's Kiara at?
She's also off the bed by the TV.
Where's the TV at?
TV.
Okay. And show me where Kiara was at too. Okay. Describe Grace to me more, her injuries. What do you observe?
I saw an ear cut off, on something with her knee that was right here. I saw blood right here, blood right here, and started seeing blood right leaking out. And I was like, I saw blood leaking out, and she was just like that. That's not me making fun of the dead. I have a very strong rule on that. But
You're describing something to me. Yeah, I know. Okay. What about Kiara? What did you observe about Kiara?
I would like to stand up, and if you can too, for this. Is that a possibility? Or
For what?
to show you exactly what I observed.
Well, just describe it as best you can.
I did it. And she tried touching my hands, which I was like, I pulled away because I was like, don't touch me. She had blood all over her hands, all on here, right here, and on her face.
There's blood all over.
And I was like, just don't touch me, please.
Did she touch you?
She tried to, and she tried touching me like right over here, and she did not successfully touch me because I pulled away really fast.
Did any blood get on you?
No.
No. Okay. So she tells you this, and then what happens?
She's all, I'm gonna get rid of it.
What does she mean by it?
Grace.
She's gonna get rid of it?
Yes.
What do you think she meant by that?
She was gonna, she said she had called somebody that, after she said I did it, she said she had called somebody to come help her pick up the body.
Who'd she call?
A guy named Al.
Al?
Yes.
Do you know who this is?
Al, I have, all I know is his name is Al, and African American, and besides that, he would be my age, and that's it.
Have you ever met him?
No.
How do you know he's African American?
That's what Kiara had described him to be.
So that was her plan to get rid of the body? Al was going to come help her?
Yes.
Where were they going to take the body?
I don't know.
Can you tell me anything else about Al? No. So she has a plan, she's going to get rid of the body, then what happens? Is this conversation happening in the garage?
This conversation is happening right there in the garage, and I walked out of the garage because she goes, I'm going to go take a shower so I can get cleaned up and look better. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go right over here by the gate, and I'm going to make a phone call real quick. The phone call I made was my mom. And
what time did you call your mom at?
that would have been around 12.
12. What did you tell your mom?
I was like, can you guys pick me up, please? And they're like, no, but you can come over. What's going on? I was like, I just witnessed something very bad. And my mom's all, what did you witness? I walked in on, I said, I walked in on, then I stumbled my word, and I said, Kiara killed Grace. And that's what I walked in on. And she's like, I'm calling 911 right now. And after that, I walked over to AP Wireless because I felt like that would have been a safe space for me to be. And the guy there, he's friends with me. He said, just sit right here. You're okay, dude. Just sit right here. If anything happens, just know you're in a pretty good safe spot away from him.
Yeah.
And then the cops met me, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. But then they're like, oh, we're detaining you to question you. And it's like, okay, cool. I had a panic attack in the cop car. I don't know if one of the officers said anything to you.
I didn't heard that.
I had a panic attack.
That's a lot. What you just went through, you know. That's tough.
I passed out. The cop went like that to see if I was alive or awake. And I woke up right away and he's all, what's wrong? I was all, I just passed out. I'm sorry.
How do you feel now?
I'm still shooken out.
Well, you let me know if you need medical attention or anything like that. I know this stuff is difficult. Okay?
All I want to do is I just want to get my stuff and go back to my mom and dad's. Because at least there I know that I'm safe.
I'll try and make that happen for you as soon as I can, okay?
Right. Just scared right now.
Did you see anything else in the garage? Anything else stick out to you?
There was blood on the sheets that I had purchased.
Okay.
Everything that happened to date, it's like really shaking me up because I've witnessed my friend get murdered. I've witnessed another friend get murdered a second time. I've been robbed. I've just been on an unlucky streak of shit happening to me.
Yeah.
And I'm not okay right now. Sorry if my voice is low. I'm getting over a sickness.
It's okay. Did you see any weapons inside the garage?
Just the sword, it was right there.
What did it look like? Well, not like a bad description, but like...
There was blood all over it.
Blood on the sword. Why do you think there was blood all over it?
That's what Kiara did. And
I think the only question I have left for you that's kind of coming to mind is, you're saying you were told to leave 8 in the morning, right?
yes.
You start packing up your things to leave, and then this happens a little before 12, right?
Yes.
So what took so long to leave in that 3-hour gap?
My mom, I was trying to call her before that. I was like, I kept calling her through Facebook. She didn't want to pick up, so I finally called her through her phone number. And then that's when she started picking up and saying, hey, what's going on? I was like, I need to be picked up here. Please pick me up. And then like, no, we can't pick you up right now. We're out and about. And I was trying to find another ride or something.
Okay, that makes sense. And then between when this happened, 12, and I think we got the call a little after 1:30.
Yes.
Kind of an hour and a half gap there. I know you said you called your mom and she quickly called 911, but it doesn't really seem to line up with our timeline, at least from... Can you help make me understand that? Was there a long period of time that you and Kiara were trying to figure out what was going to happen?
There was a long period of time. It was when I was standing on the side of the garage.
Tell me about that.
I was hyperventilating on the side of the garage. I was like that, and Then I made the call to my mom. My mom made the call to y'all. But I was just, I was shooken up, and I know I should have been the one to call. I know I should have been the one to call y'all. But I was shooken up. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
And
just take some deep breaths.
I didn't expect any of this to happen today.
No one knows when these things happen. It's difficult. Okay, look up at me. You didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right.
Sometimes things happen. What defines who we are is kind of how we move forward with things. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've been super truthful this whole time from what I can tell, and we really much appreciate that. I got one more question. I want you to be real truthful with it, as you have been this whole time, okay?
Yes.
At any point, did you think of, or did it cross your mind, or did you start helping Kiara with covering this up at all?
No.
No. At any point, did you help Kiara injure Grace or do anything to Grace?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. And if anything like that did happen, or there's anything I'm missing to the story, now's the time to tell me, so I get the truthful statement from you right off the bat. Is there anything anyone else is going to say about this that's going to contradict that?
No.
Okay. Talking about Kiara's mom, your mother-in-law, did she know what happened?
No.
She didn't know.
All she thought was Kiara was still asleep or just being her normal, routinely self, which is stay away from her mom.
Kiara went from the garage to the main house to shower. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And she was covered in blood.
Yes.
And her mom was in the house at that time?
Yes.
Did her mom see her covered in blood?
I do not know. I was already handcuffed and in a cop car, and I don't know.
How many bathrooms are in the main house?
One.
One shower?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Still like I'm gonna pass out, but
You want to take a break?
no.
No? Well, I need a little break if that's okay with you. I'll use the restroom real quick. And then we'll see if there's anything else, any other questions we have, or anything else that maybe you want to tell us. And then we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, thanks for your time, Isaac.
You're
We'll be back in a bit. Video off. Hey Isaac, so I have your cell phone. I know our cell phones are very important to us because we have pretty much all our personal information on them and everything. So I do want to try and get this back to you as soon as possible. Given that there were kind of messages and stuff, and this is still an active investigation, there is reason to believe that there is potentially evidence on your phone of messages of you interacting with either your fiance or ex-fiance now, or Grace. So one way or another, we are going to have to look at the data on the phone. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this, and I want to give you all the information so you can make a well-informed decision. Make sense? So we can either do a search warrant for the data on the phone. It's a little bit of a process because we have to complete the paperwork and then we have to send the cell phone along with the paperwork to the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory in Albuquerque. And then it gets put in the queue of phones that they have to extract data for. Usually turnaround time is around 6 months to a year before you get your phone back, before we extract the data from it. The quicker option, and this is completely up to you, we can complete a Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search. And it's just a fancy form and a fancy way of saying that you're giving us permission to extract the data from your phone and only look at things pertaining to this case. Like I'm telling you, messages, different things like that, different data that, that helps with our investigation. So if you do want to do this, I've already kind of pre-filled it out for you. Date, location, this is the case number, kind of same thing as that other form. This is your name right here. This is your date of birth. I am Detective Javier V. Hill. This is your phone right here. This is your IEMI number, okay? And then all we would need is your phone password, and you sign this, and then we can get the extraction done so you can get your phone back sooner rather than later. You're welcome to look over this form and read it for a bit, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right here, correct?
Yeah, sign right there, please.
And today's date?
10/29/2002. And it is 5:16 p.m. And the phone password?
There's no password.
No password.
It's just a quick swipe up and that's it.
Okay, let's see. So since we have it here, I know the battery's close to 9, but I would like to manipulate it here with you just so you can explain anything to me as we look through it. Now, start to look through it. Okay, messages. Did you have any messages between you and Grace?
Put an Instagram.
Instagram, okay. And I'll if it's okay with you, I'll handle the phone. You just tell me what. Okay.
Right there, and then there's Yumiko Jennings right at the top.
Okay, that's her like profile name. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is kind of when everything started. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. I'm going to head to my fam's place. Is this her saying that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What do you mean when you say that?
I'm heading to my mom and dad's house. That's what I was meaning. And the kicked out part.
Oh, is this today?
Yes.
Oh, this is today at 12. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. She is telling everyone to leave her house. Who is she?
Kiara.
And I met at my fam's place. Okay, what happened? She just doesn't want us here, and I have to respect her wishes, and I'm getting my stuff. First of all, who? Second, my mom can only come get me at 3:30. Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here? Wait a minute. I thought you guys all hung out the night before.
We did.
So how come she doesn't know she's there?
I was very confused, and I told her
She's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. So it's sounding like to me, just take a pause real quick. Did she not know she was there? Because that's what it looks like.
she knew she was there.
Then why is it looking like in these messages?
She knew she was there, and she was playing. She was acting like she didn't know where she was.
Who was acting like? I'm so confused. Who was acting like who didn't know who?
Grace was acting like she didn't know where she was.
Okay.
Even though we had talked.
She is kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. How? She is right next to you. What the fuck, really? How fucking great? Yup. Why though? She is not wanting to deal with it. Us being here, and I broke her trust. She is not in the best mood. She is not wanting to deal with what?
She's not wanting to deal with us.
What does that mean?
She didn't want us there at all.
Okay. But it says she is not wanting to deal with it.
I should have been more. I'm horrible with my words. I'm horrible with how I type.
I'm just trying to understand
With it,
too.
it was just a meeting. She didn't want to deal with us
Okay.
being there because
I know how she feels. My mom's coming to get me soon. Okay.
and that was the part that threw me off. It was like, she's kicking us out. Why is she kicking you out? And how does she know I'm here? I'm like, we discussed this.
So she is right next to you. And so that was your way of telling her, like, I'm referring to Kiara. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense to me now. Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
Just tell me where to go.
You're going to go out of there.
Okay.
They're going to be in Messenger.
Oh, okay.
And then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Maybe the Puggy.
Puggy?
Mm-hmm.
This one right here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Whoa, those are a lot of emojis. Okay, we're just gonna start from there. How about that? This is at 11:56 a.m. What? And that's forgive me, I forgot her name for a second. This is your fiance saying this? What?
Yes.
Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. What are you talking about there?
It was something that happened in my family's house. We've been trying to figure out who has been getting into my storage.
Mm-hmm.
I have stuff in my storage and they keep finding it unlocked. And that was something entirely different.
Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady. Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did, through Insta. So now what? Operation kick out, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. What does that mean?
That was, I was talking about, because she had asked me to leave. And that's why I said Operation Kick Out, because every time I get told to leave, I say Operation Kick Out. Because it's her go-to thing to tell me to leave. And it's like, she kicks me out, and then a few days later, she'll come back over and stuff like that. But to call the cops at my family was because of the breaking and entering.
So, according to you, you're talking about two different things at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Okay? Show me what you sent her. My plan. Okay, cool. And those are the messages that we looked at earlier between you and...
Yes.
Okay. It worked with Christian. She says she is leaving at 3:30. She's mad. 3:30. Mad still. Yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't know. I don't have the energy to do shit. What's this? Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. Okay. I am fake getting thrown out. I am fake getting thrown out. You're getting fake thrown out.
Yes, that's usually how it happens. I get told to leave,
Mm-hmm.
and then 5 days later, she asks me to come back.
Uh-huh. Follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. They want me to spend what I have. They want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. What the fuck? What does that mean? They want me to spend what I've saved for the house.
That was me talking to my mom and dad. They wanted me to get a motel, which was not a good idea because I don't do motels.
Don't, what the fuck, or WTF rather. I know how to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said, okay. You heard that right? You heard what? What's she talking about? You heard that right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What do you mean you do what is needed?
I have no clue from this on. From beyond here, I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on? But these are messages from you?
I do have another cell phone. Didn't tell you guys about, but it's still over there at the house. At the house.
Okay, but this is the one you use?
I use that one primarily only for work and family.
Okay. So you didn't send these messages? Or you did?
On this, from down on, no.
Oh, okay. Her mother is her backup ride. Okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit, though. Okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments. And she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not me.
That's not you?
That's not me.
Who is it?
That's the other phone that's been, they were being used to message back and forth.
Isaac, this is getting really weird, man.
I have a second phone.
You have a second phone?
Yes.
Where is that phone?
That's at the house.
Okay.
It is logged into the same Facebook account.
Okay. I don't know, man. These messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What?
From that point where I was telling you from...
Even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something. You're fake getting thrown out and what?
I say fake getting thrown out, like I said, was... What I mean when I say fake getting thrown out is she'll tell me to leave. She'll tell me that I'm getting thrown out, getting kicked out. And 5 days later, she's like, come back.
Do you want to start over? Because I'm really confused with everything that's going on. Like, you're telling me you have two phones now and those other messages aren't you, and it's what you're telling me, your statement isn't lining up with these messages. Now, I told you at the beginning of this talk that we need to be truthful with this, right?
I am being truthful. I do have a secondary phone. And I'm telling you the messages are not me. Those are not my messages.
Whose messages do you think they are then?
They're from Kiara to using my Facebook from me to Kiara, but I can't quite explain how it looks.
Kiara to Kiara?
Yes.
Why would she do that?
She's been, like I said at the beginning, I was a part of a domestic violence case.
Yeah.
And,
Who is the charter, please? Domestic violence case and what?
It involved her, but before that, there was problems in our relationship, and ever since before that, she's been trying to get revenge, and she's been talking to the people to... She's told me that she's wanting to ruin my life. And she's wanting to ruin my life for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm being honest, there is two phones. The other phone is on top of the fridge in the garage.
In the garage, okay. What kind of phone is it?
Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus, 512 gigabyte. Has a clear case on it.
Okay. I got some follow-up questions for you regarding some of the other things that we had talked about. I just want to clarify some of the... I kind of was looking through our statement and I just want to kind of clear up some of the haziness that I have. So Grace spends the night last night, right?
Yes.
What are the sleeping arrangements like?
We were all sharing the same bed.
You were all sharing the same bed?
Yes.
Who was sleeping where in the bed?
Grace was right here facing the garage door.
Okay.
The big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was this way facing the little fridge, mini fridge, and I was at the foot of the bed. I was at the foot of the bed.
Say that one more time.
I was at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, but where were the other two?
Grace was facing the garage,
Okay.
big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was facing the mini fridge.
Okay.
And I was at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And I remember earlier you talking about how you used to date Grace.
Yes.
Up until when?
It would have been January, February, March, April. That was the last.
April of what year?
2018.
Okay. And between April and 2018 and yesterday, had you had any contact with Grace?
I did have contact with her, and it was just like on and off.
What kind of contact?
Like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your job going? And stuff like that.
Okay. Any meetings? Any sex? Anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. What about Kiara? Kiara and Grace, they used to date at some point, right?
Yes.
After they broke up, did they have any contact with each other that you know about?
Yes.
Yeah.
They kind of, Kiara got me thrown in the middle of a whole heated debate, an argument about, I don't know, some incident that happened between them in their relationship, and I was just like, keep me out of it.
When was that?
It started 2019, extended into 2020, 2021, and today.
Okay.
All the way to today. And that argument I didn't want to be a part of because I'm the kind of guy that's like going peaceful, not argumentative.
Sure. Was there any sexual interaction between anyone last night?
No.
No threesome or nothing like that between the three of you guys?
No.
Has that ever been anything you guys have ever done in the past, thought about doing?
That did happen in the past, and
Who was involved?
it was first Kiara and this girl named Alex Lopez.
Okay.
And they were consenting to have a lesbian thing. And then they called me to the room, and I was like, okay, cool. And I could come back to the room, probably watch TV. And they pressured me into getting involved with them.
You didn't want to?
Correct.
Okay.
And afterward, after everything was done, I did not feel the same. I felt
How come?
I was peer pressured, and I was pressured into a corner. Not figurative, literally pinned into a corner to do this.
To do a threesome?
Yes.
Okay. What about last night?
There was no threesome, there was no sex, nothing.
Was that ever on the table?
No.
Okay. Was there anything romantic going on between you and Grace?
No.
What about between Grace and your fiance? Kiara?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was Kiara okay? Was Grace coming over last night?
She was alright. She was all, text me when she's here. Please text me when she's here.
So she wanted to come over too. So what happened? We're missing something somewhere to where Kiara's okay with Grace coming over. You have a prior relationship with her. Kiara has a prior relationship with her. And then the morning comes and Kiara wants you both out. What happened? Help me understand. Don't think about it. Just tell me what happened.
She just wasn't in the mood.
Who wasn't in the mood?
Kiara, she wasn't in the mood.
The mood for what?
For us being there.
For who being there?
Me, Isaac, and Grace.
Why?
Because she felt as if we were walking all over her.
Why? she's okay with you inviting her over. She was excited about it, is what you just told me. So what changed that she feels like you guys are walking all over her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What all did you guys do last night? You guys said you were having fun, having a good time. Tell me more about last night.
We were having fun talking, listening to music, then we listened to music on the TV.
Any alcohol? Any drugs?
No.
Nothing. Are there any alcohol or drugs in the garage?
No.
No. Any alcohol or drugs used by anyone this morning?
No.
No. Do you ever drink alcohol or use drugs?
I can't touch alcohol or drugs because of probation.
Oh, you're on probation.
And if it slips in my system, game over.
Yeah. What are you on probation for?
Trespassing and committing $1,000 worth of property damage.
What? Where at?
Hispaniola. It was because, it's going to sound stupid, but sound smart.
No, we're judging. What happened?
We were staying at somebody's house, and the person we were staying at decided to steal a Nintendo Switch. I took it upon myself to become Conan the Barbarian and go over there really pissed off and angry. And I busted down the door, asking for my Nintendo Switch, and that was it. I didn't want anything else, like no money, nothing of these people that these people had.
Conan the Barbarian. What do you mean by that? What?
I
get the reference, but what were you doing?
I ripped the door off the hinges.
Okay.
From the outside in.
Were you armed?
No.
No. So I was imagining like a sword or something. I see Conan the. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When that.
So you're on probation for that.
Yes.
When did that happen?
That happened in June or July 28th. I can't remember which. June 28th.
June 28th of this year?
Yes. Because I remember July 28th being my sister's birthday.
Okay. From what you're telling me about last night with you and Kiara, is there a history of domestic violence between you two?
There is a history of domestic violence, yes.
Tell me about some of that.
The first act of domestic violence was towards me.
Mm-hmm.
And we were living at a friend's apartment. His name was Sean. I can't think of his last name, but he's a bigger fellow.
Sure.
And I was talking to, because at the time, me and her had split up and she came over to live with us as roommates. I was talking to my girlfriend at the time, her name was Janae, and as I was talking to her, Kiara came, swung at me once, swung at me twice, and then kicked me.
Mm-hmm.
I pushed her away to get away from it, and then she kicked me in the groin.
Mm-hmm. How long ago was this?
2020.
Last night you're describing weapons. Has there ever been domestic violence involving weapons before?
Yes.
How many times?
3.
Okay. What kind of weapons?
Knives.
Knives. Similar to like what happened last night?
Yes.
From Kiara towards you?
Yes.
What's her fascination with weapons and threatening you?
She wants to see if I'm scared.
If you're scared. Why?
Because everybody knows me as a big jolly green giant.
I could see that.
I'm very peaceful. I'm like the kind of guy that'll be like, hey, what's up?
Shake your hand, friendly.
Give you a hug.
Yeah.
I'm also the kind of guy that, like, if I don't know you, don't hug me, because I'm a germaphobe.
Oh, okay.
But she wants to see if she can. Somebody, I guess, that told her about my past. Well, that somebody was my sister. That I could be an angry person.
She wants to get you angry.
Yes.
Why?
To see what kind of reaction would come of it, and I've been bottling my anger and turning it into the one thing that I love doing is instead of using anger and hate, love and peace.
Yep.
That's my thing. Anytime somebody is angry, I bring in that energy and I return it back as a positive.
Gotcha. Is there anything sexual behind this weapon fascination that Kiara has? Do you guys ever use weapons during sex or anything like that?
No.
No.
I'm actually terrified of anything near myself.
Yeah.
Especially since I had another friend. This is going to go completely off topic, but another friend of mine stole some knives from me. And this is when I could have knives.
Yeah.
And she had put in the journal a lock of my hair and a story about how she wanted to have some kind of act with me while slicing my throat. And I was like, okay, I'm done with weapons.
Yeah, I can see that. So back to Grace. You had
All right, that seems like a good point to stop because we're about 5 minutes away from trial starting again. So I want to put a pin in that. We'll come back to him for sure. Maybe Monday before or during lunch Monday. If we don't get to his, they're going to play his testimony, right? They're going to play his testimony. I don't know how long they're going to play. State said it was 3 hours, and this is like 3 hours and 18 minutes or something like that. So it sounds like they are going to play pretty much all of his testimony. But there's some really, really interesting things that happened in there. He said he was at the foot of the bed. Kiara said she was at the foot of the bed. He said he couldn't sleep. He couldn't sleep because something kept poking him in the back. So, right? Something kept poking him in the back. As we heard today from Dr. Emily, Grace got stabbed 3 times in the lower back. Right? Interesting. He says he ripped the door off the hinges when he went Conan the Barbarian. He ripped the door off the hinges. Remember, Lanny testified that April 4th of 2022, she had to take Kiara to the ER because she was covered from head to toe in bruises and she had a broken thumb. Stella, thank you for the floating hearts. Appreciate that. So he's now that we're getting a bigger picture of him, a more clear, concise picture of him. It's starting to put some pieces together. He dated Grace when she was 16. He was 20. He admitted to the detective there that was wrong. He knows that was wrong. So Grace, I think, was 2 years older. I believe Grace was 2 years older than Kiara. And Kiara knew Grace's younger sister, right? We know that. I think her name's Marjorie. Let me just double check. Yeah, Marjorie is Grace's younger sister. So Kiara met her in 3rd grade. They hung out in 3rd grade. And then when she turned like 14 or something, 13, 14, she stopped hanging out with Marjorie and she started hanging out with Grace. And then that's when she said this incident with these 16 guys happened and Grace was collecting money and all this stuff. So if Grace was 16 and Kiara was 14, so he was 20. So there's a huge age difference there. So definitely I enjoy watching this multiple times because we hear more and more. We hear more and more about him. And in connection with testimony versus his testimony. All right, I want to just see where did we end? All right, we ended at I'll make a note so that we don't have to watch it all over again. So about 125. All right, 125. Let me just make a note for myself. Ended on Friday at 125 in. All right. So when we pick up on this, if we don't hear it on Monday, which I don't see how they're going to get to Kiara, forensic psychiatrist. And detective, we're going to go through his 3 hours of testimony. 3 hours of interview. Detective Vihel is going to be on the stand, like pretty much like all day. I don't think they're going to get him in and out very quickly. All right, I think I can take this off. All right, we can say officially welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch and or dinner and or breakfast and or drinking at the pub or taking your kids to the movies, whatever it is. Going to the beach. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Hope everybody had a good break. We are just finishing up lunch on day 3 of Isaac Apodaca's trial. We heard from Dr. Emily Helmrich. She was the medical examiner, forensic pathologist. We just finished watching a little bit of Isaac's interview with Detective Javier Vigil. I think it's Vigil. And we are expecting more testimony today. 2 cell phone experts. Who else? DNA. We have DNA. We have fingerprints. And they think they may be able to start with Detective Vigil. They may be able to start with him. And then Monday, they think they'll finish. Most likely, they're going to rest on Monday. So that's where we stand. All right. Laura, Texas is an oven. Yeah, we're like 98 right now. We're at we're away from the beach far enough that we're getting that heat. I liked it when we were like a mile from the beach because it would be like 90, 89, and then further inland you get in Florida, I guess anywhere, the hotter it is. And Lord, it is hot right now. It's 90, 98, 97. It's supposed to be 98 in about a half an hour. That is some hot. So, all right, we are waiting. I'll use this time to remind you that tomorrow, Saturday, we will be doing a stream with Dr. Barry. Let me post our link here. This is our link. Let's see, I think that should come up. Will that come up? There we go. Okay, so this is the link. Oops. We're going to be doing a dual stream. Both communities will be able to participate and enjoy. But Dr. Barry will be joining us. We'll be joining her. It's going to we'll be running it, but she's going to be streaming on her platform as well, her community. So that's the link for us. And if you want to watch over at Dr. Barry, here's the link for Dr. Barry. We're going to be talking about Kiara. We're going to be talking about Isaac. We're going to be talking about Carlos. So we have a lot of questions. Basically, what makes people break bad? Why do people do what they do? Why do people, delete each other? Why do people? What causes somebody to do what they do? So that's Dr. Barry. That's the link to Dr. Barry's page if you guys want to go check her out. So come join us this Saturday, tomorrow, 1:00 Eastern, and we're going to be talking about the psychology of as much as we can get into it. What is it? Is it impulse control? Is it nature versus nurture? Is it environmental? That's the nature part of things. I want to talk to her about Carlos and cannabis. We heard from the cannabis doctor, Steve Siegel, the other day with Carlos Dominguez, and he said there was no correlation. So I want to talk to her about that, see what her impressions are with that. We'll talk about dissociative identity disorder. Kiara self-diagnosed herself, but then she did get a psych evaluation. She was found not competent to stand trial there for about 5 to 6 weeks. And then she went through, here he comes. So no shackles, nothing on his legs, nothing on his hands. I don't even see a shock belt. I don't think he's got anything on him, to be quite honest, you guys. I didn't see anything.
Okay, let's go back on the record. We reconvene in State versus Apodaca with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present outside the hearing in presence of the jury. I was informed there's an issue we need to address. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know that we need to address it in full at this moment, but I wanted to alert the court. So as the court's aware, throughout the case, we've been regularly monitoring the defendant's jail calls. And after the first day of trial, he called his mother. We received that call yesterday morning and disclosed it to defense yesterday. We received 2 more calls to his mother from last night, this morning, and I believe have since uploaded those. Okay, we're in the process of uploading those. What I can proffer to the court based on a quick review of those calls is that he appears to be violating the rule of exclusion and discussing some of the ongoings in the courtroom, including yesterday some of the evidence that was admitted. There's some coded references to the testimony of Lanny McCulley and a number of issues of related to activities within the courtroom. Again, some of it's somewhat coded or in shorthand, but there is active discussion related to evidence that was referred to or introduced yesterday. There's discussions about her upcoming testimony and things that he is.
Who's her?
His mother, Linda Montoya. As you're aware, defense has said that they would be recalling her in their case. She's still, and we had reserved her, and the court admonished her she wasn't allowed to talk about her testimony with anyone. The defendant, of course, has been present throughout the trial, hearing you admonish all witnesses. And so it appears that he has actively been violating the rule of exclusion, and she has been participatory in that violation. It's not ripe at this time. I'm not sure if defense intends to recall her, but should they, we will likely be seeking her exclusion. And we would ask for the court to consider additional remedies as it relates to the defendant, and that would include an admonition not to have any further contact with his mother during the trial, and the court consider a elimination of phone privileges for the duration of the trial.
Counsel, I know you haven't heard all of the recordings. Have you reviewed the one recording that was referred to?
No, Judge. I will. Was it disclosed with CMS? Or?
Well, it's a recording, so it would have been through Axon yesterday's?
I didn't get a notification of that or anything, so this is kind of surprising to me. We were actually talking about Linda Montoya during lunch. We're not likely not calling her back. But so it's maybe a non-issue here, but if we do, I need to listen to this jail call or these jail calls to know what the state is referring to. We've honest the defendant. We've told him not to be communicating with anybody who's a witness. I need to just.
She has a prohibition as well.
Well, she has a prohibition as well. I understand that, Judge, and I talked to we've told the defendant not to be communicating with witnesses in this case. I need to listen to those jail calls to see what the state is referring to. But right now we're leaning towards not calling Ms. Montoya, but calling Mr. Apodaca. That's where we're moving.
Okay. And again, you don't have to make those decisions, but 2 things. One is make sure you provide and make available the, I guess now 3 calls that you've referred to, and also to make sure that we don't have any other potential for tamper. Counsel prepare an order suspending his phone privileges, and we'll get that issued and sent to the jail when they take him back today.
Yes, Your Honor. The other issue, the state doesn't take a position on this. I just want the court to be aware as the person in charge of the courthouse as it relates to this case. Ms. Montoya came to the courthouse yesterday and was seen anointing a large amount of courthouse, the doorways, some of the objects in the hallway with an oil and the sign of the cross. Those crosses are visible at some points in the hallway. My staff saw her do it. We don't take a position on that, but
Did she mark the building with a cross, or was she just?
No, the building. So the 2 entry doors here.
Yes.
Have oil cross marks on them.
Okay.
I know at least a member of staff noticed one of the benches in the hallway. I just felt that the court should be aware. We don't.
So Judge, I will tell you this, I don't know if there's gonna be some evidence that plays out in the next few days that could make it necessary for us to call Ms. Montoya to clarify something, but if the hypothetically, if the trial were to end today, like, our plan would not be to call Ms. Montoya. So 95% chance that we're not gonna be calling Ms. Montoya back unless something changes through testimony or evidence, that would make it necessary for us to call her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is going to happen with respect. So, if there's, my concern would be primarily if the jury saw her doing something like that, either in the building or in the courtyard outside of the building. They know who she is. She's already testified once before them, and both sides have reserved her for potential recall. So I'm not going to take any action. We've had people burn sage smudge sticks outside and ground cornmeal. Things like that happen. But my concern is the impact it might have on the jury if they observe anything like that with respect to her testimony, which is outside of her activity outside of the courtroom that they may be able to observe.
Judge, is it okay, based on this, I could just have a conversation right now in private with Mr. Apodaca? Briefly, probably less than 5 minutes.
Yes, but he's not going to be talking to her anymore. So, if
May not be material, I understand what I do.
If you want to talk to him, that's fine. Let him talk in the back for a couple minutes.
Yes.
And Your Honor, can that order also reflect a suspension of tablet messages? He communicates via essentially text message with his mother through tablets.
Yes.
Right.
Where else directed?
Someone has one.
Yep. My bingo card is officially blown up. We knew this was going to be an odd trial. But I never went there with it. Whew. Interesting. My bingo card is officially blown up. All right. So apparently he called mom yesterday, or day one. He called her yesterday. He's telling her about evidence. She came into the court. She's using oil and she's making crosses on the doors, on a bench. Defense is 95% sure they're not going to be calling Miss Montoya, and she did call Kiara a witch. That is true. I think JMS, you said that. Trial of the year, Ionine. Yeah, this one's going to be. I'm going to remember this one for a long time. I'm definitely going to remember this. Or horse welfare, your bingo card burst into flames. Oh man. Hey, you know what? Everybody's beliefs are their beliefs. I'm not here to say her beliefs are anything. Beliefs are your beliefs, you know. Judge said they've had people burning sage. So it is what it is, you know. I'm not here to say anything about the beliefs. I'm just here to say this trial is just when you thought it couldn't take another turn, it's taken a twist, a turn, and a hiccup all in one minute. From him trying to possibly tamper with a witness, to mom trying to I don't know, would that sway the jury? If you saw somebody putting oil on a doorway, would that sway you and doing the sign of the cross? I don't know. Would that, if you were a juror, would you be swayed? I'd be like, that's interesting, but or maybe I would say only in Santa Fe. Maybe it's one of those moments. I had probably 20 moments like that in New York City. I'd be like, only in New York City. So maybe that's a only in Santa Fe moment, where you see somebody putting the sign of the cross on a courtroom door at her son's trial. Mishi J, I wouldn't care. I personally, I probably wouldn't care either. I would just be like, all right, hey, to each their own. But theoretically, she is doing something to a government building, and that that could be viewed as, don't. It's like photographing. You're not allowed to photograph inside a government building. Maybe it's like, hey, don't be touching it. How do we know that was oil? How do we know that wasn't like some explosive? Then there's that. You don't know. It could be some flammable. It could be something that's going to make people sick. You just don't know. So that's why it's a blanket rule. Do not do that. Whatever your religious bent is, do not do that, because it could have been flammable. It could have been poison. Who knows? Somebody touches that door handle, and if there's poison on that.
Defense is asking to speak with me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, still not back on the record. All right, so that's what I would be thinking. I would be like, whatever. I wouldn't even put it a religious bend. I would put like, what did you just put on that door handle? And if I touch it, am I going to get sick? That's more like what I would be thinking. That's where my mind goes. I'm just making some notes. All right. Let's see here. So he talked to Isaac. Yeah, Isaac got taken to the principal's office. Isaac got taken to the principal's office. Let's see here. Yeah, of course, obviously that is the biggest issue, Court Watcher, is sharing evidence with mom, 100%. 100%. Oil does leave marks, causes damage. Yeah, some people are probably allergic to whatever oil she used, yeah. Again, that's where you have to draw the line, because if you allow it for one group, you have to allow it for the other group, and that group, and this group, and that group, and pretty soon you're going to be having, people, throwing urine on the wall because that's what they believe in. I'm taking that to the extreme, but you remember urine therapy. It's people are out there and they have these thoughts and beliefs. So that's why it's a slippery slope. You gotta like nip it in the bud and say, no, you are not allowed to do anything. This is a government building. Do not do that. So anyway, please add oil to the hinges. Yes, exactly. Myron, no matter what it is, don't do that. I agree. Because like I said, it's a slippery slope. If you allow one, then you're going to have to. Where do you stop? Where do you stop? Angela, the courtroom is a courthouse is a public building. There has to be some sort of law about defacing public buildings. Totally agree with that. So, yes, Denise, some people believe their cat pee has powers. Again, it's true. It's a slippery slope.
Oppose the state's order.
I haven't seen it yet, but you can look at the text.
What the state want, or as far as excluding the calls.
Yeah, we're going to prepare the order, let counsel see it, and submit it.
Yes.
Okay, our jury's in the back ready to go. Anything else before we call them in and get started?
No, nothing else, Judge.
Nothing for defense.
Okay, we're in recess until the jury comes in. And have your first.
All right. They're in recess until the jury comes in. Let's see how long it takes them. Oh, here comes the next witness. Oh, who's this dude? Who's this guy coming in? Who would he be? Possibly DNA. He might be the DNA expert, because that was the order. It was the medical examiner, DNA, then latent, which would be fingerprints, and then 2 cell phone experts, and then they said they might be able to start with Detective V. Hill. Yes, here comes the jury walk. The last time it was 1 minute and 45 seconds, I think. Let me see. Yeah. Last time it was minute 44. Let's see if they can get the jury here faster. All right, can they beat their 144 mark? Last time it was a minute and 44 seconds. Can they beat? Can they beat their 144 mark? Come on, jury. Place your bets. Place your bets. Can they beat 144? Yeah, the guy in the blue shirt is the. All right, they did. All right. Well, he hasn't said all rise yet. All right. We'll say that was about 139, I think. So they made it 139. I'll go with 139.
May be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. Who is your next witness, counsel?
Jeffrey Smith, Your Honor.
Sir, if you'd face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. See, you have some kind of notes or documents with you. Don't refer to those unless you're directed to by counsel. If you'd begin by stating your name for our record and spelling it for us, please.
My name is Jeffrey Smith, Jeffrey Smith.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the New Mexico Department of Public Safety here in the Santa Fe lab.
All right. And how long have you been with the Department of Public Safety?
I started with DPS in 2014. I left at the end of 2019 where I was the supervisor of the Albuquerque Police Department latent print section. And I came back in 2020 because COVID blew up the world.
All right. And is that sort of how much experience you have in as a forensic scientist, or do you go back before 2000? Did you say 2014?
I began my career in 1987 with the Sacramento Police Department. I was there a little over 13 years. Excuse me. I accepted a position with the Lakewood, Colorado Police Department as their latent print unit supervisor. I was there for 5 years when I left to take a position as a contractor for the Department of Defense, and I was in Iraq for approximately 2.5 years where I ran the latent fingerprint lab at Camp Fallujah. I came back, went to work for the Denver Police Department for approximately 2 years, and then I left as an independent contractor and worked as a subcontractor for Ron Smith and Associates at the Houston Police Department for 4 years. And then when that contract ran out is when I came to New Mexico.
All right. And what sort of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree from California State University, Sacramento. And I've had a multitude of specialized training in crime scene examination and processing, latent print processing, and latent print examination.
All right. And do any of those trainings offer, or do you have any sort of certifications or certificates?
Because of my experience at the time, I was qualified to take the International Association for Identification's latent print certification test, which I passed and have maintained since 1992. Yes, 1992.
All right. So for your job, is there a minimum educational requirement that you have to have?
I believe so. I think you have to have a bachelor's degree at a minimum, but I'm not certain because it changed within the last few years, I believe.
Okay. And do you have to participate in any sort of, continuing education or anything like that?
Our lab is accredited to an international standard, and as part of that standard, continuing education is required. Continuing education is also required for me to maintain my certification.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert witness before?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
In excess of 100.
Okay. And in what field or what discipline have you testified?
I've testified and been recognized as an expert in crime scene investigation, latent print examination, 10 print examination, and that occurred in California, Colorado, Texas, New Mexico, and I've had 2 sworn statements accepted in lieu of in-person testimony in the Central Criminal Court of Iraq.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, the state would offer Mr. Smith as an expert in latent print examination.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
He is so received and allowed to express his opinion in that area.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about what some of this stuff is that we're going to talk about. So what is a latent print?
On the palms of your hands, your fingers, the soles of your feet, you have a type of skin that's called friction ridge skin. It's raised skin that allows you to grip things and hold on to things. Except for maybe your feet. You don't really grip with your feet. But because of the uniqueness of that skin, which forms prior to birth, maintains its structure throughout your life, except for size due to growth, and it always, when you shed your skin, comes back exactly the same except for permanent scarring. The friction ridge skin on your fingers forms patterns. There are 3 types of patterns: loops, whorls, and arches, and the friction ridge skin itself has ridge characteristics, which there are 3 basic types. For example, a ridge will go and stop, an ending ridge. A ridge will go and split into 2, a bifurcation, or there will be a dot. Self-explanatory, it's a dot. We use those characteristics. I'm probably not answering your question anymore, am I?
You are.
Okay. We use those ridge characteristics and their spatial relationship to one another to allow us to determine source when we are doing comparisons.
Okay. And when you're doing a comparison, do you have to have an inked or a known print to compare something to?
We do compare to a known set of standards. I don't know. People get printed for various reasons throughout their life. Those known standards, because we know where they came from, are used as the exemplars. The latent impressions that we come across on items, they're unknown to us. We don't know where they occurred, how they were left on an item. So we have unknowns, latents, or knowns, or exemplars.
Okay, so when you're making that comparison, how do you do it?
Well, sometimes I use a magnifying glass. A lot of times nowadays, because when we capture friction ridge skin or latent prints on items, we use digital cameras. So we do everything digitally on a computer screen. So I will take my unknown, my latent print, and I will analyze it to see if there's enough information there for me to make a determination. At the Department of Public Safety, we have basically 2 conclusions. We have identification, we know who the source, or we have exclusion. It is not the person we're comparing. On occasion, there is a 3rd conclusion, which we call inclusion, exclusion. We can't make a source determination. We can't make an elimination because we don't have enough information either from the unknown, the latent, or the known standards.
Okay. And is there ever time that you have to use another tool, maybe not a magnifying glass, in order to visualize a print?
a lot of times now everything we do is digital, so it's on a computer screen. So we use Photoshop program to enlarge images. We can put the latent and the known side by side, because what we're looking for when we're making comparisons is correspondence. The characteristics I mentioned before, the 3 characteristics, and their spatial relationship to one another, we're looking for that in the known. When, for example, I have a bifurcation facing down, the corresponding ridge going up ends, so I have a characteristic of a bifurcation going down, a characteristic of an ending ridge going up. 3 ridges away, I have a bifurcation going up. I'm looking for that spatial relationship of all the ridge characteristics contained in the unknown, and I'm looking for the correspondence in the known. That is how we can determine source.
Okay, so in looking at, I guess, a finger or a palm, something like that, if I had cleaner glasses, I might be able to see something within that. Are those the ridges that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with DPS case number 22-3858?
Yes.
All right. And did you receive items for this case in order to test for latent prints?
I did.
Do you know what items you received in this case to test?
5, 6, and 9.
All right. And are those all of the items that you received?
No. Can I refer to my report?
Any objection?
No. Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
5, items 5, 6, 12, 9, 11, and 15.
Okay. So let's just start with number 5. What was item number 5?
Item number 5, which was agency item number 15, was a sword with reddish brown stains and what I suspected to be hairs.
All right. And item number 6. What was item number 6?
It was the sheath to the sword.
And how about, do you have items 12-1 and 12-2?
Yes.
What were those?
A dagger and its corresponding sheath.
What about item number 9?
Item 9 was inked finger and palm print standards bearing the name Kiara McCulley.
And is there a date of birth that was corresponded with that?
12/4/2002.
What about item number 11?
Inked finger and palm print standards bearing the name Isaac Apodaca, date of birth 12/19/1996.
And finally, lab item number 15. What was that?
Post-mortem inked fingerprint standards bearing the name Grace Jennings, date of birth 8/22/2001.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about the process? How did you get those items?
Well, this case was assigned to me by my supervisor, which is typical. And then I look at the assignment, I see which items I need to request. I submit a request to our evidence section, who receives the evidence from submitting agencies, stores it in the vault until somebody like me asks for it for analysis. So I submitted a request to them. They pull the items. Our evidence tracking system is a barcode system. So they scan the barcode into the computer system. It's Laboratory Information Management System, or LIMS system. And then I come in, I verify what they're giving me is what I asked for. They put in their unique password. I put in my unique password, and the item is transferred from the evidence section into my control. Within the latent print section, I have personal lockers that I have personal combinations for, where I store it prior to doing my analysis. So I would take it for them, I'd put it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were those contents changed? Were the contents changed, disturbed in any manner other than what you did to perform your test?
No. One of the first things we do when we get the evidence items is we check to make sure that the seal is intact and it has not been compromised. And then our process is to photograph the packaging to show what condition it was in when I received it, which I did in this case.
Okay. And you stated that you've got sort of your own personal lockers. When you receive those contents, were they either in your custody and control or in your locker at all times?
Once I got them from the evidence section, yes.
Thank you. Did you actually perform any latent print processing or development on any of those items?
I did.
All right. Would you tell the jury a little bit about that, please?
All right. First of all, there are two kinds of items that we process for latent prints. There's porous items, something that absorbs. Paper is a good example. And non-porous items, something that doesn't absorb, like my sword. Even though we call the friction ridge latent prints, sometimes when we examine the item, we can see those prints with the naked eye. That is always our first examination method, is a visual inspection to see if there is ridge detail that we can see with our naked eye. If there is ridge detail observed at any point in the processing methods, we document it photographically. In this particular case, there was ridge detail visible to me. I didn't have to do anything. I did no processing when I initially discovered the ridge detail, so I documented it photographically. For non-porous items, our second processing method, well, in this case, because there was reddish-brown stains on the item, we use a chemical called amino black, which reacts with the proteins found in blood. It will enhance and highlight if there are those proteins there in a bluish-black coloring. So that was my second process in this case. I did not get any additional prints. Following that, we use superglue fuming, where we put our non-porous items in a cabinet, an airtight cabinet. We heat superglue. The fumes will adhere to the residue left when you touch an item. And it's examined after that. Photographs are taken if needed. And the last combo step is a dye stain called rhodomin that we use. It adheres, gets absorbed by the superglue residue, and then we view it with a laser and it will fluoresce to allow us to see it better. Anything's there, we take photographs. Those are the processes I used in this case.
Okay. And you stated that when you use the naked eye, that you were actually able to visualize some prints. Is that correct? 3. Okay. And then when you went to the next step, I think you called it the amino black, that actually didn't result in anything.
There was some enhancement because we have prints that we're going to use, but when something is handled multiple times, take your cell phone, for example, there's all kinds of bits and pieces of ridge detail that is insufficient for use in comparison. We can't make an exclusion, we can't make an identification because there's not enough information there. These items all had ridge detail that I could not use for comparison. So without checking my notes, I do believe amino there was some enhancement, but nothing significant.
Okay. And then was there anything of significance that happened after and I think you kind of said it was a two-step process, the superglue with then the dye stain?
No, superglue first, then the dye stain with the laser.
Okay.
And no.
Okay, thank you. After you did those sort of processing steps, did you then conduct an analysis?
I conduct an analysis of what's on the item at every step through processing. I think, if I may, what you mean, did I do a comparison?
I do mean that. Thank you. Did you conduct a comparison?
I did.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Okay, I mentioned already that there were 3 prints of value. 2 were sufficient for identification. 1 was sufficient for inclusion, exclusion only. So, as I may have said, or at least alluded to earlier, when we make an identification, that means we're determining source. When we make an exclusion, we're saying that the people we compared could not be the source of that print, but because it's an inclusion print, I can't ever identify that print because there's not enough information there. But I can use it, possibly, for exclusion. 2 of the prints in this case were identified to Ms. McCulley, and the 3rd impression could not be excluded from Ms. McCulley due to the quality of the impression. Now, I'm kind of jumping around and I apologize. When I say a print can't be identified, that doesn't mean it's worthless. As I think I said earlier, there are 3 pattern types and everybody has a combination or one of all of them. There's a loop. The ridge detail comes in, loops around, goes back out the same side. There's a whirl, kind of looks like a Target. Think of the Target department store logo. And there's an arch where it comes, the ridges come in from one side, kind of flow up in a wave and go out the other side. Well, this inclusionary print was a right slant whirl. So the ridges come in from the right side, come up, loop over, go back out the other side. If the person I'm comparing has no loops, I can exclude them. They could not possibly be the source of that impression. I could not exclude Miss McCulley, but the other 2 individuals I compared, Apodaca and Jennings, they had loops. But this particular loop, while there's not enough information there for me to make an identification, there was significant ridge count between the delta, which is part of the pattern type. It's where the ridges flow together, split apart, and surround or tend to surround the core of the print. So there was significant ridge count between the delta and the core, and Apodaca and Jennings had very small ridge count loops, so I could exclude them based on that information.
All right, and I want to talk to you a little bit about some of what you found, what those results were as far as specific items. So as far as lab item number 5, which I think you stated was the sword with reddish brown stains on that?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything sufficient for possible identification?
Yes.
All right, and what was it?
Those were the 3 that I explained just a minute ago. 2 for identification, which were identified, and 1 for inclusion, exclusion, which couldn't be excluded, but was excluded from 2 of the 3.
Okay, so let's talk about the identification portion. Who did that identification come back to?
One of them was identified as the right middle finger of McCulley. One was identified as the left palm of McCulley.
And then what about for the impressions that were sufficient for inclusion or exclusion only?
I could not exclude McCulley, but I was able to exclude Apodaca and Jennings.
Okay. Let's move on to lab item number 6. Was there anything sufficient there for you to analyze?
No.
And number 6 was the sheath?
Yes.
Looking to lab items number 12-1 and 12-2, was there anything there for you to sufficient for your analysis?
No.
So based on lab item number 5, were you able to make or able to come to any conclusions?
Item 5?
Item 5.
Yes, that was the 3 impressions. 2 were identified. The 3rd one could not be excluded from McCulley, but was excluded from Apodaca and Jennings.
Okay. And I guess to maybe sort of simplify that down a little bit, what is your ultimate opinion about the Whose prints are on that sword?
It is in my opinion that the source of the two prints is McCulley, right index, or I'm sorry, right middle and left palm. I would not expect to see that in any other person that I've ever seen or compared. While, back up a little bit, while not all prints could be compared to everybody in the world, no two prints have ever been found to be from two separate sources. Even identical twins have different ridge characteristics, different fingerprints, their palms are different. They are unique. While identical twins have the same DNA. But I cannot compare everybody in the world. But in my opinion, I would not expect the source of those prints to be anybody other than McCulley. However, the source of the remaining impression could not be Apodaca or Jennings for the very same reasons.
And I know that you've been referring to your report is documenting sort of everything that you do throughout the process, a normal course of your business?
Absolutely.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes, show counsel what you have.
He did, Your Honor. Thank you.
Come on up.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state exhibit number 84. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I'm familiar with it. It's the report that I authored. Has my digital signature on it.
And is it the report that you authored for this specific case?
It is.
All right. At this point, I would move it into evidence.
Any objection to 84?
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to try to clear some things up. When you visually identified those three prints on the sword, did you make a specific label for each one in your notes? What are those labels? Is it 5A, 5B, and 5C? And if you need to look at your notes, you can.
Thank you. Yes, 5A, 5B, 5C.
Okay, and all three of those were found on the sword?
Correct.
Okay, so where on the sword was 5A found?
I marked it on the sword. I don't specifically remember what I did, 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I know you take pictures while you're doing this entire process. Would it help maybe if you looked at the pictures, you might be able to remember where you found it on the sword?
Well, and I'm going to speculate, no, because the pictures I have are close-ups of the actual latent impressions, not where, but I'm highly confident that the prints are on the blade.
Okay, and 5A is what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
Okay, and that was identified as being the middle finger of Kiara McCulley?
Right middle finger, yes.
Right middle finger. And you're saying that was on the blade?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and let's talk about 5B real quick. You also found 5B on the sword, right?
Correct.
That one was a right loop pattern, I think.
5B, yes.
And do you remember where on the sword you found that one?
I do not, but somewhere in the back of my brain, I believe all of these were on the blade, but I can't say for 100% certain unless I actually examine the item again.
Okay.
Because I did mark them.
Gotcha. Do you want to try to look at your pictures? I mean, do you have black and white photos there? Is that
No, I have color.
You do have color?
Yeah.
Have you already looked at them and you just can't tell?
No.
Okay. All right, where were we with 5B?
Yes, 5B, right slant loop.
Yeah, okay. And who does it belong to?
We don't know.
Okay. Now, you did try to enhance that one, right?
Yes.
And it ended up being an inclusion-exclusion?
Yes, it is a right slant loop, but there's not enough information there. It's too fragmented, I guess, for me to make any kind of identification, but I know it's right slant loop, so I can eliminate people, and I did eliminate people.
And you eliminated Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
Okay. And we did 5A and 5B. Let's look at 5C. 5C you also found on the sword.
Correct.
That's why it's called 5, because you called the sword 5.
When I mark or number latent impressions, they are a sub of the actual item number. So all these, the A, B, and C, means that they came from item 5.
Okay. And item 5C was the left palm print of Kiara McCulley.
Correct.
And you found it on the sword.
Correct.
But you don't remember where?
No.
Okay. And bottom line is you didn't find Isaac Apodaca's fingerprints on that sword.
I did not.
And you didn't find Isaac Apodaca's fingerprints on the sheath?
I found ridge detail that was insufficient for comparison. I don't know who it belongs to.
Okay. And what about the dagger?
Same thing.
Okay, so, and what about the sheath for the dagger?
Same thing, insufficient ridge detail. I could not determine source of any of that insufficient ridge detail and attribute to any specific individual.
Okay, and just to be clear for the jury, Isaac Apodaca is not, his fingerprints are not identified on the sword, on the dagger sheath.
Correct.
Nor is he identified on the dagger.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and you guys do quality control in your lab, right?
We do.
And how does that work?
Depends on the specifics. So part of the quality control is evidence intake, making sure everything is sealed, nothing's coming out of its, packaging or anything else. Same thing when I am analyzing evidence or processing evidence. I make sure that the package is sealed when I get it. When I open it, everything is as described. If not, I document what it is. When doing chemical processing techniques on items, we use control strips to make sure that the chemicals are working correctly and we're going to get the expected results.
Okay, and then your results, once you're done with your analysis, is it reviewed by somebody else?
That is also part of quality control. So my comparisons are verified by another competent examiner. And then when my whole package is put together, it's sent for technical review, making sure I did everything correctly and like I was supposed to. If it passes technical review, it goes for administrative review, making sure all my T's are crossed and my I's are dotted and I got periods in the right place.
Okay, and do you remember who reviewed your work in this case?
In this particular case, my verifications were done by my supervisor, Bonnie Knoll. I don't know who administratively reviewed it, but it was either Teresa Vigil Miranda or William Gagne, because at the time were the only people in the office.
Okay. And if they had disagreed with your results, they would have marked that on your report?
They would have sent it back for corrections, yes.
Okay, and they didn't do that?
I don't recall. I may have had some grammatical stuff going on in this case or typos or something, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
So when they're doing that, when you say they're doing that review, is it just dotting your I's and crossing your T's, or are they also are they analyzing the prints the same way you did?
The the verification, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then the technical review is done by the person who does the verifications to make sure all my processing techniques were recorded, documented. I used my controls. I used all the appropriate processing methods. So yes.
And what kind of experience and training does Miss Knoll have, if you know?
She's been the supervisor and the technical lead of the unit for, I don't know, I want to say at least 15 years. I think she has over 20 years in the field.
Okay, so these prints have basically been reviewed by 2 different analysts.
Yes. Oh, and Ms. Knoll is also a certified latent print examiner from the International Association for Identification.
Okay. Now, are you careful with cross-contamination when you're doing your analysis of these items?
If the item has been submitted for any other type of analysis, specifically DNA analysis, then yes, I take extreme measures to try and prevent contamination.
And were these items also submitted for DNA analysis, if you know?
I believe the sword was. I don't know about the other items, but I do have the submission form with me. I could tell you.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Judge, may we approach?
Come on up.
So interesting that the sword does not have Isaac's fingerprints on it. Not that it really matters for the purposes of this trial. I would expect their fingerprints to be all over this thing, because I would have thought he would have, I would have thought he would have played with it. He would have, handled it at least. But basically, right middle finger on the blade was Kiara's, and then the left palm print was somewhere on the sword, but he's not sure where it was. That's the upshot of that. Auntie Ree, no, digital has not come in yet. They're supposed to come in at the end of today. Although we still have to hear from DNA. So it was supposed to be the ME, then DNA, and then fingerprints, but it was ME and then fingerprints.
Did you find it, sir?
I did.
All right. So what the sword was sent? Tell us what happened.
The sword was submitted for latent print examination and DNA analysis.
And so did you follow the protocol necessary for it to be sent to DNA analysis?
I did.
Okay. Why don't you explain to the jury what that involves?
So when I have an item that is going to have subsequent DNA analysis on it, I do this anyway, but I always use clean butcher paper. I wear gloves. And when I handle items for DNA analysis, I wear what I refer to as a clean room suit. I have a Tyvek hood. I have a Tyvek suit. I wear a mask, and I have a face shield. I wear that with gloves change my gloves every time I handle something different or I move the item to avoid any kind of cross-contamination if I touch something by accidentally. But the suit, the mask, and the gloves is the precautions I take when handling items for subsequent DNA analysis.
And do you sterilize the work area before you do that?
I use a bleach solution for my bench before I put down my paper. I use the same bleach solution to decontaminate any kind of pens, implements I'll use, like my box cutter to open things up, or my letter opener to open up envelopes. I have some wire cutters because sometimes things are zip tied to their box. Probably was in this case, so I had to cut those. So everything is decontaminated before I start, and I do that after I put on my suit.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing on redirect, but the state would reserve him for rebuttal.
You're being reserved for possible recall. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any other information about the case.
Yes, sir.
Feel free to step down. Thank you. Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state.
State calls Rosalind Archuleta, Your Honor.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, in between witnesses, if you want us to stand up and stretch in place, you're welcome to do that. Good afternoon. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. You begin by stating your name for a record. See, you have some documents. Don't refer to any documents unless
That's
you're
fine.
directed to by the, if you just close your.
Sure.
If you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Yes, my name is Rosalind Archuleta. First name is RoslynD. Last name is Archuleta, Archuleta.
Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I am a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory here in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
We just heard from Mr. Jeffrey Smith from the latent unit. Do the latent and the DNA units work kind of near each other?
They're near each other. We're in the same laboratory, but in different sections.
Okay. And how long have you been with the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory?
About 18 and a half years now.
Okay. What's your role there?
I am a forensic scientist primarily, but I also supervise the DNA section.
Okay. And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology in Socorro, New Mexico. I also have some clinical laboratory casework from the University of New Mexico Medical Laboratory Sciences program. After that, I started employment at Genzyme Genetics in Santa Fe, and then I moved to the Department of Public Safety to start work as a forensic scientist.
What do your duties include as a forensic scientist in the DNA section?
What I do is I look at crime scene evidence that has been collected by law enforcement and has been submitted to our laboratory to determine whether or not there might be biological material on an item of evidence so that I can collect a sample from that and then proceed with DNA testing. I also look at known DNA standards or reference samples that are collected from an individual. Those are different in the fact that they have their own chain of custody. We know they came from a particular individual, and those are submitted to the laboratory for comparison purposes to any evidence profiles that might be generated. Once I perform evidence examinations, I move forward with the DNA testing steps, make any conclusions, and then write a report with my findings.
Okay. And is the New Mexico Department of Public Safety crime lab or forensic laboratory, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, we are accredited by A2LA, which is the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And what that means is that our laboratory is recognized by an outside agency, and they recognize the fact that by examining all of our processes, we are staffed with fully qualified and competent scientists to perform casework on, or to perform testing on casework samples.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Roughly how many times?
I believe today is 73.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis and serology?
Yes.
Okay. And do you teach and train in your field?
I do. I have taught law enforcement. I've also taught one semester of a college course as well.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I belong to both AFS, which is the American Association of Forensic Scientists. I believe that's correct. And also the Southwestern Association for Forensic Sciences.
Your Honor, at this time I tender Ms. Archuleta as an expert witness in forensic DNA analysis and serology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She is so received. You need to discuss what serology is.
Yes, Judge. What is serology?
Excuse me. Serology is a process of testing that I can perform when I'm examining casework that helps me determine what type of biological fluid may or may not be present. So for example, I have a color change test that helps indicate whether or not blood may or may not be present on an item. Should I perform that test on a stain that might warrant that type of testing? I look for a color change. I look for a bright pink color that indicates to me that blood, in fact, is indicated on that item. It looks like blood, it acts like blood, and for all intents and purposes, it appears to be blood. So I can collect a sample from that and move forward with testing and see if I find human DNA on that item and therefore arrive at a DNA profile. If that color change does not occur, then blood is not present on that item.
And when you're talking about this color change to pink, the item itself doesn't have a color change, does it? It's just like a swab you take from the item?
Correct. It would be a swab that I would moisten and then swab any staining that I might find on the surface of an item. And then I test that swab, either by taking a small cutting of it or testing the swab itself to determine if there's a color change from that material that was collected from the item.
Okay, let's have you define a couple of terms. You've already defined a known standard or a DNA standard,
yes,
or a reference sample as it's sometimes called. But what is DNA?
DNA is the biological material within almost all of your cells. The only exception to that is a red blood cell, because red blood cells don't have a nucleus. So it's the genetic information inside of your body that helps code for who you are as an individual. You get half of the DNA from your mother and half of the DNA from your father. That makes you as a unique individual. There are small portions of that DNA that are very unique to each individual. Some of our information codes for the same types of things. It gives you 2 arms and 2 legs. But we look at unique information. Some of it might give us things like maybe you have blue eyes or brown eyes. But the information that I look at as a forensic scientist is unique in nature and doesn't code for any information, but it's very highly variable between individuals.
What type of cells, you mentioned that blood cells cannot leave, or they don't have a nucleus, but what forms of DNA may you be able to pick up? Or how is DNA left behind, I guess is a better way of asking that.
DNA can be left behind in various different ways. For example, if I'm speaking, I'm not wearing a mask right now, I might have little bits of saliva on the surface in front of me. That saliva has skin cells inside of it that have a nucleus. When we're talking about whether or not there might be a blood stain on an item, those red blood cells don't have a nucleus, but there are white blood cells inside of your blood that do have a nucleus, and so we can still get DNA from blood. There's also the possibility of obtaining DNA sample from semen left behind from, any sort of interaction. And so we can also obtain DNA from hairs as well. Various different materials that come from the body can be left behind on surfaces, including skin cells.
And speaking of skin cells, what is touch DNA?
Touch DNA would be, so for example, if I had a water bottle and I pick up that water bottle repeatedly, I might be leaving skin cells behind on that item. And so that would be DNA that is left behind from me touching that item, and I might be able to swab for that and find my DNA profile.
Is it possible for someone to touch or handle an item but not leave detectable amounts of DNA behind?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Can you talk about circumstances under which DNA may or may not be detectable?
Yes. Firstly, DNA may not be detectable because somebody might not have touched an item. It may also not be detectable because maybe somebody wore gloves. Presuming that we're talking about handling an item with our hands. It may also not be detectable or may be very low in quantity because somebody might have touched it for a very short period of time. Or maybe they did not leave very many skin cells behind, even if they held it for longer. So the reasons that a person might not leave DNA behind can vary.
Okay. Thank you. What is a major profile and a minor profile?
When we are talking about DNA testing, it's important to know that when we are looking at the DNA, what I see is a picture of the DNA, or what we call an electropherogram. It's a fancy word for a visual representation of the pieces of DNA that have come from that item of evidence. I can tell by looking at that DNA profile or the electropherogram, that picture of the DNA, whether or not there might be one individual there or whether or not there might be multiple individuals in that DNA profile. So when I'm talking about a major or a minor DNA profile, I'm talking about a DNA mixture. So a DNA mixture is a combination of DNA from at least two individuals, if not possibly more. So going back to the example of the water bottle, if I take a drink of that water bottle, and I'm the only person that takes a drink of that water bottle, I expect to find my own DNA there and nobody else's. But if I share that water bottle with one of my friends, I would expect to see DNA from two people there because we're both sharing that water bottle. Now, if my friend came by and took just a quick little swig and put it down and went about their business, I would expect to see probably a lower amount of DNA in that DNA mixture. However, if that friend of mine took my water bottle and really liked what I had in my bottle, and kept drinking from that, I would expect they would leave a lot more DNA behind, possibly even more than me if they took it from me and didn't give it back. And so I might be able to see that there is a difference in the amount of DNA present. So I might be able to see one person's DNA profile higher or in more quantity than the other person's DNA profile. And in that case, that would be a major DNA profile because I can see that major contributor. And on the flip side of that, there would be a contributor that is lesser in quantity. And so that would be the minor DNA profile.
Okay. And you mentioned the concept of quantity. What happens if there's not, is there a threshold you have to meet in order to say whether it's someone's DNA or not someone's DNA? Or to draw any conclusions from the amount of DNA or the DNA?
Yes. So our protocol gives us guidelines that help us to determine whether there is enough DNA present in a sample in order to interpret that DNA profile. When there is a very low quantity, we might not be able to make any interpretation. Quite often that might happen with a minor DNA profile. If I'm seeing a very small amount of DNA in that minor component of a mixture, I might not be able to make any interpretation or comparisons to that. There is also a situation in which I could have a single source profile, and maybe there's just not a lot of DNA present there. And when I have that situation, I don't have enough information to make any interpretation, so I may at that point need to call that DNA profile insufficient in quantity and not be able to make comparisons to that as well.
Okay. I'll just ask you to explain very briefly to the jury, as briefly as possible to the jury, the process by which you are assigned a case, receive the items from a case, and the serology and DNA testing process.
When a case is brought to our laboratory by law enforcement, that case is taken to our evidence section, and the evidence technicians bring the case in, assign it a unique case number, and place that case in the vault and wait for a scientist to be ready to work the case. So when I am ready to work a case, I obtain a copy of the submission form, or what we call a board copy in-house. And what that is it's essentially a receipt between the laboratory and law enforcement that details the number of items that have been submitted in a case for testing and what type of testing is going to be performed. So when I have that copy of the submission form, I'm looking for items that are coming into the laboratory for DNA testing. And then I can request those items that I need to perform testing on from the evidence unit. When I do that, I will request those items of the evidence section, and when they have pulled those from the secure vault that I do not have access to, they have to transfer chain of custody over to me for those items of evidence. And when they do that, I have to put my password into a computer system to switch all of the chain of custody over to my name so that it's reflected that I have all of those items for testing. Once I'm ready to start work on the case, well, let me backtrack. When I have those items of evidence in my custody, I will take those up to my own locker that has its own unique code for me to get into and store my items of evidence. If I need to wait to start testing, I will put those in my locker, lock them up, and wait until I am ready to start evidence examinations. If I'm ready to start those right away, I might go directly to my bench to do that. When I perform that testing, I then look at evidence items first, and then I look at any reference items last, just so as to preserve the integrity of the evidence by examining the evidence first.
Okay, thank you. And you just talked about evidence integrity. What steps do you take, what if any steps do you take to avoid cross-contamination?
In the laboratory, we deal with this in multiple different ways. When we start testing, we are using clean instruments to perform testing. I am making sure that my bench is clean, everything is wiped down. We use bleach to decontaminate. I use clean bench paper, I use clean razor blades. Everything I touch has been bleached to ensure that there is no potential or very, very minimal potential for any sort of contamination from my bench itself. I am also using things like a crosslinker. A crosslinker is a machine that I can put items like tubes that I'm going to collect DNA samples in. I can put that in a crosslinker and it helps break down any residual DNA that might be present on that item so that I have a clean tube to work with. In addition to that, we are always wiping down our laboratory on a routine basis. That is done by all laboratory personnel, both in the general laboratory and all equipment, as well as at our own benches. When I perform DNA testing on items, I am making sure that everything is clean, brand new, cross-linked under the UV light, and making sure that it is ready for use. In addition to that, we also use blanks. Our blanks during testing help us to determine that the steps of DNA testing are clean at every step. So I'm going to run reagent blanks with all of my samples to ensure that anything I add into my samples is clean. I expect to see no DNA profile if I'm adding reagents to that blank as I'm testing it. And so at every point of that testing process, we have steps that show us that in fact that testing is clean throughout the entire process up until we arrive at a DNA profile.
Thank you. So as you've described, if you have items of evidence that are assigned to you to examine, after you've examined them, do you yourself look for areas on an item that may be likely to have DNA on them?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, that was poorly stated. I apologize. When you receive items that may have evidentiary value, is it you that determines where to swab or scrape or collect potential samples from?
Yes. When I examine an item of evidence, I'm looking primarily for any staining that may or may not be present and making notes about that. If there is staining, I might want to collect a sample to move forward with serology testing or with DNA testing. Sometimes I might look at an item and I might see that type of staining, and so I can move forward with those steps. However, I might look at an item and determine that maybe I need to test for who might have been wearing an item or who might have been touching an item. That is something we frequently do, for example, with handguns. We might take a swab of the handle of the gun or the grip, the trigger area, to determine whose DNA might be present on those areas.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to educate the jury on regarding the DNA testing process before we just go ahead and jump into this case?
I think
Objection,
that's good.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with lab case 22-3858-DPS?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And was the corresponding, what was the agency that referred that case to you?
I'm sorry. May I refer to my report?
Sure, if that would refresh.
Just to verify.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. It was Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay, great. And how many evidentiary items and standards did you receive as part of this case?
There were 13 items total. 3 of them were DNA standards. The other items were evidentiary samples.
Were some items, then did you take swabs or cuttings from some of those items?
Yes.
Okay. So if I could just begin by talking about who you received known standards from.
Yes, I received known DNA standard from Kiara McCulley. That was item 8. Item 10 was a DNA standard from Isaac Apodaca, and item 16 was a DNA standard from Grace Jennings.
Okay. And on your report, do you also note the agency item number in addition to your own internally assigned lab item number?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and for today's purposes, would it be easiest to refer to your lab item number?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So those 3 standards are the ones that you received. What was item 1 in terms of the evidentiary items?
Item 1 was a blue sweater.
Okay. And when you examined that blue sweater, did you notice anything that led you to conduct additional testing on that item?
Yes, there was staining on the cuff area of the sweater on the right side.
Okay. And do you recall the color or the appearance of that staining?
To my recollection, it was red-brown in color.
Okay. And what swabs or cuttings did you take from that blue sweater, item number 1?
I did collect 2 separate samples from that. On the first sample, which I called item 1.1, this was a stain on the right cuff of the sweater. I performed serology testing on that item, and then I moved forward with DNA testing.
Okay. And if you could educate the jury about the results of your testing on item 1.1.
Yes, on item 1.1, blood was indicated on that item, and there was a DNA mixture of at least the major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be a source of the DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Both Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca are eliminated as sources of that major DNA profile, and I could not make any interpretation or comparisons to the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
So you just mentioned a number of 24 octillion. Can you tell the jury what octillion is, an octillion?
Yes. So octillion is an incredibly large number. There are approximately 8 billion individuals on the entire Earth. So this number is much, much, much larger than that. And so in my opinion, I would not expect to see any other person with that DNA profile unless that person had an identical twin.
And just the number 24 octillion, how many zeros would that be roughly?
Oh, 27, I believe.
So 24 followed by 27 zeros?
Yes.
Thank you. And you said that the minor profile component, you could not make any interpretations?
That's correct.
Right. And then you mentioned item 1.2. What was that?
Yes, item 1.2 was a scraping and cutting of the inner neck area of that blue sweater.
Okay. And why did you scrape that inner neck area of the sweater?
To determine who could have potentially been wearing that item.
Okay. And what did your testing reveal on that item?
On that item, there was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals. The major DNA profile resolved from that mixture matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCulley. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of that major DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Both Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile that was resolved from that mixture, and I could not make any interpretation or comparisons regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2, did you receive an item number 2 as a lab item number?
Yes.
And did that correspond to agency number, item number 5?
I don't recall what it corresponded to.
Okay, but you labeled
as far as the agency number, sorry.
What was lab item number 2?
Lab item number 2 was a pair of black pants.
Okay. And what did you observe when you examined those black pants?
There was staining on the right leg of the pants.
Okay. And did you do anything regarding that staining?
I did perform both serology and DNA testing on those.
Okay. And what was the results of your serology testing from the staining on the front right leg of those pants?
Blood was indicated on that item.
And then you took it on to DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was the result of your DNA testing on 2.1, the swab from the staining of the pants?
The DNA profile that was obtained from item 2.1 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings.
Okay. And did you do any other additional testing on that item?
I did perform testing on the inner waistband of the pants.
And why did you test the inner waistband of those black pants?
Again, to determine who may have been wearing that item.
Okay. And on that item, was that 2.2?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And from that scraping or cutting from the inner waistband of those black pants, what did your testing resolve or reveal, excuse me?
There was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals on that item. Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings could not be eliminated as possible contributors to the DNA mixture obtained from that item.
And what do you mean when you say could not be eliminated?
In my opinion, they are included in that DNA mixture.
All 3 individuals, Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings, were included in that mixture?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 3. What was item number 3?
Item number 3 was a red t-shirt.
And did you perform any, did you swab any stains or take any scrapings or cuttings from that item?
I did.
All right. Let's talk about item 3.1. What was that?
Item 3.1 was a sample from the upper left side of the shirt near the shoulder. There was a red-brown stain in that area that I did perform serology testing on. Blood was indicated on that item, so I moved forward with DNA testing.
Okay, and what did your testing on that swab reveal?
On item 3.1, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. A major unknown female DNA profile was resolved from that mixture.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's a weird time to approach. So far we have blue sweater had red-brown staining on the right cuff, but the inner neck matched Kiara, which makes sense because it's her sweater. Black pants had staining on the right leg. That DNA matched Grace. Now we're at a red t-shirt. Upper left side by shoulder had some staining. DNA matched. Waiting to hear back. And then now we have a weird sidebar or approach. She really wasn't saying anything terrible. Yay, Auntie Reed, that was weird. Vox 40. You're getting Vox 40 to dance. So it's 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. It's 3 o'clock local time. They go until 5, so they still have 2 more hours. We still have 2 more hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take probably just about a 5-minute recess. If you would go with the bailiff, Angel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you will go with the bailiff, we'll bring you back in the courtroom in just a few minutes.
All right.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. Looks like there's an exhibit in front of you. Counsel, would you come and retrieve that? Looks like that's, what's that, 87?
84, I believe.
84.
Judge, would it be possible for me to borrow a staple or paper clip?
Yep. May be seated in the courtroom. The bailiff is going to identify the juror, and we'll call him back in first.
Okay, and actually, Judge, since we're doing this, I mean, also if we could talk to the juror on the far right, front row, because I suspected that she may have been sleeping as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't know her name, and I didn't instruct the bailiff to find that out for me, but we'll check. We're off the record for a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, jurors were falling asleep. The jury was falling asleep. Oh no. So at least one juror was falling asleep. It is a bit dry. I mean, it's a little, I get it. It is dry. You got sleeping jurors. Yeah, napping jurors. Uh-oh. All right, they're going to call one juror back in, and then the defense said, well, there's a female here on the side, one of the female jurors on the side. Bring in the coffee. Yep, bring in the coffee. I get it. I mean, it's a little dry until they get to the conclusion. You know, I mean, it is a little dry. Compared to when Lanny took the stand, there was some fireworks. I mean, so far, every day for me, even though we're only into day 3, so the first 2 days, I mean, it just flew by. I mean, I thought testimony was like boom, boom, boom. Everything was like really exciting, and there was body cam we were watching, and Lanny testified. Today we had the medical examiner. And then now we've had the fingerprint, and then now the DNA. So we're kind of getting through, the real scientific stuff. The kind of we're slogging through, and it can get a little dry. I get it. So plus they probably they just ate. Oh, and they just looked at autopsy photos from the medical examiner. They went to go eat. So who knows? Who knows if you would be sleepy after eating. When you're digesting, you get sleepy. So, Valerie, do I have a background in law? I do not, although I have immediate family members that do. But I personally do not. Mama of a medic, I fell asleep too. Yeah, I admit it. This DNA can get a little sloggy. It can get a little like, You're just like, just put your head down, just listen. I love DNA because there's always that moment of like, oh yes, there was DNA found here. Yes, it's kind of like cell phones, Oh, there's that text message. They do a lot of prep, a lot of foundational work, and then it's like, then once the conclusion comes in, you're like, aha. So DNA can be a little, like you're really going through quicksand sometimes, especially after you've. Maybe after you had lunch, you're kind of digesting. Yes, Valerie, I did see your question and I answered it. I said, I do not have a background in law, but I have several immediate family members that do. So I'm like 20 seconds ahead of you guys, so you'll see it in a second. And yes, Pammy, thank you, Pammy, yes. Ruth Ann, you're getting sleepy. I'm sure I'll doze off. Yeah, after lunch coma. Exactly. Yep. Food coma. Digesting. The afternoon blues. Yes, like Columbo, slow but proofs a lot. Yep. Yeah, there's always that moment. That's okay. That's all right. Whoever 420 says, I like DNA, but the foundation about how you get half from your parents is boring to you. The rest is interesting because you're a biologist. Yeah, that's kind of the way it works. The foundation is usually sometimes with cell phone too, when they talk about the towers and they talk about this and that and Cellbrite. And plus we've heard it now, however many years you've been watching, every trial has DNA and mostly every trial has cell phone data at this point. So, if you've watched, 100 trials, you hear it over and over and over again. You're like, all right. Just get me to the conclusion. Was there DNA found? That's all I want to know. Just give me a conclusion. I don't care about anything else about the, 5,000 quintuplet, whatever, bicentennial amounts of Google, percentage. Just was there DNA found and whose was it? I wish they could just jump to that, but it takes some time. So anyway. Crunchy the Frog, well then you would have, you're going to be called in by the judge and you're going to get admonished. Sure Life, you blame the judge. It's up to him to take breaks, let them stretch. That's true. All right, Laura, you have to leave early. See you Monday. Don't forget Saturday. We're having that Saturday stream with Dr. Barry, 1 o'clock Eastern. So if you want to join us, don't forget about that. 1 o'clock Eastern, Dr. Barry and I will be doing a stream together. This is the link for us. We're going to be talking about Carlos Dominguez, and we're going to be talking about Kiara and her presumably DID self-diagnosis. And then we're also going to be talking about Isaac and what his deal is. So there's our link. If you want to just make sure your notifications are on. That's our link. And then Dr. Barry, if you prefer to go watch over there, which is totally fine and acceptable. Wherever you watch us, just make sure you hopefully will watch us. That is Dr. Barry's. That's her. That's the link there. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Barry, for dropping Dr. Barry. All right, let's see. Everybody's dropping Dr. Barry. All right, yeah, so Dr. Barry and I will be talking about Carlos Dominguez, his schizophrenia, his trial. We'll be talking about Kiara and her dissociative identity disorder, self-diagnosis, and then we'll be talking about and then we'll be talking about Isaac and what his deal is, if anything. So bring your octillions matter. Yes, Gordon. All right, anyway, Angela, trials remind me of proofs in geometry. Back when I was in school, I loved math but hated proofs because it was so much extra work to get the answer, or I could just give the answer. That's true. Newton. And don't forget, there is PI Sam. There is Florida PI Sam as well. If you guys are not familiar with Florida PI Sam, please go check her out. And Barry's just dropping all kinds of things. There's Newton Ward. He was in Carlos Dominguez's first trial. He was the camera operator. He did Zarius Hildebrand up in Alaska. He did, which we covered. He did the one in Hawaii, which we did not cover. I don't know that guy's name. He pushed his wife off a cliff or something like that. But Newton Ward basically handles the West Coast. We asked him, because I texted with him, we asked him if he does any trials in Florida, because we were wondering if he would come here for Courtney Clenny or Shanna Gardner or something like that, where I could go meet him. He says he does not. He only deals with like California and then obviously Alaska and Hawaii. So yes, Florida PI Sam. If you guys are not familiar with Florida PI Sam, she's got a fantastic channel. She has been in the Sunny Bell trial and then the Charles Jones trial. She does great content work over there too. We just made Vox crash out. Vox, go take a nap. Lori, DNA witnesses are really hard to listen to. This particular witness is very enthusiastic about her job, so her answers are very long. She could shorten her answers, maybe. Seashell, using your trial TV mug, need coffee. Yes, I got my trial TV live mug right here too. I have mine in black and also in white. Koenig, was that Koenig? Okay, thank you. Kelsides and Pammy, thank you, Koenig. Okay, Koenig. Gotcha. Yeah, we did not cover that. He took the stand, right? Is that worthy of a ego takes the stand? Didn't he take the stand? Oh, yeah, there's the lemon pound cake. I made lemon pound cake after the Afro Man trial. So if you want to go check that out. But that's for members. That was a members only. Newton is our Wally. Yes, Newton is Wally to our Eva. Eva. Totally. Honey Badger, great people, everyone. Love the connections. And there's the shout out to Hellrider. Yep, we custom built a t-shirt for Hellrider. So you guys can go check that out. Let's see what else. Yeah, the black one's nice, right? Live trials, real cases, no hype. Yeah. Pretty cool. It's nice. It's nice and thick. I mean, it's nice and thick. The Afro Man trial was so good. It was a good one. It's a bad ego. Okay, Pammy. Gotcha. We won't cover it then. Oh, wait a minute. Camilla says it would be a good one. Oh, all right. Well, I'll watch a few minutes of it. We'll make a decision. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so Janet's saying he had a big ego. All right. Denise, yes, definitely. All right. Pammy, you might be. Oh, it wouldn't be a bad ego. It wouldn't. I'm sorry, Pammy. It wouldn't be a bad ego. Okay. Sorry, Pammy. I was ready to say you're the only one, but okay. Sorry. My bad. Hellrider, woo! Get my t-shirt, please. It's awesome. Okay. Sorry, Pammy. I thought, was Conan found Koenig? I said Conan. Koenig? That's what I meant. I used a horrible double negative. I gotcha. All right, sounds like they're coming back.
Too many documents. Let's go back on the record, and counsel, would you approach, please?
So that guy in the blue, Valerie, is the private investigator. That's basically the Florida PI Sam. Sorry, that's the Florida PI Sam. The guy in the blue is that's his investigator. And look at all of his tattoos. He didn't have any of those tattoos. We watched his over lunch. We watched his interview with law enforcement. He didn't have any of those tattoos.
Do you have your jury list? Yeah. Let me borrow it. Well, not that one, the actual people. Let's see if I've still got it here. Let's see the back. We're off the record for a second.
I mean, we've seen other trials where people fall asleep, or we've seen other trials where, people are kind of nodding off. I mean, just, and I would say to the judge, I would say, just have them stretch. Just say, please stop testimony, get up, move around, just take a 30-second stretch break. That'll, get the blood flowing again. When you're just sitting there, I get it. So I would say that to the judge. I'd be like, just stop testimony, have people get up, stretch, shake it out, shake your arms, get your blood circulating again. Instead of making this big to-do over this poor person who was, maybe had a late, rough night last night. Maybe who knows what was happening in this person's life. Now they're going to be called in front of everybody to be scolded. I don't know. How good is that? Well, let's see what happens. Let's see how it plays out.
Come up and have a seat in this third chair right here.
Third, right here?
Yes, but I need to turn on that microphone and speak to you. The reason I asked you to come back in is during the last testimony of the last witness, it appeared that you fell asleep.
For an instant, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you
I caught myself.
Do you have any idea of how long?
I caught my elbow went off the chair instantly, and I got a little nudge. I felt like it was instant.
Okay.
It was the same exact lawyer talking when I popped out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mentioned that inside. I said, God, I can't believe I kind of nodded off. I said that to myself.
Okay.
I've been on the ball the whole time.
Yeah, hang on a second. With regard to the testimony, do you recall what the witness was testifying to, or the last question you remember hearing?
The ins and outs of the processes for the forensics.
Okay. Do you recall any of the individual item numbers that were discussed, or what was found or not found on those items?
Maybe not an item number, no, sir.
Okay. Okay, those are the court's questions. Counsel, do you have any questions? Mr. Long, Ms. Murphy?
You said it was on the background about the testing process?
Yes, sir,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So have you heard the testimony so far about the results on the items that were tested?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still not clear as to.
It was instant, Judge.
Okay. On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any questions for our juror?
Yeah, so, I understand this is
Yes,
a
sir.
long testimony.
No, I'm very serious about this, sir.
Yeah. But you did hear what the conclusions were, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you just can't remember maybe some
Just
of the
the item
individual
numbers.
Okay. You said you dozed off instantaneously?
Yeah, I mean, it was a nod off, that's it. I caught it.
Okay. So, do you think you're going to have trouble paying attention moving forward?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And, yeah, even if the testimony gets a little boring, because this is...
No, I'm very
serious. This is a boring
serious.
stretch, something
Yeah.
the state and I will agree on. This is kind of a boring stretch, but it is important.
It's understood,
Okay.
absolutely.
Certainly the conclusions are important, and you were able to... Can you tell me what you were able to garner from the conclusions?
Well, I understood that the forensic showed
Objection, Your Honor, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Inappropriate question as to what is.
Okay, as long as,
I'm very serious about this, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have there.
Thank you. Just ask that you go back to the jury room with the others. Don't discuss this conversation.
Absolutely.
What it was about. Okay. If you'd bring the other juror in. Off the record until she comes in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're making these people feel like I don't necessarily agree with this. I'm sorry. I mean, they're being reactive. They should have been proactive. If you see a juror starting to nod off, call a break. I don't know. So male juror, he's not going to do this again. He's going to make sure he's awake. Is he going to go back and tell the other jurors, make sure you do not fall asleep? I know he can't. Of course he can't. But
I would just ask you to come up to the third chair there by that microphone. I need to get your voice. The reason I asked the bailiff to bring you in is during the last presentation, it appeared that you might have nodded off during the testimony.
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
What would make you think that?
Just observations. I mean, I see people put their heads down. I see people close their eyes and don't know if they're listening but just not looking up, or if they've actually.
I'm sure that was it. Not at all sleepy.
Do you recall the sequence, the questions and answers that were being given by the witness?
Absolutely.
Okay. Those are the court's questions, counsel.
No questions.
At any point did you fall asleep?
No, sir.
During the testimony? Okay. That's all I have here.
If you just go back to the jury room for a moment, don't discuss this conversation with the other jurors.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Okay, outside the hearing, please have a seat. Outside the hearing, presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. The first gentleman is juror number 8 on your list. Concerns, input, suggestions, first from the state and then for the defense with respect to the first juror we called in.
Your Honor, he said it was an instant nod off that he caught himself as soon as it happened, and it was during the background information on the DNA testing process, and he's otherwise been awake and paying attention. It appears to have been literally instant. So the state thinks it's appropriate to keep him on. We would just ask for the defense position. Sorry, I just put a cough drop in while we're outside the jury presence. We would just ask for the defense presence position under State v. Lujan. It's not a reported case. It's 2024 Westlaw 390000101. I think just having a clear defense position on the record preserves, it makes a clear record.
Absolutely, Judge. I think he remedied the situation. I mean, he did say, he was honest, forthcoming. He did, you said he briefly dozed off. He did, sounds like he remembers the conclusions, although not the specific, the numbers that you were asking him about. But I think, frankly, a lot of these jurors may not remember some of those specifics. So I think I'm okay now. I mean, Mr. Cameron is handling this witness and has handling a lot of stuff today. So I'll keep an eye on him, I do keep an eye on the jurors and just look over there. So I'll see if he's dozing off again. I'm pretty sure now that he's been brought over here, now he's probably not gonna. He's probably gonna make sure he stays awake.
So I'm just parroting back. Neither party is asking that the juror be removed, I didn't observe anything beyond what was mentioned, so he'll remain on the panel. The second juror, let me find her. I'm sorry, I can't find her juror number. While I'm looking, on behalf of the state, any concerns about her remaining on the panel?
No concerns, Your Honor. She was adamant she has not dozed off.
And I agree with that, Judge. That was actually not today. It was earlier in the week that I had noticed her, and that was the thing with her. But then, like I said, I wasn't sure if she was just sleeping or if maybe her eyes were turned on.
The way I asked her the question, it implied that had just occurred, so I did not know your reference. Yeah. She's seated number 1, just for the records and for counsel. She's currently juror number 1.
And Judge, as far as that, I wouldn't just bring that up, but in regards to that one particular juror, or the first juror that we brought in, I do think it was more than instantaneous because I was observing him for a while. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Mr. Cameron to have us approach. And he did say something like, when he woke up, he realized Ms. Murphy is still testifying, so or questioning, excuse me. So it almost seems like he himself realized maybe he was out for a minute. But that's why I had concerns. But at this point, I think we can proceed with him. And like I said, I can keep an eye on the jurors and see what's going on.
Okay. We'll call the jury back in and continue with the same witness on the stand if he'll ever come in.
Yes, Judge.
We're off the record until the jury comes back.
Well, they both sounded like they were awake. The female juror, number 1, maybe she just was resting her eyes. I mean, I listen actually better when I close my eyes. So that doesn't mean I'm sleeping, but I actually listen better when I close my eyes. But I think, people see me with my eyes closed, they think I'm sleeping. I actually listen better because when you shut off that one sense, you heighten your other senses. So it came from the defense. The defense was the one that noticed it. And he actually said it was the juror from another day. It was juror number 1, the female. He noticed her maybe another day. Yeah. Well, now that they got a little bit of a break, it's 5:30 here. That means it's 3:30 there, 3:30 local time, 4:30. They have about another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if they go a little bit extra. So, yeah, wake up. Wake up, jury, wake up. Well, maybe now the judge knows that this is an issue, just, have them stretch. Like every hour, just have them get up and stretch. I know they take a break like every hour and a half, but maybe just take a break. Just take a break. And a break means just get up and stretch. Literally get up and stretch for 10 seconds. It doesn't mean take a,
All right.
They had brisk
Come back up to the podium and get set up, Ms. Murphy.
Yes, Judge.
You may be seated in the courtroom. We continue in the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Ms. Archuleta, right before the break, we started talking about item 3.1, the stain from the left shoulder.
Yes.
Of the red shirt.
Correct.
If you could explain to the jury your findings from the testing you conducted on item 3.1, the stain from the front shirt left shoulder of the red shirt.
Yes, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals on item 3.1. The major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture was an unknown female DNA profile. Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings are all eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
Okay. And was there an item 3.2 as it related to the red shirt?
Yes.
What was the? What did you do for 3.2?
The only difference in the testing from 3.1 to 3.2 is that 3.2 did not have any serology testing because it was a sample from the waistband. But the DNA profile that I arrived at was the same as item 3.1. A DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals was obtained from 3.2. The major DNA profile was an unknown female DNA profile, the same unknown DNA profile. And Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings were all eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile. No interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And you said that it was a scraping or a sample from the waistband. Did you mean a different part of the shirt? The waist as a...
I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I said the waistband. I was thinking about the pants when I said that, but it is the red shirt and it was the inner neck portion. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Okay. So 3.1 was the stain from the front of the shirt and 3.2 is a scraping from the inner neck band.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And you stated that that was an unknown female profile and all 3 individuals were eliminated from that?
Correct.
Okay. All 3 of the known standards?
Correct.
Okay, let's move to item 4. What was item 4?
Item 4 was a piece of tissue with staining on it.
Okay, and can you describe the staining?
There was red-brown staining on the item.
Okay, and if you could just, do you recall the agency item number that was associated with?
I do not recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection
Yes,
on that?
it would.
Okay, so if you could please check your report and then close it back for what agency, SFPD agency item number 4 was.
It was agency item number 14.
All right, thank you. Okay, and you said that on that item number 4, there was the red-brown staining. What testing did you perform on this item and what were your results?
I performed serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. I then moved forward with DNA testing and the DNA profile that was obtained from item 4 matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCulley. Okay. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. Let's move to item 5. What was item 5? What is item 5?
Item 5 is a sword.
Okay. And did you take any swabs from item 5?
I did. I took a sample of staining from the blade of the sword as well as a sample from the handle of the sword.
Okay. And what number is the swab of staining from the blade of the sword?
That is item 5.1.
Okay. And what was your testing and what were your results?
I did perform serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. On item 5.1, the DNA profile obtained from that item matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Both Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of this DNA profile.
Okay. Was there an item 5.2?
Yes.
And what was that?
This was a swab of the handle of the sword.
Okay. And what was your testing and what was your results?
I did perform serology testing on this item as well. On item 5.2, which was a swab from the handle of the sword, no blood was detected on that item. And then I moved forward with DNA testing to determine who might have been holding that item. And the DNA I found on that item was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. There was a major DNA profile that matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCulley. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this major DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
Okay. And you said it's at least 2 individuals in that mixture, is that correct?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving to item 7. So I guess I should ask you, your lab items are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7, 8, 10, and so on. Why does it go from number 5 to number 7?
There were other items that were submitted that were not for DNA testing that were the items that are in between that.
Okay. Could that be like for latent testing or something else?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So going to item 7, what was lab item 7?
Lab item 7 was a swab from, I believe it was behind the bed, or behind the headboard of the bed, on the wall there was a small room and garage that it was collected from.
Okay. And what was the testing that you performed on item 7, the swab abstained from the wall behind the bed? What was your testing and what did that reveal?
I did perform serology testing on that item. Blood was indicated on item 7. And on item 7, the DNA profile obtained from item 7 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were both eliminated as the source of that DNA profile.
Moving to item number, what were 8 and 10? What were items 8 and 10?
Item 8 was a DNA standard from Kiara McCulley.
Okay.
And item 10 was the DNA standard from Isaac Apodaca.
Moving on to the next item that you tested that you list as lab item 13. What was that?
Item 13 was a swab from a pillow.
Okay. And do you remember the agency number that corresponded to?
I do not recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may she please refer to her report?
Yes.
Item 13 corresponds to agency item number 96.
Okay, and what was your testing on item 13 and what did it reveal?
I did perform serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. On item 13, the DNA profile obtained from item 13 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca are eliminated as sources of the DNA profile obtained from this item.
Okay. Moving to the next item that you tested, item 14, and I will ask you if you know the agency item for that number.
Yes,
or the agency number for that item.
Yes, I did look at that as well. And for item number 14, the agency item was item number 99.
Okay, and what was that?
And that item was a swab from sheets.
Okay, and what was your testing on that item and what did it reveal?
I performed serology testing on that item. Blood was indicated. When I performed the DNA testing on this item, the DNA profile obtained from item 14 matches the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals, Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca, are eliminated as sources of the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And moving to the next item that was in your list, what was item 16?
Item number 16 was a DNA standard for Grace Jennings.
Okay, do you remember the agency number for that?
I do not.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Your Honor, may she refer to her report?
Yes.
Item number 16 corresponds to agency item number 128.
Okay. And you said that was the DNA standard for Grace Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. Is that also called FTA blood spot?
Yes, that is the substrate sometimes that a sample might be placed on when they collect it.
Okay. That's what you used as your known DNA or reference standard for Grace?
Yes, that was what was submitted to the laboratory.
All right, thank you. Let's move to item 17 and the agency lab item numbers. What was that?
Item number 17 were the left fingernail clippings from Grace Jennings, and I collected a swab from under the nails. I'm not recalling the agency item number for this item.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may she refer to her report?
Yes.
Thank you. The agency item number this corresponds to is 129.
Okay. And let's talk about fingernail clippings for a moment. What kind of fingernails were clipped?
To my recollection, these were artificial nails. They were long, colored, and thick, and they were stained.
Okay. And where on the nails did you swab?
I swabbed underneath the nails, so on the concave surface.
Okay. And you said that they were artificial nails. Can you kind of explain to the jury the interplay, if you know, between an artificial nail and a real fingernail?
Certainly. So when someone has an artificial nail, and I've had these before, a lot of girls do, it is a material, not always the same type of material. There are different types, but they're placed on top of the nails. I don't know much about that in particular. However, having worn them myself, quite frequently, when there is something placed on top of the nail, there is the natural nail underneath, and when that grows out, it can create a little bit of a lip where it collects debris and things. And so when artificial nails are placed on there, occasionally there is the potential for being able to recover DNA from that area.
Okay. And from that lip, or is it sometimes almost like a pocket that can kind of...
Almost, yes. It's where the natural nail starts separating from the artificial.
Okay. And so let's talk about testing on item 17. What was the testing and what were your results?
On item 17, there was staining on that item. I did perform serology testing on that item, and blood was indicated. On item 17, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. There was a major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture, and that DNA profile, the major DNA profile, was consistent with being from Grace Jennings. That is because it has been collected from her body. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And when you discussed swabbing the clippings, how many of the fingernail clippings did you swab?
To my recollection, I believe there were 5 that I swabbed, okay. But I don't recall whether or not there were small fragments off of them or not.
Okay. As to the left-hand fingernail clippings, you recall swabbing 5?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's move to lab item number 18. What was 18, and if you recall the agency number for that?
I believe the agency item number for that is 130.
Okay, and what was your testing, or what was that item?
That item were the right-hand fingernail clippings from Grace Jennings, again swabbed under the concave surface of the nail.
Okay. And do you remember how many of the nails that you swabbed?
To my recollection, I believe it was 5 as well. Okay. Again, I don't recall whether or not there were smaller fragments.
Sure. And were these also acrylic nails with kind of the natural nail underlay?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what your testing and results were?
Yes, I did perform serological testing on that item. When I performed that testing, blood was indicated. I moved forward with the DNA testing, and I found a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals obtained from item, 17, correct?
18.
18. On item 18, assuming that Grace Jennings is a contributor to that DNA mixture, there was a foreign male DNA profile, unknown male DNA profile that was deduced from this mixture. Both Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as sources of that foreign DNA profile.
I'd like to go back to item 2.2 for a moment. That was the swabbing or the cutting of the inner waistband seam of the black pants.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that which 3 profiles were resolved from the inner waistband of the pants?
It was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals. Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings were all could not be eliminated as being possible contributors to that DNA mixture.
Okay, and what are DNA mixture statistics?
Statistical calculations are something that I perform as a forensic scientist to lend weight to an association. And so in this situation, because I have made associations to known DNA profiles, I'm going to list the statistical calculations to make sense of what this means, with them being included in this DNA mixture. So when I'm looking at these statistical calculations, if there's a higher number, it doesn't mean that somebody maybe is from a particular ethnicity group. What I'm looking at is a range of different numbers from the 5 most common population groups of New Mexico, all random, unrelated individuals. I'm looking at both the highest and the lowest numbers. In this case, the numbers are 1,200 and 40,000 individuals. And so I would need to test roughly somewhere in the number of that range to find at least one other person who may also fit into that DNA mixture. So if I have low numbers, say 1 in 20, at least one other person in this courtroom might be a part of that DNA mixture. If I have a very, very high number, say 1 in 50 quintillion, it's a very rare number, and so I wouldn't expect too many people to fit into that DNA profile, even if I were to test up to that number of individuals. And so when I'm seeing in the range of approximately 1,200 to about 40,000 individuals, I would need to test about that many people to find at least one person who might fit into that DNA profile. So while there is an association and those individuals are included, it's not a super strong association. However, they are still included in that DNA mixture.
Okay, and you mentioned that these are those statistics are broken up by population group.
Correct.
But that cannot reveal the identity of any of those individuals.
No.
So, for example, if it was 1 in 40,000 Apache individuals is one of the population groups, that doesn't have any bearing on the identity of these individuals.
It would not mean that the individual is, for example, Apache as your,
what are the population groups that you use here in the New Mexico?
They are Caucasian, Southwest Hispanic, African American, Native American, Apache, and Native American. I'm sorry, it's slipping my head right now. May I refer to my report?
Yes.
It's a lot of information to look at. Thank you. I'm sorry, Navajo.
Thank you. And why do you use those population groups?
They're the 5 most common population groups in New Mexico.
Okay. I just want to ask, so of all of the items you tested, what is the only item that Isaac Apodaca was included or could not be excluded on?
Item
Objection,
2.2.
Your Honor. That question needs to be rephrased. May we approach?
Yes.
All right, she was just about to get to her conclusion. And I do upload my notes. I upload them for dial-up and cable. I give our two groups of members my notes at the end of every day. So she was about to give her conclusion. What was the one item that Isaac couldn't be eliminated from? And that needs to be rephrased and now a sidebar. So she was just about to give a conclusion.
Let me ask a question. When you say cannot be excluded or cannot be eliminated, what does that mean?
When I make the statement that someone cannot be eliminated, it is an inclusionary statement. So that individual is included in that DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. And so going back to my question, what is the only item that Isaac Apodaca was included, or in other words, could not be eliminated from as a contributor to the mixture?
That would be item 2.2, which was the swabbing and cutting of the inner waistband of the black pants.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor. Pass the witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, may I ask one brief question? Did your report or did your findings go through a technical review?
Yes, it did.
Did it go through an administrative review?
It did.
And did you finalize a report?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Would you just review 83 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 83?
This is a report that I authored.
Okay. And does this report appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
It does not.
Does this fairly and accurately represent the testing and the findings on the items that you discussed today?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I tendered State's Exhibit 83, the laboratory report for the DNA testing. 84 was the latent, so we had skipped 83, hence why we're back.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
83 is admitted.
And we don't intend to publish at this time. We'll just go back to the jury. Okay. And now at this time I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Archuleta.
Good afternoon.
I know it's been a long day. You've been waiting outside for quite a while.
That's okay.
So we'll get through this fairly quickly. I just first wanted to talk a little bit about the quality control in your office. It sounds like it's pretty good. So let's talk about cross-contamination. Is it important for the people who collect these swabs and bring them to you? Is it important for them to make sure that they don't cross-contaminate?
We do advise law enforcement to wear gloves and masks, to package things separately so that samples aren't placed in the same container, so they're not cross-contaminating within their own package.
So you do that training for them?
We do advise them, but we don't always perform that training.
But you are aware that the investigators are trained on how to collect evidence without cross-contaminating?
To my knowledge, it's something they are trained on, but I don't know what their protocols involve.
Okay. And then you talked about an independent analysis of your DNA results after you've done the work. Who double-checked your work, I guess is a good way to put it.
When a case is complete by any of our analysts, the case will go through both technical and administrative review. When that is done, it is performed by another qualified DNA analyst in the section and for the technical review, and then it moves on to a different qualified analyst for the administrative review.
Do you remember who it was?
I don't recall.
You know, I couldn't find it on your bench notes. Do you know if it's on there somewhere?
It is within our laboratory management system, and I do have it within the checklist. I do have that information, if I may refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
Okay. The technical review was performed by Eve Tokumaru, and the administrative review was performed by Jennifer Otto.
Okay, and they were both okay with your analysis?
Yes.
And are they both certified as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I may need some technical help up here, Angel. I just want to make sure I'm not going to mess up their computer. I need to plug into this. This thing? And then okay, this is the first time I've tried this, so bear with me. Hey. Okay, so do you recognize this item?
It's difficult for me to determine. This is a blue sweater. However, I do not see my markings for ID on the item, so I can't verify for certain.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the
Yeah,
rest of the
Counsel,
desktoping.
you'll need to go in between images without showing your index and your, there were 3 other pages up there for a second.
Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Again, these appear to be the black pants that I examined, but again, I don't see my markings for ID, so I can't verify for certain that they are in fact the same item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to unplug this and then, all right. And just for the record, that first item that I showed the witness was DSC 1221 from States 54. And the second one was DSC 1232 from States 54. Okay, and you received the known profiles. Do you call them profiles or standards?
We call them DNA standards or reference samples.
Okay, thank you. You received those known standards or reference standards, is that what you said?
Yes, reference samples or known DNA standards, they're used interchangeably.
Can I just use standards?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You received those standards for Kiara McCulley, Grace Jennings, and Isaac Apodaca from crime scene technician Maria Tena?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And you analyzed each one of those to get a genetic profile or a standard for each one of those individuals, right?
That is correct.
And then you compare those samples to any DNA analysis that you do on the items that have been submitted for analysis.
That's correct.
All right. So let's talk about Kiara McCulley here real quick. So the shirt that you tested, the blue shirt that you tested, you said you took the clipping from the cuff?
I believe it was the right cuff area, yes.
The right cuff area? Remember if it was on the top or the bottom?
I don't recall.
And then did you take another clipping from the back, or did you just swab it?
Took the sample, I took a scraping and a cutting from the inner neck area of the shirt.
Okay.
Or the sweater.
Okay, and you took that one in the back of the neck in order to determine who might have worn it at some point? And you did analysis on that clipping?
Correct.
And when you did the analysis on that clipping, you matched it to the standards of Kiara McCulley?
The major DNA profile matched Kiara McCulley.
Okay, so Kiara McCulley's DNA is on that blue sweater on the neck?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And the major profile did eliminate Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca.
That is correct.
So could Kiara McCulley have been the one who was wearing that shirt at some point in time?
I would reasonably expect that that could be the case, yes.
And like you said, you took a clipping from the right?
The right cuff area.
And you did analysis on that clipping?
Correct.
And you found a major DNA profile on that one as well?
That's correct.
And that major DNA profile matches as Grace Jennings?
Yes.
And you understand that shirt was taken from a hamper, right, a laundry basket. Do you know that?
I'm not aware of where these were collected from. I know that the items were submitted for DNA testing.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look in your bench notes where they were found?
Yes.
Could you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I did have the information that it was found in the laundry basket, and we're unknown who the wearer of the sweater would be.
Okay. Repeat that second part. Is that what, are you testifying to that, or is it you just reading that from your report?
I did read the statement that I wrote down. However, yes, that is why I would collect a sample for wearer DNA, because don't know who the wearer of the item might be.
Gotcha. Okay. And with regard to the black pants, it looks like, well, where did you find them? Where did those come from, according to your notes?
Also found inside the laundry basket.
Okay, and again, one of the reasons why you take clippings from these pants is to determine who might have worn them?
Yes, on the inside waistband portion, yes.
And that's where you clipped it, from the inside waist?
Yes.
Okay, and then you compared that to the majors, the standards that you already knew?
Correct.
And the result was Kiara McCulley could have been wearing those pants, right?
That's a possibility.
Okay. And another clipping, did you take another clipping from the pants, or did you just swab the stain on the right part, on the right leg?
I would need to refer to my notes to answer that question.
Please.
I did take a swabbing of that item.
And then you developed a profile from that swabbing?
Yes.
And that profile matches Grace Jennings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom line is those pants that were found in the laundry basket could, belong to Kiara McCulley, right?
It's possible.
And they have the blood, or they had the DNA of Miss Jennings on the right pant leg, right?
That's correct.
And that stain also indicated blood?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to that shirt?
Are we referring to the blue sweater?
Yes, let's go back to the blue sweater. With regard to that blue sweater?
Yes.
A, it could belong to Kiara McCulley.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, B, it did, the right cuff indicated blood from Grace Jennings.
Correct.
And Grace Jennings' DNA is on that right cuff.
Yes, blood was indicated on the cuff, and yes, that did match Grace Jennings.
Okay. And then this tissue, I don't know what item it is.
4.
Okay. Do your notes indicate where that was found?
I would need to
Can you
double
check, please? Yes, thank you.
No, I did not have that information.
And you decided to test it because blood was indicated?
Yes.
And you're finding, so you ran a DNA analysis on that?
Correct.
Right? And you got a profile?
Yes.
Call it a major profile?
This was a single source DNA profile, so a profile from one individual.
Okay, so no mixture?
No mixture on this item to my recollection.
And that matched to Kiara McCulley?
Correct.
You need a texture, that's fine.
Thank you.
And then, so let's talk about the sword for just a minute, the handles. Now you made me thirsty. May I get some water here?
Go ahead.
So you did analysis on a swab that you took from the handle of the sword, right?
Yes.
And that swab didn't indicate blood?
Correct.
So, and that's the only item out of all these that didn't indicate blood, right?
Yes.
And you found a major DNA profile on the handle of that sword?
Yes, that is correct.
Was that one single source?
No, this was a DNA mixture, and the major DNA profile matched Kiara McCulley.
Okay. And then you took another swab from the blade, right?
Yes.
And you went ahead and did an analysis on that?
Yes.
Rendered some DNA. Was that a mixture or was that a single source?
On the blade of the sword, it was a single source DNA profile.
And it matched to Grace Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that the odds, what were the odds on Kiara McCulley touching the handle? Or her DNA being on the handle, or her matching?
When I ran the statistical calculations for the association with Kiara McCulley, the probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of that DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals.
And that octillion is 27 zeros?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How do y'all figure that number out?
It's a lot of numbers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a FBI program that runs these calculations for us. And so we enter the profile information, and we are able to generate a report with these statistical calculations.
So you don't have to sit there with a calculator?
We don't have to sit there with a calculator.
That's good, okay.
I'm not a mathematician, I can't do that. I could, but it'd take a long time.
I'll bet with 27 zeros, that's quite a bit of data.
A lot of double checking.
Yes. So one of the reasons why you analyze fingernail clippings is to find DNA from a foreign source in them?
To determine if there's DNA that does not belong to the individual that the nails were collected from, yes.
Okay, and so that's why you clipped 5 from the left and 5 from the right?
Well, I received the clippings.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
That's right, from OMI?
From the law enforcement agency, but they were collected at OMI.
That's right, they came from Officer Maria Tena?
I believe so, yes.
And on the left-handed clippings, you didn't find Isaac Apodaca in those left-handed clippings?
Let me just think about that for a minute. No, I did not.
And on the right-handed clippings, you didn't find Isaac Apodaca?
I did not.
So he's eliminated from both of those?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just go down the list. With regard to Isaac Apodaca only, okay, the right cuff of the sweater, he is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile.
Correct.
Within the inner neck area of the sweater, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile.
Correct.
With regard to the staining on the front right leg of the pants, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that.
That is correct.
With regard to the inner waistband, Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings cannot be eliminated as possible contributors to this mixture.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what transfer DNA is?
Transfer DNA would be a situation in which, for example, if I'm holding this water bottle and then maybe somebody else is holding the water bottle after me, they may maybe get some of my DNA maybe on their hands. And so that can happen. It's difficult to determine how frequently it might happen. A lot of it is variable in nature, whether or not, maybe somebody just wiped their mouth or something and so they have some wet saliva. That might be more likely to transfer DNA than if it's somebody who just washed and dried their hands and maybe just touched it quickly. And so it is variable in nature, but it does happen.
Okay, so an example also would be Miss Haley was just up here messing with the podium. Now I'm up here messing with the podium. There's a possibility that would that be secondary transfer of DNA from her to me?
Yes. If I were to swab your hands and maybe find her DNA profile.
And that would be a secondary transfer?
Yeah, it could be.
And then I'm over there messing with my desk afterwards. I could actually transfer her DNA all the way over there.
Yes.
That's a tertiary transfer.
Correct.
Okay, and that's how we get mixtures like this sometimes.
Occasionally. It's not the only reason that we would get mixtures, but yes, it can happen.
And especially if clothes are put into a basket somewhere.
Yes, I would say that sort of transfer would probably be more likely if there were wet material, but it's not impossible for it to happen with dry as well.
Mm-hmm. Like a wet towel or a wet cloth?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the stain near the left shoulder, i.e. the scraping of the inner back part of the neck on that red t-shirt.
Yes.
Where did that come from?
Are you referring to the red t-shirt?
Yeah.
I would need to refer to my notes to see if I have.
Could you please?
About that. Item 3 was also recovered from the laundry basket.
Okay, thank you. And Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from that red t-shirt.
That is correct.
And with regard to the tissue, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile found on that tissue.
Correct.
With regard to the swab of the staining from the blade of the sword, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that sword.
That is correct.
And that's the blade, right?
That is the blade.
And from the handle of the sword, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from that item.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the swab of the stain from the wall behind the bed, did you get a chance to look at the picture? Is that just the only?
No, I've never seen the picture.
Okay, you just got I'm at a loss for words. That's rare for lawyers, right? You got a explanation of where it came from, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay. But Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that item as well?
That is correct.
And with regard to the swab from the stain on the pillow, do you remember what color the pillow was?
I don't recall.
Would it show it in your notes maybe?
It might.
Could you check?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe let's see. Yes, I don't recall that information because I did not have that information. What was submitted to me was a swab of the stain from the pillow.
Okay. And from the swab from that stain from the pillow, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained.
Correct.
And with regard to the stain from the sheet, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that.
Also correct.
And we've already gone over the left hand fingernails and the right hand fingernails. Okay. Give me just a second, okay? You have a second, Your Honor. I think we've kind of answered this in a roundabout way, but if other, and I apologize, I kind of can't read this handwriting, so bear with me, please. If clothes, objects or surfaces were recently handled by someone, would it be no surprise for their DNA to be, I guess, found on that item?
If they were
Detected.
If a sample, if an item was handled recently, it would not be surprising to find somebody's DNA profile. However, we do have those variabilities in which somebody may or may not leave DNA behind. So maybe they have more staining on their hands for some reason. Maybe somebody isn't wearing a mask and they're talking over something. If they're holding on to something for a while, maybe they're leaving more DNA behind than, somebody else might do, might leave behind. And so there are variable factors associated with that, but it wouldn't be entirely uncommon to find someone's DNA profile if they had been holding or touching an item for a certain amount of time.
Thank you. And I think we've already asked this question as to where the red T-shirt was located. Did we already ask that?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay, I thought so. All right. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel approach, please.
So Isaac couldn't be eliminated. That's an inclusionary statement. So when she says he can't be eliminated, that means he is included. Potato, potato, I suppose. So Isaac wasn't found on any items that they tested other than the waistband of the black pants, and Grace's DNA, blood DNA, was found on the, where was it? I think it was the right side. I forgot now. Shoot. Oh heck, where was her blood found? Sorry, guys. Right pant leg. Okay, the right pant leg. Oops.
Redirect.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Ms. Archuleta, I'm going to approach you with what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 and State's Exhibit 75. Okay. And I actually don't need you to handle them.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Can you identify State's Exhibit 74, please?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 74?
This is item number 10, which was the DNA standard for Isaac Apodaca.
And how do you know that that's what that item is?
I know that item number 10, based on the submission receipt, was the DNA standard for Isaac Apodaca, and this corresponds with the information on the packaging.
Okay. And can you identify your agency seals on the item?
Yes, so this white seal on the front of the package is our laboratory item barcode. So this has our laboratory item number and case number on it, as well as the agency information on it, the agency case number and what the item actually is.
Okay. And where's the actual seal? Aside from the label, where's the seal itself?
Aside from the seal, aside from the label itself, it's sealed across the top with the evidence tape seal from the agency, and then my evidence tape seal is at the bottom in green.
Okay. And the agency seal from SFPD at the top, can you tell what initials are on that seal?
It's difficult to read. It looks like an MT, but I'm not certain.
Are you aware who collected that standard based on your review of the?
To my recollection, it was Maria Tenna.
Okay, and then if you could look at states 75, and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, same situation here. I have my white barcode on the front from my laboratory with the laboratory case number as well as the item number and all of the agency case information. The agency seal is across the top with the same initials that are on the other, as well as my evidence tape seal at the bottom with my initials and the date as well.
Okay, based on your review of that packaging and understanding of the agency seals, who collected that item?
I believe it was Maria Tenna.
We're going to address that here, and I'll ask a couple questions of my own. You were asked about DNA transfer and other issues. How long can DNA linger on an item or be detectable on an item?
That can vary. It just depends on the situation, how the item is stored, where it is stored, whether or not there has been moisture or any sort of chemicals, bacterial activity, that sort of thing. Heat, UV light, chemicals, all of these things can break down DNA. So if it's stored in ideal situations, it can last for an extended amount of time.
What about like fingernail clippings? Why are fingernail clippings routinely collected and tested?
Fingernail clippings are routinely collected because if there is some sort of altercation, it is thought that someone who might be defending themselves may get DNA from the person that they are having the altercation with under their nails. And so those are frequently collected for examination purposes as far as DNA is concerned.
Well, my question is actually about the period of time that DNA could remain underneath fingernails, if you're aware.
That's difficult to determine. It depends on how well someone washes their hands. When you think about situations in which, like the artificial nails that we were talking about before, there's that little groove in between where the natural nail sits and the artificial nail sits that kind of collects a little bit of dirt, debris, skin cells, etc. So it could be variable as far as what is collected. It might be a lot of DNA, it might be not a lot of DNA.
Can DNA in those sorts of pockets or grooves be retained for a long period of time?
I would say that would be a reasonable thought, yes.
Thank you. And then a minute ago, I think I heard you say that someone who has just washed their hands and dried them may be less likely to transfer DNA to an item they touch. Is that correct?
Well, less likely than if you had, maybe just wiped your mouth or something. You don't have a wet saliva stain or something on your hands. So if you have some sort of wet staining or something on your hand, it would be more likely to transfer. Less likely if something is dry.
Moment, Your Honor.
Counsel, approach, please.
So this time the judge asked for them to approach. So Detective Vigil, V-I-G-I-L, is the way he spells his last name. I didn't know his spelling. I just found it. Javier Vigil. V-I-G-I-L. He was scheduled to maybe get to him today, but it was the medical examiner, DNA, fingerprints, 2 cell phones. They only have a half hour to go. So I guess they're going to start.
Did you receive any swabs from any door handles?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We will reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being reserved. You may step down. The attorneys will be in contact with you if you need to return to testify. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else, and don't seek out any information about the case or the other testimony.
Understood.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How's everyone in the jury box doing? Can we go about another half hour? Okay. Your next witness, counsel.
The state calls Ryan Romero. And Your Honor, there's 2 items of evidence. Can I collect those?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
This should be one of the there's two cell phone experts. This should be one of them. So I don't know if they're actually going to bring in the texts yet. I think the texts are going to come in through
Make
Detective.
your way up here, please. I'm going to place you under oath, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd start off for us by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Ryan Romero, R-Y-A-N R-O-M-E-R-O.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello.
How you doing?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a policeman.
Who are you a policeman with?
Edgewood Police Department.
All right. And back on October 29th or around that date of 2022, were you a policeman somewhere else?
Yes, with Santa Fe Police Department.
And did you assist in the investigation of the homicide of Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Were you asked to extract or attempt to extract 2 cell phones?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how you obtained the cell phones?
I put in a request per policy, and they were brought to me.
Okay. Were the cell phones packaged or anything?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you maintain custody of those cell phones at all times while you performed the extraction?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how a cell phone extraction is conducted?
It's using a program called Celebrite, and Celebrite is software and hardware that's used for data extraction from data-containing devices such as computers, laptops, cell phones.
Okay. And back on October or November of 2022, were you certified in the use of Celebrite? How is an extraction actually conducted?
The device is connected to a computer containing the software, the Celebrite software, and the software identifies the device and extracts the data and produces a file, a report file containing the information that is contained within the phone.
Okay. And how do you connect the phone to the computer?
Via USB connection, or however the device is normally connected to be charged.
Okay. And then you said that it creates like a report file. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that report file get saved anywhere?
Yes.
Where?
It's saved onto the computer itself, and there's also a copy of that report is transferred to a USB, normally transferred to a USB.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
And I'm sorry, is it officer, detective?
Detective.
Detective, Romero. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 71 and 72. Would you please just take a look at 71 first? Let me know if there's anything on there that you recognize.
Yes, I packaged this, and that's my signature and my handwriting for the date.
Okay, and what was the date of that packaging?
11/16 of 22.
All right, at this point, I would move State's Exhibit 71 into evidence. It is
Any
conditionally.
No objection, Judge.
71 is admitted without objection.
And would you now take a look at 72? Do you recognize anything on that? And I'm sorry, I'm rushing you. Let me give you some time to actually use those eyes.
Yes, I recognize it.
All right, and how do you recognize it?
I packaged this, and this is my signature and date on the evidence tape sealing it.
At this point, I would move State's Exhibit 72 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
72 is admitted without objection.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about what is actually in there.
Each envelope contains a USB for each one of the phones that I was instructed to extract the data from.
Okay, and did you make any additional copies of those USBs and then give them to somebody?
No.
And were those USBs, once they were packaged up, were those submitted back into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Officer Romero. Did you use the UFED feature on Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. Is that feature used? That feature is normally used to access possibly deleted files, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was your Celebrate certification current when you did the dump?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done any peer reviews in regards to it? In regards to your certification, were there any peer reviews done?
No.
Okay. Did you analyze or review your dump info?
No.
Okay. 1 second. Nothing else. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. We would reserve him for rebuttal, though.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back to testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone and don't seek out any information about the case or any of the testimony of other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. If you give those two exhibits, just hand them to the bailiff, please. Mr. Long.
State calls Jared Alide. And Judge, there's one more item of evidence. May I grab that?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
My name is Jared Alide. Spelling the first name is Jared. Last name is Alire.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a Santa Fe police detective with the city of Santa Fe.
And how long have you been a detective with the Santa Fe Police Department?
I'm going on 13 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the homicide of Grace Jennings?
I did.
And were you asked to extract or attempt to extract 3 cell phones?
Yes, I was.
How did you obtain those cell phones?
I did a request through our evidence technicians, just letting them know I needed the cell phones for a cell phone extraction.
All right. And how is a cell phone extraction conducted?
We use a computer through a platform named Cellbrite, which provides us the software and the tools to perform extractions.
All right. And how is that extraction conducted?
So we plug in the phones. It provides us step-by-step instructions of how to manipulate the phone so it could get to the phone, and it's all done through the software.
Okay. And at that time that you conducted these extractions, was that on or around October 29th, 2022?
That was the beginning part of the investigations. My portion of extracting was November 23rd, 2022.
Thank you. And on November 23rd, 2022, were you certified in the use of Celebrite?
Yes, my certification was a Celebrite certified physical analyst.
Okay. Were you able to conduct extractions on those 3 phones?
Yes, I was.
And did you save those extractions?
Yes, I did.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you the United States Exhibit 73. Would you please take a look at that?
Of course. Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was the thumb drives where I saved the extractions onto the thumb drives and placed them into evidence.
Okay. At this point, I would move States Exhibit 73 into evidence.
Any objection to 73?
No objection, Your Honor.
73 is admitted without objection.
And I apologize, I think you just answered this, but after you saved the extractions onto those thumb drives, what did you do with those that envelope?
This envelope was then labeled, sealed, and initial dated and placed into our evidence locker room.
Okay. And Detective, just real quick, do you know if Celebrite alters any of the data on the cell phone before you extract it?
No, their software is made to safely transfer the data or extract the data without tampering any of it.
Objection, Your Honor. It's personal knowledge of this.
Foundation.
And Detective, you stated that you were certified in the use of Celebrite?
Yes, I was.
And what is that? What does one have to do in order to get that certification?
We have to take training to first get the initial certificate of it, and then every 2 years to keep the certificate going.
Okay, and do you know how long that training is?
I know it was an online one, but they gave us, I want to say they gave us about 30 to 60 days to get it completed. I don't know. I know they do have in-person trainings, I think close to 2 weeks, but I can't say exactly how many days.
Okay. And do you know anything about whether Celebrite prevents, were you ever taught whether Celebrite prevents alteration of data?
In our training, it says...
All right.
Yes.
Can we approach?
Yes.
So the 2 cell phone extraction guys are on. They're not going to analyze the data. They're just extracting the data, making sure the chain of custody was proper. So we're not going to get to the text messages. It's probably going to be Detective Vio. I think it's going to be him. He'll be the one that, because he was the one that was there, with the interview, and he was reading the text messages in real time. So I have a feeling he's probably going to, he'll be the one to bring it in. Aaron's feeding the cats in the meantime. Rafa. Come here, buddy. Meow, meow. Feeding time at the zoo here. Let's see. Yes, good vibes. You hear the kitties. Aaron's in the process.
Detective, in any of your trainings or regarding your certification regarding Celebrite, did you learn whether Celebrite prevents the alteration or the manipulation of data on that phone?
In our training, in my training, I learned that their technology and their software is made to protect it and not alter any data.
All right, thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Did you use the UFED feature on Celebrate?
Yes, it is part of the software.
Okay. And is it to detect any files that may have been deleted?
It can recover files and notes on there if there were any that were recovered that were deleted on the phone. It can detect it, yes.
Okay. And your certification, your Celebrite certification was current when you did the dump according to your direct examination, correct?
Yes, at that time it was, yes.
Okay. And was there any peer reviews done as part of this certification?
A physical, like to analyze it?
Yeah.
No, I did not analyze any of the data.
Okay. So you didn't analyze or review any of the dump info?
No, I just made sure that it was opening correctly, and I did not analyze any of it.
Okay. And did you have the password for the device?
I don't remember if it was already opened and unlocked or if there was a password on the request to tell us that there was a password. I can't recall.
So you don't recall that? Okay. And now you're talking about how Celebrite can't be altered or manipulated. That was information presented to you at some sort of training?
In my training, it did notate that that's what it's made to do, is to not alter the data.
So it's like the Celebrite people telling you that, or people, some liaisons involved with Celebrite telling you that it can't be altered or manipulated?
It was just in their workbooks and then an online training system that they were using.
Okay, so that was coming directly from Celebrite?
Through Celebrite, yes.
Yeah, they were telling you that their product cannot be altered or manipulated.
It didn't say that it cannot. It's showing that their technology is made to safely extract data without making changes.
And they didn't bring up any room for error or issues that could arise through the system?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And are you aware, you're not aware of any security challenges or anything that Celebrite may have faced in recent years?
Not that I know of.
So nobody discussed that with you from Celebrite, or you don't have any information about that?
No, I'm no longer certified. I haven't taken a training since 2023, maybe. I think that's when my cert expired.
Okay. And the certification for Celebrite, that comes directly from the Celebrite Corporation company?
Yes, it does come from them.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. State would reserve them for rebuttal.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case or about the testimony of any other witnesses. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may step down. Hand that to the bailiff, please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to call it a week. So just to repeat instructions you've already heard over the weekend. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't seek out any information. Don't go by the location or locations that have been described to you. Don't make any experiments. Since you've been hearing about technical kinds of things, again, don't seek out any information about any of the technical processes or we were just hearing about a software package a moment ago. Don't seek out any additional information about any of either the processes. What have we heard about today? We've heard about serology. We've heard about DNA testing. We've heard about latent prints. Please don't seek out any additional information from any source about any of those things over the weekend. I would ask you to come back. Let me check Monday. I know I have a couple of things, but we should get started pretty early. We're still a little behind. So again, on Monday, we're going to try and be as efficient as possible. Okay. I have 4 hearings in the morning before we can begin. I'll still ask you to be here at 8:30. No. That's an old note. We thought they were going to be tearing all the lights out, is when we set that up. But my bailiff just tried to remind me is at one point in time we'd had a conversation about switching courtrooms because they're doing maintenance on the building. But we have a calendar of events as to what floors they're doing at what period of time, and so it doesn't affect us. So we'll be back up here on Monday, meet the bailiff again. I don't know if anyone's picking a jury on the first floor, so the same place, second floor, far into the hall up against the large windows. Angel will collect you there and then bring you up, and we'll get started. Do any of you have any questions for me? Again, the schedule, as far as we can tell at the moment, is we're scheduled to get the case presented and hopefully be completed by the end of the day on Tuesday. It may be that you go into Wednesday. So again, schedule in case that happens. If you have other responsibilities or obligations, you should just be aware that you may be here on Wednesday as well. Okay? Again, leave your notes with the bailiff. He'll help you retrieve any personal items you have in the back, and then you're free to go and have a good weekend.
All right.
May be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, any housekeeping issues we need to take up before we recess for the day?
Your Honor, we forwarded the order suspending phone privileges that Your Honor signed to our contacts at the jail. So hopefully that is put in place. We just ask that you admonish the defendant directly not to make any phone calls if his privileges weren't revoked, or and specifically to have no contact with his mom.
It's not just the privileges, it's texting and communications. I did approve that order and given instruction to my administrative assistant to forward a copy to the jail, but let me see if it's in Odyssey yet, and I'll print out a copy and give it to the deputy to take back when they return Mr. Apodaca.
We just ask that you explain the concept of third-party contact and how that's prohibited with Ms. Montoya as well, Your Honor.
Yep. Give me just a second. What did you say? Don't have his file open. Yeah, go ahead and send me 2 more.
All right, well, don't forget that tomorrow, Dr. Barry and I will be talking about Isaac and Kiara, as well as Carlos. So we'll just wait till they finish up here before we say goodbye.
One for you to give to the jail when he's returned, and then there's an extra.
Yes.
So we're still on the record. So Mr. Apodaca, just to be real clear, the prohibition is you having any contact, and that's direct or indirect. Your phone privileges and your ability to send messages or texts from the jail. The order that the deputy has prohibits you from doing that. But that also includes other third parties. By that I mean family, friends, potentially other people at the detention center having any contact with any witness in the case, and that includes your mother. You've heard the conversation we've had. Potentially it could lead to other ramifications, which could be exclusion or other sanctions. So Again, counsel, my understanding is those 3 calls have already been put on Exxon, so you should have contact. You should have the ability to access those and to review those. And if we need to have a further discussion on Monday, we will. Counsel, if you'll be here at 8:15 on Monday, but I didn't come back and ask the defense if you had any issues we need to discuss today.
Not from defense, Your Honor. I did have a conversation with my client about this,
Okay.
and about what you just addressed. Nothing else from defense, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
I think Monday is going to be packed full of testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, just by way of a quick roadmap, we'll start with Sergeant Vigil, which will be lengthy. The defendant's interview is 2.5 hours. We confirmed those times today. And then the Facebook messages will be a lengthy process to go through with him amongst some other, obviously, items. The cell phone results. We also then have Kiara McCulley and Dr. Wellner. We may have to break at some point if we get too far into Tuesday to take on Wellner before he flies out Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. All 3 of our next witnesses will be lengthy.
Tuesday, Monday.
Sorry, Monday. Well, I suspect Sergeant Vigil will take up a good chunk of Monday, certainly all morning and into the afternoon. Then it would be Kiara McCulley into Monday afternoon and probably Tuesday morning. Then we have Dr. Wellner. So I anticipate that the defense cross of Ms. McCulley is going to be quite long.
It is.
So our next 3 witnesses are the most substantive.
Okay.
Yeah, initially I thought we would get maybe through Vigil by today, but now, yeah, I mean, these are, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, most critical witnesses, and we do have extensive process for all 3 of these witnesses, Ms. McCulley, Dr. Wellner, and the detective.
We'll see where we are at noon on Monday, but I may go ahead and advise the jury at that time that we will be here Wednesday as well.
And we have our exhibits prepared. I mean, we're trying to move as efficiently as possible, and we'll continue to do so.
All right, if you'll be here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they're all video hearings starting at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. So be here at 8:15, and we'll bring Mr. Apodaca up. He needs to be dressed out by 8:15, and then we'll call for him as soon as we know when we can let you into the courtroom and get started. All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Judge. You too.
Judge.
Check real quick, make sure you don't walk out of the room with any exhibits.
Jane.
All right, so that is some really good information we just heard. Well, we knew that Kiara and this forensic psychiatrist was going to be testifying, but obviously Sergeant Vigil is going to be testifying. He is. They have the most substantial / critical witnesses coming up. So these are the days, Monday into Tuesday, possibly even into Wednesday, because cross of Kiara, defense says, it will be. State said, we think defense's cross of Kiara is going to be long, and defense is like, it will be. So if you guys have any interest in this trial, these are the days. These are definitely the days to come in and check it out. So today was pretty good. We heard from the medical examiner. We heard from fingerprint and DNA experts. The 2 cell phones were, 2 cell phone detectives extracted. One detective extracted 2 cell phones. The other one extracted 3 cell phones. It's going to be Detective Javier Vigil who is going to talk about. He's going to talk about all of the text messages. So, with that, I will let you guys go and just remind you that tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, please join us, Dr. Berry. She will be talking about this trial. We will be talking about Carlos Dominguez. She is a psychologist. She's a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists are basically medical doctors. They can prescribe prescriptions. Psychologists talk about more therapy and behavior and those sort of things. So I'm really looking forward to having that discussion with Dr. Berry. Please join us. If you guys have any questions, please bring your questions for Dr. Berry tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We will be dual streaming. We'll be streaming on our channel. She'll be streaming on her channel. So please support either one of us and definitely join us for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's at 1 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern. And with that, have a fantastic day. If you can't join us live, definitely watch us in replay. So with that, have a fantastic night. Grampy, Super Ball is, let's see, Super Ball's way over there. Super Ball. Yeah, come here. Come say hello. Come here. Yo, dude. Come on. Super Ball. Come here. She's getting freaked out by the paper. Super Ball. And as soon as I say goodbye, she's going to come over here. Come here. Super Ball. It's just a piece of paper. I think you can do it. You can do it. Yep. She can do it. Yes. Good girl. Come here. Come say hello. Come say hello. Nope. You're just going to cruise on by. All right. She's just going to cruise on by. Here, maybe I can get one more. Hi. Hi. Oh, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right. All right, guys. Thank you so much for spending your day with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Aaron's been making a bunch of shorts on the whole Charles Jones, Julio Fulio update. There's updates on Alicia. There's updates on Davion. And so go check those shorts out. Drop a comment in our videos if you have any questions or comments or anything like that. And again, thank you for joining us. And please join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. We're looking forward to talking to Dr. Berry. And bring your questions. And it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, guys, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.